and welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week of the ESL Open Cup Asia number 222. It's another week and I'm still sick. God damn it. It's another week and I'm still sick, but regardless, we are back. We are here with some more weekly Korean StarCraft. We just wrapped up with a very intense weekend of EPT Spring qualifiers for DreamHack Dallas. It was intense, going over the Americas region, the European region, and even the Asia region as well. But now we are back with your weekly dose of Korean StarCraft. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Vietnamese Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Gosu. It is Mio Micah. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss, the red Protoss player representing himself, currently teamless, but has been back from the military and looking on fire. It is Stats. Here we go. Oh my god, again, it's great to be back here after a very, very intense weekend of those EPT qualifiers, back with some ESL weekly content instead, and I'm excited. It's been a very long time since I've casted Mio Micah. On top of that, Stats has been looking very impressive recently. He's been looking better and better, whether it's in GSL, whether it's in these online weekly tournaments. It's great to see Stats really get into his stride once again after so long. It is amazing, it is beautiful, it is great to be back, and we'll see if he can make a deep run here as well. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket, it's big, it's stacked, a lot of amazing players, and a very peculiar player as well. I did see that some people did notice it in the chat. Some people did notice it, and Raynor is in the bracket as well. Of course, Raynor being a player that is typically endemic to the European region, he's one of the best players in the world, and he has been traveling and he's currently residing in South Korea. Raynor for the past couple of days has been consistently streaming from his apartment in Korea as well, and I believe the GSL qualifiers are right around the corner, and Raynor will be a part of that once again. So it's great to see him returning to Korea. Again, Raynor, he did play in GSL 2 seasons already in years past with mixed success, making it into the group stage and not often past the group stage. I mean, the GSL, it's a very difficult event and it has its own skill set that is required as well. That's why so many people love the GSL. That's why it can be so difficult. Just because GSL is a league format, we have time to prepare for your opponents. And in that kind of preparation format, GSL hits a little bit differently, and Raynor, he is going to be trying his luck once again at the GSL. So I wish him the best. I do hope for some amazing games and amazing matches. I do look forward to it. As we're settling into our current ZVP. Again, Mio Micah, of course, the last King of the Sea. King of what? Oh, smooch. Hold on, I'll fix that. King of Wash, Papi. Smooch, Papi, smooch. But it's great to see Mio Micah again. Mio Micah, of course, recently competing in WTL for his team, for Team Gosu. And I believe they've made it into Code A, if I'm not mistaken. So we're going to be seeing some more Mio Micah action, at least in Code A of WTL, which is going to be taking place later on tonight. We have a back-to-back broadcast. We have ESL Asia, followed by World Team League in a couple of hours. So a lot of content here going on tonight, a lot of StarCraft, as it always is on the CranKy Ducklings, as we're going for a very fast lair. There's a 3-minute 30 lair timing here from Mio Micah, and I imagine this is for one thing and one thing only. I imagine we're going to be taking additional gases, and I imagine we're going to be going into 2-base Hydra. Mio Micah, he's known for 2-base Hydra play in this matchup. He's very fond of his Hydras, and there he is. Second and third gases being taken. What is this gas for? It should be for Hydra production. Meanwhile, we do see Stats getting into his own standard opener. Again, it was a gate expand into his Cybercore, into a Stargate opener. Third base is being taken as the Oracles are hitting the field. Again, this is all very standard play out of Stats. Nothing crazy, nothing out of the norm. Really, he's kind of testing the waters here of Mio Micah. And we'll see if Mio Micah can keep up. We'll see if Mio Micah can even catch Stats off guard, as he has a very unique playstyle, very unorthodox. Can he deal with it? As for now, the Oracles, they do dip in. They do manage to get one drone in the natural. Getting another drone here at the third base as well, getting 3 workers in total. The Oracles, they will barely escape as well with their lives across the map. Lings, they tried to deny that third base, but we do have Adepts in position, and there's that hydrogen that we spoke about. Again, Miyamika, he's known for this build, rushing to just a very fast 2-base Hydra tech off of 3 gases. No surprise here. I wonder though if Stats is familiar with Miyamika. Looking at his vision, he has seen the hydrogen. He knows. He sees, he knows, and he has arrived here with 6 Adepts and 3 Oracles. We have 3 Oracles behind the third base. We have the main Oracle, or we have another Oracle supporting the Adepts as well. We do confirm that Hydra Den. And the Oracles, they come in from behind. We go straight for the mineral line. 3, 4 drones go down. We get a 5th, a 6th worker as well. Very nicely done. Do manage to get quite a number of workers, and Stats has yet to commit with his Adepts, crippling the economy of Miyamika. This is already becoming a bit too much. Looking at the units lost tab, look at the efficiency here of Stats. 9 drone kills, 6 lings, hasn't lost a single unit. And what's scary here is that, as you can imagine, getting into Hydra Tech, it's quite expensive. It's very expensive, and we can't afford to be losing workers like this. 9 drones, that's okay, that's borderline. We can't afford to lose much more. Meanwhile, across the map, back at home, we do have Stats just situating at his third base, is getting into his +1 and Blink. Again, a very standard transition from a third base into triple Oracle into +1 Blink Stalkers. We do have a bit of a gateway explosion. That's going to be 8 gates in total, but we are not going for a 3-base all-in. We are going for a Templar Archives behind this. So Stats, he's just going for a longer game. And again, honestly, this is looking quite clean. It's looking quite standard, quite clean here out of Stats. I imagine we're going to be seeing an expansion behind this momentarily. As I say that though, Miyamika is moving out. How many Hydras? 15. 15 Hydras here for Miyamika. Is moving out. Huh. Stays trapped. Not quite going to be going off. We do try to collapse over that cannon, but we do have the overcharge. And the overcharge does keep the army alive. Miyamika has to back off. Now, what's important here is that the lings are a resource. You need those lings to buffer for the Hydras to preserve them, to try to tank those shots. Without the lings, the Hydras are so vulnerable. And here we go, Miyamika stutter stepping forward, getting on top of the army, does get a couple of these Stalkers. Good trades by Miyamika, does manage to clean up a good chunk of those Stalkers, but the lings are running out. Yeah, we're running out of lings. The Hydras are now going down as well. We do go for a big warping of Stalkers. And it looks like Miyamika, can he barely break through? We're running out of Hydras, and we're slowly pushing forward, but here come the Oracles. They do target them down, and the Hydras, we're running out of steam. We're running out of Hydras. We're down to 2, we're down to 1, we're down to none. Every Hydra goes down. Stats, he does defend. And Miyamika was pretty all in with that. He was pretty committed. You can see that Miyamika, he's on 40 drones, barely any saturation here at his natural. And how many dead Hydras was that? 15. 15 Hydras went down. We're down to 2 Hydras remaining. And now Stats, he's free to expand. He's free to take a 4th base. We have Storm on the horizon. We have +2 as well. You can see that Miyamika is trying to rush into a Lurker Den. Trying to rush into Lurker Tech. Is getting there, and I mean, that is kind of the next step, the next stage. That can work, that can help. But again, Miyamika, he just barely has an economy, and his Stats, he's coming. He is coming. As things, they try to collapse on this, and it looks like we can punish some of these Stalkers. Not a bad catch here from Miyamika, getting a good number of them. Good blinks out of Stats though. But last the lings, they overwhelm the Stalkers. Where are the Oracles? The Oracles, they went down earlier. And this wasn't a bad fight for Miyamika. Again, he only lost lings, and he traded lings for gas units, for Stalkers. So a pretty good trade here from Mio. Lurker Den is now done. Lunkers, they're on the way, Poppy. Let's go. 6 Lurkers are in production as we speak. Stats now taking his 4th base. But again, the worker count, that tells a story here. The economy Storm is done, and there we go. 4 High Templar moving out across the map. They're coming. Waddling on out. Soon to join that main army. The whole position Lurkers. Let's go. Beautiful position there. We do manage to get a couple of spine shots off, but a massive Storm on the lings. Very good positioning here, making use of this choke point, and we just cannot engage. At the same time, though, the Lurkers are holding on. We do hold the line. Behind this, we're getting into double robot production. That's going to be for double Immortals and maybe even Disruptors. 4th base has been spotted. Miyamika still saturating on 3 bases. His 4th base is denied. Ducklings, they catch some Zealots. Hydras are moving out as well. Oh, ooh, big storms here. The Hydras are going to be falling. A nice catch from Stats. Laser coming from behind. Lurkers are collapsing this as well. Out of the Lurkers, they're too little too late. They take down one. They take down two High Templar. A third High Templar as well. Good pickups here by Miyamika, and he gets the final High Templar. But we're bleeding out too much. Oh my god, we're down to one Lurker. Brutal losses there. GG gets called. Miyamika runs out of steam, and Stats takes game number 1. GG. GG, well played. That was quite an intense game. That was very Miyamika, but Stats, he was just able to keep up. Again, the scariest moment for Stats was the push, was the timing for Miyamika with his 15 Hydras. And he was gaining ground, but he wasn't able to break his opponents. And Miyamika was all in there. He had to either kill Stats or at least kill the third base. He did neither. He did not touch the economy, and Miyamika fell behind after that initial failed push. And from there, I mean, Miyamika was trying to bounce back with his Lurkers. I did appreciate that, but there's only so much Lurkers can do in that position. GG. Stats does take game number 1. Does take game number 1. But a shout out to everyone else in the chat as well. I do see everyone filing in and wishing me some well wishes. Thank you. Gracias, papi, gracias. I see Shamsay in the chat. Random Nick, XD, bienvenidos. Canuck Prime, C Grail, Psycon, Sounder, ¿qué tal? Tallymo, welcome. Good to see you all. Good to see you. See Nosha Beefs. I see Cindy in the chat as well. Alive in the Wire, Babylings, Werehog, and Trizzy? Trizzy 6? Shema, papi, Shema. Rip voice, yeah. I'm getting better though. I mean, I feel like I say this every day that I'm getting better, and that's true. But something that probably isn't helping, especially is probably the weekend of casting that I did. Oh, that was some intense casting, and my voice is just in perpetual smudge. Regardless, we're getting into game number 2, and I'm ready. I'm ready to sink my teeth further into this series, because spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, of Post Youth. Oh my god, what were the vetoes? What the hell were the vetoes? We have the Vietnamese Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Gosu, down in the series, but not out. Looking to fight back. It is Miyamika. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, leading the series 1-0. It is Stats. Go. As we are settling in. And again, it's great to see Stats returning from the military and working wonders here in this matchup as well. We have seen him look dominant or even go toe-to-toe with Dark as of late, and you don't get much better Zergs than Dark in Korea. Speaking of Dark, I did actually see him on the brackets, and for not a Dark, but a big shout out to him as well. If you have not been tuning into social media, if you haven't been checking out Twitter or anything like that, then you may not be aware, but Dark is he's now a papi. He's a papi. It's beautiful. Dark, he is a dad. Of course, he's been married for quite some time. Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a shock to us. We didn't know that he was expecting, and yeah, Dark, he now has a baby girl. It was confirmed that it is a baby girl, so you do love to see it. Dark, now a father, as of a couple of days ago, I think less than a week ago at this point. So great to see, and I mean, you know, Dark, he's got to put food on the table, papi. He's still working. He is in this week's brackets. I would not have blamed him if he missed this week, but you know, he's still on that grind, and yeah, it's crazy to think about. I remember it was always something that we spoke about, how it's crazy to see kind of the evolution of StarCraft and how players, I mean, we've all been getting older over time. A lot of players now are, you know, with partners, they're married, you know, they have families. I think Jim, I say Jim, I guess TLO, Jim, you know, they were some of the first to actually start a family, right, and have kids, and now some of the more high-profile pro gamers, they're getting there as well, you know, like Dark, and I'm sure others as well in the future. It's crazy to think about. Put things into perspective. We're getting old, Pappy. We're getting old. Let's go. But definitely a moment to celebrate here for Dark. As we're getting into our builds, once again, that is going to be a slightly earlier lair, a 3-minute lair timing. Now, a big reason why this can be earlier is we're loading into post-youth. I didn't actually get to talk about the map itself outside of the fact that I was curious what the vetoes were, because post-youth is a map where we have a pocket base in our own main. Our main has 2 bases, not just that, but the pocket base, or the second base, is a hybrid base with gold mineral patches as well. So a very, very lucrative base here is available for free. And Miyamika is making full use of that, taking his gases. 3 gases have been taken, and we are rushing in towards Hydra production once again. Now, big scout from stats. He does get eyes on the lair. Again, this is a very, very fast lair. It's very unorthodox. For stats to scout this is huge. So he does scout. He's going to be committing to the shade. He's going for some drone kills. 2 adepts do one-shot workers, and there's that Hydra den once again from Miyamika. We are getting 3, soon to be 4 drone kills, though. Oh my god. 4 workers go down. We confirm the Hydra production. Stats fully aware of what's going on. Meanwhile, across the map, Lings, they try to apply pressure to the third base, but the Oracle is in position to defend. Good defense there out of Stats. Gets 5 worker kills, and Mio, he is hurting quite a bit here. Is hurting, and this does slow down his overall Hydra push. And again, just like the last game, Miyamika intends to go for a Ling Hydra timing. This is not a macro-based build. The longer this goes on, usually it's a little bit worse for Miyamika, unless he's able to break the third. Now, what I will say is that your 2-base setup here is very secure. It's very secure. You have a mineral wall towards the left-hand side. You have a very narrow choke point on the right. What isn't secure is the third. The third is pretty wide open. You know, you have a large ramp on the right. You have a wide opening here towards the left. I can see potential here for Miyamika to break this, as he does his 5 more drones across the map. I was focusing on the third base, but it looks like we got 5 more worker kills. A little bit too much damage. I was looking forward to the Hydra push, but it looks like we just lost too much steam. Feels bad, man, as Stats will take the series at 2-0. GG. I was getting ahead of myself. I was looking forward to what was to come, but it looks like we lost 5 more workers. I think that was to Oracle harass. I think the Oracle got in, got 5 more drones. 10 workers that early on is brutal, and or even more than 10. And yeah, Miyamika taps out. You could argue that like that was maybe a little bit premature, but we spoke about this. When it comes to these all-ins that you go for early on, when it comes to these big timing attacks, your workers are that much more important. Yes, you're not droning. You don't have a high worker count. But because your worker count isn't high, that makes every single worker that much more important, that much more valuable to you as well. So to lose an abundance of drones early on, that just takes the wind out of your sails of any kind of all-in, and that was just a brutal position. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Stats as he does advance on. My condolences to Miyamika, my condolences. But it's great to see Miyamika being active again, because he's competing in WTL. I expect to see more of Miyamika in the coming weeks. I look forward to it. I do look forward to it. Meanwhile, congratulations to Stats, and we can take a moment here to have a look at the bracket to figure out where exactly we are headed, and whether or not Stats has an opponent. Because he does. Exclamation mark B. Let's switch on over. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Un momento here as... Bam, there we go. As we are having a look at the bracket, and already from the top you can see where our attention lies. Dark has been patiently waiting for the winner of Miyamika versus Stats. You can see him there. Dark is coming up next. The opponents do not get easier here for Stats. Dark versus Stats is going to be coming up next, and yeah, we're going to be diving on that as soon as we can. Just going to be slipping into those DMs. will let them know. Dark, the newest Papi on the scene. Do love to see it. Do love to see it. And you know what? Let's embrace the rest of the bracket as well and catch up on what's been going on. Yo, Firefly versus Yen G. Let's go. Yen, he is a very young Brazilian Terran player. And I haven't seen him compete in quite some time, so it's great to see him back here. You can see him against Firefly. Firefly is going to be the favorite player. Yen is going to be the underdog, but I do wish him the best. Winner goes up against Oliveira. Winner of that goes up against Dark or Stats in the quarterfinals. So some very high-profile matches are coming up. Potentially Firefly versus Oliveira. Looks like a solid Chinese matchup. Oh. Looks like a solid Chinese matchup. Scrolling down, we have Raynor. We spoke about him. Raynor, he is traveling. He is staying in Korea for some time for GSL, so Raynor is a part of this tournament as well. Looking to go up against Nightmare in the next round. Scrolling down, we have Jeshi versus Jim in a PvP. Winner goes up against Solar. We have Björn waiting for Rex or Coffee in the next round. Cyan is up against 3 Point. Rogue is up against Classic. Speaking of returning players, last week or even 2 weeks ago, we casted Rogue return to ESL, return to these online tournaments. And he's not looking too bad. Rogue was struggling last week, but he only just came back, so Rogue is still recovering his skill, and again, he's not looking too shabby whatsoever. I look forward to seeing the growth of Rogue over time. We also have Hero versus Creator, DRG versus Sue, and Gumiho waiting in the lower half of the bracket. But here we go, we're diving into our next series, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkione, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports. Now, a new Papi. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Just took down Newmaker 2-0. Can he keep it up though against the best Zerg player in all of Korea? It is Stats. Dad got a little female Zergling. Yeah, it's really cool to see, like, oh my god, to see Dark now starting up his family. Meanwhile, we do see Dark also rushing into the gold base. This is a very common tactic here for Dark. Dark, he's very fond of rushing to the gold, specifically on Alkione. We've even seen, more often than not, Dark expand and take the gold base on this side of the map instead, to have like a bit of a faster rush distance across the map and to keep the pressure up on his opponent. So a very aggressive start here to rush into that gold. Meanwhile, Stats, how does he respond? 2-gate. He's going for a 2-gate opener here. What this means is that Stats, he delays his expansion, he delays his Nexus in favor of a second gateway. This means we're going to be rushing into a pair of 2 and then 4 Adepts very quickly, and the goal is to punish this opener. It's to punish the bases of Dark, whether it's harassing the gold base or harassing the main base. These Adepts are soon to be very active, and it's going to be on Dark to defend. So Stats is going to be responding aggressively here. And we'll see if he can. Stats didn't even build a baddie at the third. Confidence. True, Papi, true. The confidence. But this is going to be a rematch. This is going to be a rematch here between Stats and Dark from GSL not too long ago. So it's great to see them hitting each other once again. There are those Adepts that we spoke about, again with the 2-gate opener. Adepts are moving out. And we do have the next pair of Adepts on the way behind this as well. Now, Stats, he has options. He could harass the gold, or he could try to harass the main base. That's the thing. Stats, he's split between 2 bases. Gonna have a hard time to defend. The Queens are coming out. Rocks are being knocked down. Adepts, they do arrive, and they do force the drones back. The dudes are not mining here at the gold base. The Rocks need to be shut down here to actually gain access to these Adepts. You can see once again, drones are zoned away. Rocks are knocked down. And now Dark can mine freely. Again, when you do go for this kind of opener, when you rush into this gold, it's so important that you break down these rocks. Otherwise, you're stuck on one side and you cannot defend. He does break through. Behind this, we do have a Twilight Council follow-up. Ooh, very aggressive. This looks like Glaive Adepts. Does look like Glaive Adepts. They do trade with the Lings. Shading back home. And again, this was merely phase 1. Phase 1 of the aggression of stats. Twilight counter follow-up here. We have pulled out of gas. It screams Glaive Adepts, and there it is. 2 more gates on the way. Glaives in production. 4 gate Glaives as the follow-up from stats. Robo's on the way. That's going to be for the Warp Prism to reinforce. Stats going to be very aggressive, very committed here in the follow-up. And Dark confirms. Big scout here from Dark. He does get in with his Overlord. He does confirm the Twilight Council. He's fully aware of what's going on. Dark, he sees, he knows. And we have the Roach Warren on the way. To respond to these Adepts, we have the Roach Warren. Third base is being taken. We do need to spread creep very quickly here between the bases. We do need to connect them. Ducklings, they do manage to catch some of these Adepts. Very nice catch here from Dark. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. Oh my god. 3 Adepts do go down, and he wants the Stalker as well. He does get it. Very good start here from Dark. Again, this should not be happening. Ideally, Stats needs to preserve his Adepts, building up towards his Glaives. And Glaives is still not done, but he is pushing out. Meanwhile, Spinecrawler here at the gold. Roaches are amassing. Creep is spreading. Stats, he does pick off a tumor. Does shut down the active tumor. Dark overextending a little bit with his first queen. When it comes to the queen count, we only have 3. Only 3 queens to defend. But the goal base is paying off. We are massing more roaches, more lings. Spore Crawler on the way even, not the spine. And with the help of these roaches, we can push through. One roach gets targeted down. Not a bad pick off there by Stats. Observer has arrived. We're going to be expanding behind this. This is not an all-in. It's only 4 gates. So Stats is expanding. But Dark, very proactive. He does pounce upon the army. Does force it back. Adepts shading on across towards that natural. But roaches, they are in position. A lot of Adepts are going down. We don't get into the mineral line. A big catch here from Dark. Looks like 2 drones go down, but only 2 workers. We shade back across towards the goal base, but we don't make it. We barely don't make it in time. And this is disastrous here for Stats. He invested so heavily into these Glaive Adepts, and what did he get? He got 2 drones. He got 2 workers, he got 2 roaches for 15 Adepts. And now this third base is exposed. And we're pushing. Dark, he's not slowing down, he's sending everything across the map, and we cancel the third. Stats, he doesn't even try to defend. I mean, there's nothing to defend. He only has Adepts, and he's contained to 2 bases. Dark, he's weathered the storm, he's successfully defended his goal base, and now he's the aggressor. Now Stats is on the back foot. File's gonna be connecting. Shield battery under fire. We have a backup shield battery on the way. But Dark, he's breaking through. We have the overcharge, but there's just no wall. The wall is not a wall. GG gets called as the natural base is compromised, and Dark takes a 1-0 lead. GG. GG, well played. A solid start there out of Dark. Again, despite the fact that he rushed into the goal base, despite the fact that Stats are doing everything he could to punish it, going for the double gate opener into Glaive Adepts. He was caught out ahead of time. Really good scouting, really good response out of Dark. He was able to get into his roaches in time. He was able to zone away those Adepts, and he was able to shut down the aggression, and he barely lost any of his economy. Just a very solid response there from Dark. With that, Dark takes a 1-0 lead. GG. GG. Not to be that guy, but I think Dark and Stats are very good StarCraft 2 players, honestly. Oh, you're that guy. How could you? How dare you? Dare you call them good StarCraft play? Mate, they're great StarCraft players, okay? How dare you? How dare you underplay Dark and Stats? Esther alive in the wire, shaking my head. Funada. But here we go, we're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the ex-military Protoss. Just getting back into his stride, taking a bit of a loss in that first game, but looking to bounce back. It is Stats. Here we go. Stats are going to be looking to bounce back here in this series. The pressure is on. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn of all maps. Oceanborn, a map known for its aggression, known for its 2 and 3 base pushes. The reason why I say that's one of the big features of Oceanborn is the fact that this third base does not have a point of elevation to defend. Or I should say it doesn't have any high ground advantage as we would on other maps. Specifically, because of the ramp here in the center of the map, you can actually gain or get onto the same point of elevation quite quickly. Because of that, queen-based all-ins, queen walks across the map are quite commonplace on Oceanborn. Dark is not above going for a queen all-in, going for a queen walk or a German taxi. So that is going to be in the back of our mind, in the back of Stats' mind, as we load into Oceanborn. We shall see. For now, it's going to be a standard opener. It's going to be a hatch gas pool here from Dark. Standard opener from our Zerg player. Meanwhile, Stats going for his own gate expand into Cybercore. Nothing too crazy, and this time Stats is not tempted to go for a 2-gate opener. But remember, the reason why Stats even went for the 2-gate opener in the first place in Game 1 was because of the goal base. So now that we have some standard openers, you know, Stats, he's going for a standard opener himself, and he won't be pressured to be too aggressive early on. So we're just easing into our series. Here we go. For now, we do cancel warp gates, so that is a sign that it's going to be a Stargate opener. Dark, he does confirm, he does get eyes on the canceled upgrade. Stargate is on the way in the main base. Stats going for, I imagine, an Oracle-based opener. Nowadays, Void Ray openers are very out of fashion, they're very out of meta. We used to see them a lot more frequently at the start of the year, pre-IEM Katowice, but it has fallen off quite a lot, and it is much more of a rarity to not go for the Oracle and to go for a Phoenix or a Void Ray. It is quite rare. Behind this, Dark just going to be getting into his third base, massing a handful of Lings for some map control. Stats are back at home, going for his Oracle. With the help of this Oracle, he should be able to harass across the map and expand and take his third for his own. So overall, everything's looking by the book here from Stats. He can actually get into his game. He would be forced to be aggressive, which isn't necessarily the forte of Stats. You know, he's known as the Shield of Ire, not the Sword or the Spear of Adun, right? It's like, Stats, he's not the most aggressive player out there. It's not what he's known for, nor what he's best at. So I do think that Stats is going to be a little bit more comfortable here in game number 2, getting into a much more standard build. As the Adepts are going to be racing back home, Ling's going to be harassing and applying pressure to the third base. Adepts, they get surrounded. Lings, they do collapse on this and do get a surround on one of those Adepts. Big catch there from Dark. He gets one. One Adept goes down. Ooh, that is a fast lair. Now, we spoke about the all-ins that are quite popular on Oceanborn at the start of the game. We spoke about how these like queen-based all-ins are very commonplace, and that's a fast lair. Now, with a fast lair, we could be going for a Nidus-based all-in. This could be for Drop Lords if we invest into Overlord Speed. I don't see Overlord Speed on the horizon though, so I'm curious. This could be a Link Queen Nidus all-in. We'll see how this all comes together. Adept is going to be targeted down. At the same time, Oracles, they do get into the main base. They do not scout the lair. Good zoning from Dark. Dark, he does lose 2 drones here at the third base, but again, it's so important here for Dark to keep that lair hidden. He's taking a second gas geyser. I'm feeling Nidus play, but we'll see. As the Oracles don't quite make it in. Yeah, Lings are on the way. There it is. Nidus Worm is thrown down. Makes sense. You do need 2 gases to be able to facilitate for that, so it's going to be a Link Queen Nidus all-in from Dark. And does he have vision? He does have vision outside of the third base. Oracles, they do head towards that main once again. This time they do scouts. Big scout from Stats. He sees the lair. It could be one of 2 things. Again, either a German taxi or a Nidus. He knows that something is wrong, and the Oracles are going down. Back at home, we need shield batteries. Where are the shield batteries, Papi? You see the army being drawn away by that Overlord. Nidus is on the horizon here for Dark. We managed to get that Overlord, but alas, the Nidus is still on the way. Stats, he does scout it. He does spot it, and he does dive on top of it. It looks like he should shut it down. Ooh, just barely. We get a surround, and where's Blink? We don't have Blink. We get a full surround, and everything goes down. Nidus Worm is on the way. Shield batteries are not ready. And Dark, can he be stopped? It's going to be close. Barely the Nidus is denied once again for a second time. We get a third Nidus on the way, and the Lings are still wreaking havoc. The Oracles, they're running out of energy. The Nidus, it is delayed, but it cannot be stopped. It is inevitable. The Nidus will finish. And with the Nidus Worm, here come the Queens. Shield battery goes down. Probes are falling left and right. And the third base has been broken. We get the Nidus Worm into the main to just leapfrog on over. And Dark, he doesn't just want the third. He wants the natural. He wants the game. This natural base, or as this third base is going to be falling. Yeah, the Nexus will fall. And from here, we can start laying siege upon that natural. Behind this, we're droning. To be fair, Dark, he is droning up. The Queens to get the hell out of here. So many tumors get thrown down. Oh my god. Spending so much creep. Across the map, we managed to get a handful of drones. And Dark, because he has map control, what is the plan? We're throwing down Niduses everywhere. The plan here is to engulf the third base locations with creep and never allow stats to expand. Dark just asserting his dominance here. Spreading creep all over stats. We do get a bigger revelation, but we have Links to deny this. Blink, we do blink away. Blink is done. But you can see Dark doing his best here to keep these tumors alive. Be as annoying as possible. Again, we're droning. We have a hive. Oh, we're rushing into a hive. Dark, are we going into ultras? I mean, we may as well. Like, Dark, he's having fun at this point. You know, he's taking a fourth base, droning up his third. A lot of tumors are going down. We're spending so much energy here on clearing this up. But we still have more active tumors that were just barely missed. Speaking of tumors, again, we're just spreading creep here at the triangular third as well. Spreading creep as best we can. Lings once again collapsing on these stalkers. But it looks like stats, he will finally be able to expand. Not without losing more stalkers though. Ooh, expensive losses here for stats. A big chunk of stalkers go down. And finally, stats will soon be able to expand once the creep recedes. Behind this, Dark, he's going for 1-1 upgrades. The hive is finishing up. Based on these upgrades, I'm expecting an Ultra Cavern, but we'll see. Infestors are on the way to support. Personally, I would love to see Ling Bane Hydra, but we would have seen a Hydra Den by now. We've already seen a Hydra Den, we've seen more gases. Nidus Worm is going to be going down. Just knife that Nidus Worm. We have more bases on the way here for Dark. Bases are on the way. Still not quite invested. There it is. There's that Ultra Cavern from Dark. Again, based on his upgrades, based on his tech, it did look like Ultras, as we did mention. Show us the fungal. Ooh, big fungal here. We do catch some of these Stalkers. A big chunk of Stalkers go down once again. Expensive losses here for stats. Yeah, bleeding out far too much. The Oracle's doing what it can, but it's only two Oracles. And we just have an overwhelming amount of Lings chasing down these Stalkers. 17 Stalkers go down. And we're not done. We chase stats all the way back home. The third base is still not back up and running. GG gets called. The writing is on the wall. We don't even get to see the Ultras, and Dark will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. A solid series there out of Dark. Very well done. Asserting his dominance and just looking so damn scary in that series. Able to bring stats down, able to get his revenge from what happened in GSL. GG, well played. GG, well played. Congratulations here, Dark Events. On my condolences to stats, as he is going to be knocked out of the bracket. It is single elimination. It is a brutal format. So my heart goes out to stats as he does bow out. and Dark advances on into the quarterfinals. I believe the first player to advance on to the quarterfinals, as we can take a moment here to have a look and to catch up on the bracket. Let's go. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Let's quickly switch our scenes over, and there we go. We have Dark versus Stats, which just wrapped up. Dark advancing on to the quarterfinals, and Darky's waiting for either Firefly or Oliveira in the next round. And that is what we are going to be waiting for. We're going to be chilling here, and we're going to be waiting for Firefly and Oliveira to open up, and that is going to be our next series. Otherwise, we're going to be casting the winner of that series versus Dark. That is going to be the plan. Is going to be the plan here. Meanwhile, we do have some other results coming in, so let's quickly update ourselves on that as well. Let us quickly get those updates. Scrolling down a little further, we have Rainer advancing on to face off against Nightmare in the round of 16. As to be expected, that is going to be a spicy ZVP. I wish the best of luck to Rainer in that series. Scrolling down, Jeshi takes down Jim 2-1. Again, Jeshi, he is one of the best Protosses in all of China. Jim was one of the best foreigners outside of Korea for quite some time, but that time has come and gone, and the next generation in Jeshi is here to stop him. So Jim is eliminated. Jeshi advances on to face off against Solar in the round of 16 in another ZVP. A lot of ZVPs up here. A lot of Zerg versus Protoss. Scrolling down, we have Björn versus Coffee. It looks like Coffee did finish up his series against Rex. Quickly just double checking the score line. Double checking that score line here, but yes, Coffee did advance on. We have a TVT between Björn and Coffee. That is going to be a spicy one. That's going to be a lot of good fun. I do wish them both the best of luck. Scoring down, Cyan takes down 3.2-0. Big win there for Cyan. Very well done. 3 point. He is an up and coming Korean Zerg player, still on the rise, and still not the most known player out there. So yeah, Cyan was going to be coming in as a favorite player and does take the 2-0. Meanwhile, Rogue versus Classic still mid-series, still ongoing. Another solid ZVP. Scoring down, we have Hero versus Creator. Hero took down Leah Russia 2-0. Creator took down Yu 2-0 as well. We have a PvP in that round of 16. And at the very bottom of the bracket, we have a DRG taking down Su 2-1. And Gumiho is up against Dong Rei Gu in a Terran versus Zerg. When it comes to the players that we're missing here, I was pointing out a lot of PVZs. We're missing some Terrans, specifically Cure. Cure is a very active Terran player in these online weekly tournaments. I'm a little bit surprised to see that Cure is MIA, so I hope everything's okay, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing more Cure in the coming weeks, but Cure is just absent in this weekly, so his presence is going to be missed here. I mean, we got plenty of other Terran representation, right? We have Oliveira, we have Björn, we have Coffee, we have Gumiho as well. Like we got some big Terran names here, but Kier is just the notable missing player. Is the notable player that is missing. And with that, as we mentioned, because we've been covering the upper half of the bracket, we're going to be sticking with the upper half of the bracket here. Our goal is to just wait for Oliveira and Firefly to wrap up. And again, we might be able to jump into like game 2 or game 3. Otherwise, we'll just be following the winner into Dark. That is going to be the plan. And again, if you're enjoying yourselves, I mean, I hope you're enjoying yourselves. If you maybe want to tune into some of the other matches that are going on, if you want to tune into some of the other matches, I believe we have some other language broadcasts. Let me just quickly double check. Yes, we have Vordy who's casting in English, we have Biomov casting in English, and we have 3D Clan casting in Russian as well. Usually we have Inu casting in Korean, but Inu seems to be otherwise preoccupied today, so he's not quite here unfortunately. And quickly just double checking, Wardy is casting Rogue versus Classic. Oh, Rogue is leading the series. Oh, that's a big result, by the way. For Rogue to be up 1-0 against Classic, very impressive. Classic, he is the second best Protoss in all of Korea. Classic is no slouch. So Rogue, he's only been back a week, by the way. He's only been back like 1, maybe 2 weeks. And for Rogue to be up against Classic, that is huge. That's very impressive. That's scary. Oh my god, it looks like Behemoth is cast in the same series. Okay. So it looks like Behemoth and Wardy, they're both in Rogue versus Classic. A little bit unfortunate that they didn't spread out. Like, there's a lot of really good matches going on right now. Like, personally, other matches that do catch my eye. Is Solar versus Jeshi, Rainer versus Nightmare. Really good matches there. DRG versus Gumiho. Oh my god, looks like a good ZVT. So it is a little bit unfortunate that we're doubling up a little bit, but you know, hopefully we're all able to spread out and cover more ground. That's what we try to do usually here in these online tournaments. We try our best to spread out. But what was I saying? Oh yeah, like for example, Stats. He's been back for a year. Like we keep calling him like the returning ex-military player, but Stats, he's been back for a year at this point, and it's only in these past couple of months that Stats has been looking in form. It took Stats like a good 9 months before he could really start going toe-to-toe with some of the best Koreans out there. So it took a long time for him to really get into his stride. Same with like Classic and Hero. Remember, Classic and Hero, when they returned, especially Classic, Hero, he peaked first. Classic, it took him like a year. It took him like a year to really get back into it and to actually have some really solid performances in these offline events. And Classic did quite well for himself last year. I think in multiple offline events, he actually outperformed Hero, which was crazy. So yeah, it usually takes a while when a player comes back to the military, from the military, to really get things going. But Rogue, it's impressive. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. To be fair, I don't know what happened. I don't know how he took a game off of Classic. So if you know, maybe you can elaborate and maybe you can illuminate that a little bit. But yeah, so for that to occur, that's crazy. Unless he like cheesed him out, unless he like link flooded, which is possible. So we'll see. Definitely we're keeping our eye on Rogue, and we're keeping an eye on like his rate of progression to kind of get a better judge of like what his skill is at and what he is how he is performing. Meanwhile, it looks like we are having to we have some downtime. We have a bit of downtime here. We're still waiting for Firefly as well as Oliveira to wrap up. So I think we're going to be going on a short break. We just got another update. Solar just took down Jeshi 2-0. So Solar, he advanced on to the quarterfinals as well. He's waiting for the winner of Rainer and Nightmare. I'm still pretty set on following Firefly and Oliveira into Dark. I'm still pretty set on that. But I guess if Rainer and Nightmare, if they become available, I could jump in here as well. More than anything, especially considering that we know that Wardy and Behemoth are here in the lower half of the bracket, I think I'm going to try and stay away from the lower half of the bracket. I know there are some really good matches there, but I'll let those English casters like cover this portion. And my attention is going to be up here. So I guess if Rainer, Nightmare, and Solar, if their matches become available first, then we might go there instead. Instead of Firefly, Oliveira, and Dark. So that's just as a heads up as to the direction that this stream is going to be headed in. As we're just going to be focusing on the upper half, eventually leading into the grand finals, of course, where we all come together. We're getting there, Papa. We're getting there. When we'll see the match Light versus Dark, oh, that's never happening. No, Papi, no. Not like this. But yeah, we're going to be going on a short break. We have some downtime here, so we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have a series here. Again, we'll have most likely from the upper half of the bracket. We'll see what happens. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, hydrate your Hydra, stretch your riches, massage your Marines, and we'll be back in a couple of minutes with some more StarCraft. See you soon. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, I apologize for the extended delays, for the extended break, but we have returned with our next matchup. I did post an update in the chat, but Oliveira did take down Firefly 2-1, and now he's up against the man of the hour himself. He's up against the Dark. We're here for it. We are ready for it. Spawning in the top right-hand corner of Post Youth, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg. The new Papi himself, representing Talent Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the reigning world champion. We have the reigning world champion representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming, DKZ, from the land of China. It is Oliveira. Here we go, just quickly setting up his name. Bam! There we go, beautiful. We are now set up and we're settling into our TVZ, and I'm excited to sink our teeth into this. Again, the patch is still only a couple of weeks old. It's still quite fresh, it's still quite new, and I've yet to really experience too much on the new maps here between these high caliber players. So I'm ready, I'm excited. I'm curious how this plays out. As we load into Post Youth, again, we have a free natural base, Dark going for a hatch gas pool based opener. Oliveira going CC first on this map, which makes plenty of sense, as your your main base is very secure, it's very safe. So I feel like CC first are going to become the standard and the norm on a map like Post Youth. Does make sense here. So Terran players are able to be a little bit greedier here on this map. Very similar to what we would see on Radisson Station, for example, or even maps like Alcyone. So a bit of a greedy opener here from our Terran. Meanwhile, Dark, just interesting. Okay, he is going for a very early third base. So this was a hatch, pool, hatch opener. Gasless. We open up gasless instead. So just like how Terran players can be... Oh my, we're going for a third CC before... Oh my god! Papi! Oliveira going for a third CC before factory. Wild, greedy build here again. As I mentioned before, this is the kind of stuff that you would see on Radisson Station. I remember Spirits going 4 CC before Starport at IM Katowice against Solar, of all players. It was wild, and he got away with it as well. He got away with the 4 CC. So it's going to be just a CC first into a Rax, into a third CC before factory. Very greedy build, but likewise, Dark also opened up gasless as well. And this is how the meta is shaping. I don't want to say that it's set in stone, but on a map like Post Youth, where you have just such a secure base setup because you have such a longer rush distance by ground as well, you have all these points of elevation, it's about a game of greed. At least that's what I'm getting out of this so far. It's about how greedy can you be here, and boy oh boy, both Oliveira and Dark are being greedy. So I'm definitely getting some Radisson Station vibes here. Queens are getting in position, more queens are on the way. Again, still no gas is being taken. Now, because the gases are so late for Dark, I imagine this is going to be, we're going to be skipping Lings and going into Roaches. I imagine Roach play is going to be on the horizon here for Dark. That would make sense in my mind, just because how late Link speed is, but we'll see. We'll see when Dark eventually takes his gases. For now, purely Queen. For now, purely Queen here to defend. Behind this factory is on the way. Dark has not scouted the main base. Fun fact, he's not fully aware of what's going on. Oh, and oh no! It isn't just going to be a third CC before factory. That's a second factory on the way. Oliveira is playing mech. Now, I'm curious what kind of variation of mech this is going to be, as there is the second and now even a third factory. Oh my god, 3 factories being set up here by Oliveira. I was going to say that in the most recent patch, the Cyclone has been changed for the worse when it comes to how dominant Cyclones were in this matchup and how viable mech was as a result. Nowadays, oh, as we're getting up to 4, oh my Jesus, we're getting up to 5 factories. 4 factories in production, the 5th one is already done. So 5 factories in total. As Dark is rushing into the gold base. Again, it's just like a game of greed right now. We're just focusing on our economy, focusing on our production. Very little on the ground to actually work with. But as I was saying, the Cyclone has been changed in a way where you can micro against it. It isn't as oppressive as it once was in the last patch, in the last map pool. So I wonder if we're going to be embracing a more Cyclone-heavy style, and it is. Here we go. We have the quote-unquote new upgrade on the way. It has just had a bit of a name change, a bit of facelift. That is going to be Hurricane engines on the way for Oliveira, no longer Hurricane thrusters. I think because, like, lore-wise, like, thrusters aren't really a thing on Cyclone, so they got rid of it. Lore-wise, they got the engine instead. So Hurricane engine on the way. As behind this, it is going to be Roach play. As you mentioned, typically, this isn't the first time that Dark has gone gasless. Whenever he does go gasless, it is for Roach play, and there it is. We have 1-1 on the way, Roach speed on the way as well, skipping Link speed entirely. And this can lead into Hydro Lurker. It could be my Mass Roach into Hydro Lurker Viper. The upgrades do lend to that. Rax is going to be floated over. Even though Dark has seen very little, upon seeing this Rax floating, he knows. He now knows it's mech. Otherwise, there's no other reason for the Rax to be up in the air. So Dark is fully aware of what's going on. Is fully aware, and we are getting into Mass Cyclone. On top of that, yeah, we have the armories on the way. Another change that I guess does kind of affect mech is that armories are cheaper now. Yeah, when it comes to the new patch, the armory has been reduced in cost. So I'm sure that is a nice little addition here for meching players. As we are moving out, how many Cyclones? 13 Cyclones in total. Now, when it comes to the change here to the Cyclone, the biggest thing is that now it takes 3 seconds. Once a lock-on is broken, it takes 3 seconds to re-lock on. Speaking of breaking the lock-on on the Burrow, oh my god! Very nice moves out of Dark, okay. I mean, that's the way to break the lock-on. Just Burrow units, it's essentially like you're blinking your roaches. You do Burrow, you do break the lock-on. With that significantly does weaken the DPS here of Oliveira. There goes to the scan. Yeah, he's gonna have to save scans here for that Burrow. Roche is not gonna be coming in from behind. We set up a surround. Yeah, solid surround here by Dark. Does collapse on this, shaves off so many of these Cyclones, and he's completely shutting Oliveira down. The power of this push has just been completely shut down at this point. Ay. This initial timing, the initial push from Oliveira, that was supposed to get damage done, but look at the trades. 8 Cyclones, 14 Roaches. But remember, we have the hybrid gold base, we have the regular gold base as well. Because of this, of Dark, he can afford these losses. And Dark, he's maxing out. He's maxing out a Roach Ravager, and he's looking to punish this build of Oliveira. Now, Oliveira, he is switching into tank. We're massing up tanks here. We have a solid defensive line in the back line. Ideally, if Oliveira can fight with all these tanks, maybe he can hold. But Dark doesn't have to push in. 2-2 is on the way. Ling speed, tunneling claws as well. And all Dark has to do is deny the 4th. Speaking of, the 4th is on the way. And these tanks, they're a little bit too far back to actually protect the 4th. We do have to reposition. Oh, big scan. Big scan here on the Roaches. You see Dark once again stutter stepping forward. And again, he doesn't have to push into the bases. He doesn't have to push into the line of defense. Dark overextending. Yeah, big tank shots going off. A lot of losses there for Dark. With that 18 Roaches going down for 1 tank. All Dark has to do is, again, deny the expansion. Deny the CC. That is Dark's win condition. Behind this, Infestation Bit's now on the way. That's going to be for Hive Tech. Dark taking another base, droning up. Still on a low drone count of 64. But you can see that now he's refining his army, getting into link production, and now droning. Dark is droning up. Behind this, the tanks are leapfrogging forward. Again, the base still not safe. Tanks are barely out of range. Ooh, we do see Oliveira double expanding. Okay. As he double expands, Dark tries to collapse on this. Oh, but yeah, this was another overextension. Dark, he gets 1 tank, but takes a lot of tank volleys to the face. Ay. Yeah, and Oliveira, he has expanded. Like, once again, Dark, he has to respect the tank line. He didn't. Pays a price for it. And now Oliveira, he's getting his bases up and running. Somehow, someway, this base has been left untouched. Dark a little bit preoccupied. Going for some Swarm Hosts instead. I do like this. I do appreciate this. Swarm Hosts are on the way. Swarm Hosts are going to be on the way. As Oliveira, he's going to be turtling and just stuck here on this 4-base setup. To be fair, 4 bases is quite potent. The 5th is ambitious, and it won't get up and running. Ling's going to be trying to bust down this front door towards that 3rd. So far, Oliveira gets in position. Lokosev coming in. The tanks are exposed. The tanks. We get 1. We get 1. We get 2. We get 3 tanks. Very nice trade here from the first Locust Wave. 9 swarms are being thrown down. Lings are still trying to break in. The wall is open. Yeah, the wall is not a wall. But the Lings won't be able to get much done. It's just distracting the Terran. Yeah, Lings, they do burrow behind the mineral line. Q moves there from Dark. We'll be able to unburrow. Speaking of, is going to bleed out those Lings. Locust Wave getting ready though. Looking to push towards that 3rd base. Another Knight is finishing up on the right-hand side. You can see Oliveira trying to split up his army. Locust Wave does take down the center tower and some Cyclones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Cyclones. 6, 7. Oh my god. A lot of Cyclones going to be going down here. Ay. Again, a good trade from that Locust Wave. There it is. 7 Cyclones, 1 Hellion, and 1 Hellbat. For only Locusts. Roach Ravager does rotate around. We're going for the armories. Yeah, and both armories will be denied. And +1 vehicle weapons does complete, but not +1 plating. Sorry, +2 plating does not finish. Yeah, we're denying this space. The tanks are out of position. There is an opening. There is a hole here in the defense. Dark, he's going in, but Locust Wave on the right. Another tank goes down. Now, what's important here as we are denying and shutting down this 3rd base is that the army supply here of Oliveira is quite high. Like, he has quite a large force. Mainly Cyclones, though. I'm not too fond of that, but he's going mass Cyclone, essentially. He only has tanks to defend, relying on mainly a Cyclone-based army. I'm not convinced, but I'm ready to see. You know, Oliveira, can he cook, papi? Can he cook? I'm ready to be convinced. As again, the Cyclone isn't as strong as it once was. So we'll see if we can still make this work. Locust Wave collapses. Ooh, forces friendly fire. Cyclones go down. You can see Oliveira trying to expand on the right-hand side, but this base, it's so wide open. Oh, there's 1 tank in the back line. Miles going to be connecting, and that's going to be a kill. That's going to be a kill in the CC. Big pickoff. We do bleed out some Roach Ravager, but we can remax. And what do we remax on? Lings and Ultras. Ultras are on the way. This entire time, Darky has been taking up. We have a Greater Spire as well. And now Oliveira is going for a big counterattack. Here comes the Locust Wave. Locust Wave just trying to buy some time. Getting through some of these Cyclones, to be fair. Lings are coming in. We're getting on top of the tanks. Yeah, the unburrow here with the Roaches. Tanks are going down. We're bleeding out a lot of units. Where are those Ultras, though? We need more time. Ultras, they take so long to build. This gold base, it has been broken. And Oliveira, he's got to go. He's trying to keep on pushing here, trying to break this position. Ultras have arrived. They can be kited. But yeah, there's just too much Zerg here for Dark. He cleans up the army. The Ultras, they make it just in time. And Dark, he does take game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, I loved how Dark approached that game. I love his response to the Mass Cyclone early on was borrowed Roaches. It's just such a smart way to make use of the change that was made. For those that, again, weren't here for it, the Cyclone now, before, it could instantly relock on. If a lock-on breaks, it could just relock on instantly, so you could just keep kiting and keep just gaining value, having so much DPS available with your army. But in the new patch, now it takes 3 seconds. Now when a Cyclone lock-on is broken, it takes 3 seconds to relock on, to be able to continue kiting and to be able to trade with the army. So with that burrow, like, it is a pretty smart way to be able to break the lock-on, to be able to continue our fights and to keep momentum on the side of the Zerg player. was great to see. With that, GG. GG, Dark does take the first game. On top of that, going into Swarm Host upon seeing the tank-heavy style was quite smart as well. We saw that Oliveira, he was trying to go Mass Cyclone as a response to that, and unfortunately for him, Dark, he was already transitioning out of Roach Ravager into Ultra. And with the arrival of the Ultras, the Cyclones just could not do enough, could not keep up, could not break through. And with that, we're now getting into game number 2. And spawning as we have switched colors and switched players, shaking my head. In the top right hand corner, we have, of Crimson Court, we have the Chinese Terran player, the Red Terran representing Dragon Kai Z Gaming, DKZ, the reigning world champion. It is Oliveira. I'll get on his name. I'll get on his name, Bobby. 1 moment. There we go, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. The new Papi himself. Let's go. The new Papi himself, and yeah, it's really interesting that Oliveira did attempt to make mech work there. So, on the one hand, I do think that Post-Youth is maybe the best map for it. As we saw, winding it back, something that Oliveira was able to accomplish in that last game was establish himself on 4 bases. Remember, he was able to get up to 4 bases on Post-Youth quite easily. He was able to be very greedy as well, rushing to a very fast 3rd CC, all things that you can get away with on Post-Youth. And if you're able to get away with that much greed, it makes sense to go into mech, because even though mech has been nerfed, even though the Cyclone specifically was nerfed, mech is still a very efficient composition. It's still the ideal. Like, when it comes to late game TVZ, Mech Ghost is still, like, the late game composition. And when I say Mech Ghost, to be fair, I'm thinking, like, Ghost Tank Thor, not Cyclone. But, like, that's still kind of, like, the end game for Terran in late game TVZ, so trying to rush into that, it does make sense in my mind. It was just an interesting way that Oliveira was going there and was still relying heavily on the Cyclones. I'm still not convinced by it, but you know, I'm sure that it has worked for Oliveira. That's why he was making use of it, and we spoke about it before, but this patch is still very new. It's still a very new patch, still a very new map pool. Players, they're still exploring, they're still experimenting, they're still cooking, but they're still cooking. So I'm excited to see where the meta does settle, especially on some of these more unorthodox maps. Meanwhile, the first Reaper does make it across the map. Darky's going for a hatch gas pool opener. This time, not going for a gasless build. This time, I imagine investing into Ling speed. As the 3rd base is being taken. Queen in position. Oh my god, able to get some extra hits in. Reaper is forced out. And there it is, Ling speed is on the way for Dark. So this time he's not going for a Roach heavy style as we load into Crimson Court. We spoke about Post-Youth earlier, but Crimson Court is another unusual map in a way, or has its own unique features. The biggest thing is that 2/3 of the map is completely cut off. Here we have layers of gold minerals, we have rocks, more layers of gold minerals, and it is mirrored on the right hand side as well. So we have this entire right and left hand sections of the map completely cut off. You can mine through, you can eventually gain access to them, and because you have to put in quite a bit of effort to actually get to these areas, these bases can be quite safe. They can be quite secure here, so I imagine players are going to be wanting to expand in this direction. Otherwise, if you don't, then the map can be quite congested, and it can be very linear, very straightforward. There we go. We can see Dark mining through the left-hand side. Looks like he does intend to expand over towards the left-hand side of the map. If you decide to expand forward towards your opponent, you do have a Rich Vesting Gas Geyser here, alongside some high ground. It is a large ramp, to be fair, and this base can be abused by the cliff face, with tanks, with Liberators, so this center base is very vulnerable, but that's why there's a Rich Vesting Gas Geyser there. Meanwhile, behind this, it is going to be a 3cc 1-1-1 build out of Oliveira, and he's going for Banshees. Let's go. Hyperflight Rotors is on the way. We're committed to Mass Banshee. So Hellion Banshee initially, Dark going lair first. Very safe way to play here. with a lair-based opener, we should be seeing a Baneling Nest soon thereafter, prioritizing Baneling speed, delaying upgrades. So a very safe play here from Dark. And checking his vision, Dark, he did not scout the main base, doesn't know what's coming. It is going to be Bio, we can see more Raxes on the way, but how many Banshees are we going to make? That is the question. As Banshee speed is on the way, Hellions sharking around. They do hit that front door, but the Queens are in position. Queens are here, and we do zone those Hellions back. There's that Baneling Nest that we spoke about. Basically, the way this works is that the lair is meant to be lined up with the Baneling Nest so we can get into Baneling speed as quickly as possible, and then we go into delayed Evo chambers and delayed upgrades. You can be greedy and go for the Evo chambers first, but again, that would be a more kind of greedy approach, and that does depend on the opener of your opponent. So Dark just playing safe. It's a very safe play here from Dark. Taking his fourth as we speak on the left-hand side. And again, these Hellions, they actually can't harass this fourth base. Again, the minerals have not been mined through, the rocks are still up and running. Hellions, they're stuck harassing on the right-hand side instead. So it's much easier to like anticipate and rotate and keep up with the Hellion movement for the Zerg player. Now, it might be easy to keep up with the Hellions, but what about the Banshees? Checking the upgrades, we did not invest into Cloak. We instead went into Banshee speed, Hyperflight Rotors. Here we go, 2 Banshees. They do hit that fourth base, but there's nothing to actually hit. Oh, the drones. Drones do pull back. 1 and 2 drones go down. We get a third and a fourth. Again, 2 Banshees, one-shot units, or one-shot drones. Good damage dealt here by Oliveira. Ooh, takes down another worker, denies the spore. And again, these speedy boys, these fast Banshees, we can micro our hearts out. Very nice control so far out of Oliveira. Able to just glide through the bases. Oh, has to be coming to overextend. Does have to respect the Queens. Is rotating around. Meanwhile, Dark is double expanding, is getting his fourth and now his fifth base on the way. Again, taking these fringe bases, still not taking the center base. Not yet as the Banshees. Oh, they get 7 more drones. Oh my god. Again, you can see the value here. Sure, they don't have Cloak, they don't have Invisibility, but, I mean, we're making use of our abilities to control and micro instead. The Queens! Oh, they sneak up with the Banshees, and 1 Banshee goes down. Nicely done there by Dark. Regardless, they pay for themselves. 12 drones going down in total to the Banshees. Well worth 1 Banshee at least. Now the drop play is upon us. Stim is done. Oliveira going straight for the base, and Darky's out of position. He is out of position. Mutas is trying to push forward. Good target firing here out of Oliveira. Does get a Muta. Again, the Spire was prioritized here. He did get the Spire over 2-2. +1 range is on the way to have a decent Mutaflock here for Dark, now getting into his 2-2 upgrades. And Mutas are great to harass. They're not ideal when it comes to these head-on pushes. Dark, he's in trouble. Oliveira breaking through here with his tanks, with his Hellbats. Mutas are across the map. He's racing back home. And how many Banelings do we have to defend? Only 10. Where are the splits? We connect with the Hellbats, but there are so many Marines left over. Not enough Banelings. As I mentioned, so much gas was invested into these Mutas instead of Banelings, and what can we do with them? We can take down 1 tank. I mean, make good use here of the Mutas. But the Marines, we're stimming on forward. The man with gun is snowballing out of control. And without Ling Bane, what can we do? Then we're going for the full surround. Boys are being pulled, they have to be. And can we clean this up? We cannot. Good target firing. GG gets called, and Oliveira takes game number 2, tying up the series 1-1. GG. GG, very well done there by Oliveira. Again, he didn't even scout the Spire. He didn't know that Dark was investing into Mutas. Just happened to come across that. Once he saw the Mutas, bam, we pull the trigger, we unsiege the tanks, we move out with everything we have. And what could Dark do there? What could he do? As unfortunately, upon investing into all those Mutas, they melt against Marines. As we saw, they're just not ideal at all in the defense. We did need more Ling Bane there. Either more Ling Bane or the Mutas needed to buy time. Ideally, they need to force the army to turn around, to race back home instead, and to and to instead try to keep up with the harassment of the mutas. Unfortunately, that was not the case. And we have a tied series. We're going to the ace match. Whew, let's go. We go. Are you staying for WTL Code A or gonna sleep? We'll cast WTL after. Let's go. Catching up. Ready more champion. I don't remember him using mech in any of the 5 masters as rogue or mech. A lot of the Terran players nowadays have been, or they were incorporating mech before. Players like Clem, Bjorn, Maru, Oliveira as well. They were all sprinkling mech into their play in the past, but that might be changing here in the new patch. That's why I'm curious. That's why, again, the patch is still new, and I'm excited to see if they continue to dabble in mech or if they're just experimenting and they go back to bio instead. We'll see. We shall see. As here we go, we're getting into game number... we're getting into game number 3. The ace match is upon us. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The Red Zerg representing Talon Esports being forced into the ace match. Can he bounce back? The best Zerg player in South Korea, it is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Chinese Terran player, the blue Terran representing CranKy Z Gaming, the reigning world champion himself, forcing the ace match. Can he keep going? Can he go the distance here and make it to the next round? It is Oliveira. Let's go. Ooh, as Dark is going for a pull first. Interesting. Okay, so it's going to be a pull first build here out of Dark. Again, the rush by ground on Golden Aura is a little bit shorter, so you can be a little bit more assertive. So we'll see how Dark does commit. I imagine this is going to be for only a handful of lings. Typically, Dark, he'll go pull first, make a handful of lings, open up gasless as well, and with those lings, skirt around the edge of the map and try and delay the expansion of Oliveira. We'll see how hard he commits and how many lings he makes. Hatchery is on the way. The downside of this opener here from Dark, as there we go, we have 4 lings, 2 pairs of lings on the way, 3 pairs of lings, as 6 lings are going to be moving out. And again, their goal is to bypass the Reaper and get on top of this building CC. Now, the downside of this build is it's gasless, right? We have late ling speed, delayed gases. This traditionally does mean that Dark is going to be going to roaches. Remember, we said the same thing in game 1 on post-youth, where usually if Dark does open up gasless, it is going to be leading into roach committed play instead, as he's going for his third. There we go, third base on the way for Dark. Lings are moving out. Meanwhile, the Reaper of Oliveira is going to be moving out towards the right-hand side. Is spotted by the Overlord. Dark sees, he knows. He sees the Reaper, he knows he's free to just go straight for that base, and he's going for the CC. Meanwhile, the Reaper, when he gets across the map, is going to be running into a Queen. Not much for it to do. There we go, we have Link slipping in towards the main base. The SCV is pulled away from the command center. So we are delaying that CC. We managed to get 1 worker. Yeah, 1 SCV goes down. The Marine is kiting its heart out here, and again, we are delaying this expansion for so long. That is the goal here of these lings. And the Reaper comes back home. We clean them up. Looking at the unit loss tab, it was 6 lings for 1 SCV. This may look like a bad trade for Dark, but what's more important is how late the expansion is. That was the goal. That is what is important here. As we do see the Reaper now moving out. Again, Queens are in position. Dark just droning as heavily as he can. He is getting what he can, and yeah, with that, we do see Dark just going to be settling down and stabilizing here on these 3 bases. Again, just going to be defending with purely Queen. Something that's quite important about Golden Aura is because the natural and the third base are so close, you can get away with these gasless openers. This is not the first time we've seen Dark play gasless on this map, just because it doesn't take long at all for the queens to rotate in between the bases and to keep up with Hellion movement. So there's very little chance for Hellions to actually get into a middle line, so Dark is feeling pretty safe. Meanwhile, behind this, very fast double E-base, by the way. Okay, I mean, I say that. Third CC before starport, right into double E-base here of Oliveira, rushing into 1-1. Bearing in mind, Dark does not have a single Evo chamber of his own. And there's that Roach Warren that we spoke about. Again, because it was gasless, no link speed, Roach play from Dark. But again, the upgrade lead for Oliveira is going to be pretty massive. You would typically delay these E-bays a little bit longer and go into your starport production, followed by E-bays thereafter. Speaking of starports, this is going to hit like a truck. Okay, so a couple of things here. There is no starport. There is no starport for Oliveira. He's going for a second and a third racks first. This is almost like a TVP build, where you build up a pretty massive army on two bases. This is not all in. Oh my, we're going for another racks as well. Oh my god. Getting up to 4, getting up to 5 racks here. We're going to be building up a large bio force, and then we're going to be hitting a timing with those medevacs, with these upgrades later on down the line, with an abundance of marines. So a very aggressive style here out of Oliveira. Again, try to make use of these faster upgrades. Trying to make use of this mass bio army. We do see Dark moving out. Now he's only going to be applying a bit of pressure here. He's droning up behind this as he moves out with a handful of roaches and ravagers. Now, fun fact, Oliveira doesn't have an army. Because he invested into all these Raxes and all these upgrades, this is Oliveira's army. He has 2 marines. And Dark, is he going to end it here? Now the boys are being pulled. GG gets called. There's nothing to defend as Oliveira was cutting too many corners there, caught completely with his pants down. And I'm sure Dark is like, what just happened? GG gets called. Dark takes the win. GG, well played. Oliveira was cooking. Like, I loved his build. Like, it was so unique, so unorthodox for Oliveira to go for the double E-base after the third CC, to go into very fast 5 Raxes. It was going to hit a very strong timing, right? That was going to hit a very strong timing. But as we saw, because he was investing so heavily into his production, into his upgrades, he had no army. He had no units. He had 2 Marines and 2 Hellions. It was so greedy. It was so risky of a playstyle out of Oliveira. But if he was left alone, I mean, he would have popped off. If he was left alone, fortunately for Dark, he happened to be going into roaches and happened to be applying some pressure. It wasn't like Dark was looking to kill. Dark had no idea what Oliveira was doing. He was just poking with Roach Ravager. Remember, Dark was droning. He was droning, he was getting another base, he was working on his upgrades. He was just applying pressure with, it was, what was it, 4 Roaches and 2 Ravagers? Like, it was a handful of units, and there was nothing. There was just nothing to defend. GG. GG, Bobby. Aye. GG, well played. Dark stumbling into a win there in game number 3. With that, he will advance on to the semifinals. My condolences to Oliveira, but what I do appreciate, if you were watching the entirety of the series, is that Oliveira, he went for a different playstyle every game. It was very unique. Remember, game 1, we saw 3cc before factory into mech. Game 2, we saw a 3cc 111, not Cloak Banshee, but Hyperfight Rotor Banshee, and he was getting a lot of damage done with those Banshees into eventual push. And here in game 3, we saw a very unorthodox build going into double eBay, going into a third CC, into double eBay, into 5 racks. Obviously, really unique, really risky play here out of Oliveira, but again, you know, he's exploring a little bit here in this new patch. He's cooking, and let him cook, Papi, let him cook. I'm excited to see what Oliveira has to bring to the table in the coming weeks, in the coming months, because like, this is not standard play. Like, all 3 games here, this has not been standard play out of Oliveira. So I'm excited to see where this leads him down the line. I'm very excited. As we're going to be following Dark into the semifinals. Oh my god, he already has an opponent ready and waiting. Exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat. If you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves, let us quickly head on over. Dark takes down Oliveira 2-1. And in the semifinals, Raynor is patiently waiting. People were talking about it earlier. If you do not know, Raynor has been traveling. He is in Korea. Raynor, he's in Korea with the purpose of competing in GSL, in the next season of GSL. So Raynor, he has been streaming. I believe he's currently streaming his POV from his Korean apartment. And Raynor, this is his first EPT Asia Weekly in Korea, and he's doing well. He 2-0's Nightmare, he 2-0's Solar, and now he's up against Dark in the upper semifinals. And that is what we are casting next. So I do need a moment here to set things up. Do need a moment to set up this upcoming ZVZ. Scrolling down a little bit as our players are conducting their vetoes, we do see Björn took down Coffee 2-0. Björn is waiting for either Rogue or Cyan. The lower half of the bracket is actually taking a little bit longer. We're already ready to crown our first finalist. Like we're already getting into the semifinals, so we're kind of speed running our way through the upper half. Lower half is delayed. What this means is that we're going to be casting the upper semifinals, and once we do wrap this up, we're going to be heading over to the lower semifinals, or even the lower quarterfinals. It means that we get to cast a little bit more. Like, typically we would be casting the semis, and then the grand finals, and then the tournament would end. We'd be done. But it looks like we have the luxury of catching some of these lower matches as well. Speaking of the lower matches, Creator 2-0's Hero, big win. PvP is a very volatile matchup. We have seen Hero, Classic, Nightmare, and Creator trade and go back and forth. I would still say that Hero, of course, he's still an amazing player, and I would favor him in general. I would say that he has a stronger PvZ and PvT, but PvP is still a bit of a coin flip. I don't want to say completely, but a bit of a coin flip, and alas, Creator is able to take advantage of Hero there. Upsets can happen, and PvP is wild. GG, well played. Creator does take the 2-0. Scoring down, we have Gumiho taking down... Gumiho, he takes down DRG 2-1. Big win there out of Gumiho. Dongregu and Gumiho are pretty similar in skill. They're pretty comparable. And in the end, Gumiho does come out on top this time over DRG, and he's up against Creator in the quarterfinals. Scrolling up, Cyan is still up against Rogue, and Björn is still waiting for the winner of that series as well. I believe Wardy and Beomorph, they're in this portion of the bracket. I believe Wardy and Beomorph, they were casting Rogue versus Classic. Big win, by the way. I glossed over it. But Rogue takes down Classic 2-1. GG. Very well done here. Big win for Rogue, bringing Classic down. Very impressive stuff. I mentioned before, Rogue, he's only been back like 2 weeks. Like, he's only been back like less than a month, and for Rogue to be beating Classic, that is impressive. Is this a one-off, or is this a trend? Too early to tell. I will say that it's too early to tell here whether or not Rogue is back in form and it can go toe-to-toe with like Dark and Solar and Raynor and Serral and all these other big names. I do think that it's too early, but that's a good sign. That's a good sign that Rogue, it's like, you know, riding a bike. He's already just settling into his Zerg play, and to beat Classic is very, very impressive. GG. With that, we're getting into our first semifinals of ESL Open Cup Asia 222, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports, the best Zerg player in all of South Korea. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, going for a 15-15, as he is very fond of this opener in every single matchup, we have the Italian Zerg player traveling to South Korea, playing on even ping with the other Koreans out there, by the way, and streaming his POV representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. Here we go. Dark versus Raynor. Again, it's going to be 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool into delayed gases. This has been the go-to opener for Raynor for like 6 months, for at least all of this year. Whether it's against Terran, Protoss, or Zerg, we see this opener a lot from Raynor. I don't know if I've heard like interviews from him as to why that is, but it is a very safe way to play. It's a very safe opener, and Raynor, he's quite fond of it nowadays. Behind this is going to be a much more standard hatch gas pool out of Dark. Standard opener out of Dark, safe opener out of Raynor. I guess it makes sense, especially in the Korean ZVZ meta, for Raynor to play safely and to be a little bit more secure early on so he doesn't get cheesed out and doesn't fall to early game aggression like 12 pools, 13 12s, you know, pool first or gas first builds. Again, this opener does mean that your queens are faster. Because of the faster spawning pool, faster queens, they're lined up, and we can drone from here. As Raynor, he's defending with purely queen, and he's not making any links. As we settle into our ZVZ. No pans, Pappy, no pans. I'm catching up in the chat. Raynor, so typically a 15-15 opener, because the gases are delayed, this usually leads into 2-base Roach. I should have emphasized that before reading the chat. But this usually leads into 2-base Roach. Speaking of, Eva Chamber's on the way, and we should be walling off here with the Roach Warren. You can see that Link speed has been skipped, so 2-base Roach here from Raynor. Meanwhile, Dark, he is going to be free to expand, take his third base, and drone off from here. Dark is going to have the better economy, Raynor will have the better tech. Oh, but I spoke too soon! This is crazy. This is crazy. This is wild. This is a mind game. So this looks like 2-base Roach, but alas, we can see +1 melees on the way. We should be throwing down a Roach Warren to sell the story, which is basically we're trying to give false information here to Dark. Roach Warren's on the way. Link's speed should be on the horizon here for Raynor, and Raynor, he's going for a Link Flood. Now, the reason why this works, and the reason why this build is terrifying, is because Dark should be skipping his Bailey Nest. The reason why is that Dark, based on what he's seen, Dark sees no third, he sees the Roach Warren, it's 2-base Roach, right? Which means most likely Raynor skip Link speed, which means there's no reason to throw down a Bailey Nest. You don't want to be inefficient in ZVZ, in a mirror matchup. So Dark, he's skipping his Bailey Nest as he should, going into Roach play, and that means he will not have Bailings to defend against the Link Flood. Dark needs to realize what's going on as quickly as possible to mass up Links and to be ready for the eventual assault. As Raynor's going to be banking up Links. He should be banking up Links here. Lair is on the way. Queens are in position. And we do see Dark. He hasn't droned up too much, bear that in mind. Dark's still very tentative when it comes to his own droning. And there it is, 20 Links on the horizon here for Raynor. With this Lair, with these gases, are we going for a Nidus? No shot. I'm curious, or maybe we're just working on the next step here. Yeah, as Raynor, he's taking his third base. Lings are soon about to flood out. Again, we're still waiting for our upgrades. Lings have been seen. There we go, big reveal. Dark, he now sees all these Lings back at home. He should be getting ready. We do have Roaches on the way. Queens are going to be amassing. We do see Dark trying to buy some time here. As Lings are moving on. I love this. Dark, he's just dragging the army out of position. Buying time, but Raynor, he's having none of it. He's going across the map. And back at home, the Roaches, they have arrived. Has Dark bought enough time? Raynor, he does try to flood it, he does get surrounded. Oh, but Dark, he's in position. Yeah, the Roaches, they come out just in time, and Dark, he does defend. Behind this, I was curious, what was the lair for? I was trying to piece it together. Mutas. It's going to be Ling Muta here from Raynor. Which does make sense. Again, you know, we have plenty of gas to spare. Rushing into those Mutas. Lings, they're keeping the Roaches busy. That's what's important right now. Now, this Link Flood didn't do too much damage. We do catch a couple of Roaches. Very nice pickup here. We get one. We get two. 3 Roaches going to be going down. Very nice pickups. At the same time, Lings, they do slip into that natural base. Good target firing. 4 drones go down. And what we're doing here is we're just keeping Dark back at home. And Dark, he has no idea what's coming. He has no idea that Mutas are on the way. Spine Crawler is being thrown down by Raynor. He knows that he's going to be triggering an all-in from Dark. Once the Mutas are revealed, Dark is most likely to move out with his Roaches. And Dark, he's just underprepared. He's just not ready for this. He has how many queens? 3. Dark has 3 queens. That is his anti-air. We have 7 Mutas on the way. We cancel the Spine Crawlers. Oh my god. The confidence out of Raynor. To cancel the Spine Crawlers, Dark, he does slip into the main base. He sees the lair. And he will come across that Spire as well. Big scout here out of Dark, but is it too little too late? Instantly, queens are on the way. You can see a 4th and a 5th queen in production for Dark. Is pumping out those queens. Taking gases. We might see some spores as well. Mutas, they have arrived. And Dark, can he minimize his losses here? No spores. Bold move. I mean, no spores, but Raynor, he's not going across the map. He's focusing on shutting down these overlords. He does supply block Dark. Dark does get supply blocked. Baneling Nest on the way, so Raynor is committed to Ling Bane and Muta. He's committing to Mass Muta. Without Spores, this is a little bit scary here for Dark, but so far he's keeping up with the rotations with his queens. Roaches is still amassing. There we go. We have one Spore here at the third. Muta's a deny some mining at the Gas Geyser. Let's rotate around. As we do rotate around, Overlord is going to be shut down. And Raynor, he does back off. Now, throughout all this, Raynor, he's still making mutas. Like, he's still just pumping out more mutas, still just building up his army. Dark, meanwhile, is getting into spellcasters. That is an infestation bit on the way. Now, as a reminder, the infestation bit, or the infestor, was changed, and now when it does spawn out, it does have NG for a fungal. That was like 2 patches ago. But you can fungal immediately, and we will need those infestors. Not just infestors, but also vipers. Hydrogen has been thrown down. Dark, he's turtling up and getting into Hydrolurker Viper. And Raynor, he's catching up in economy. Now he's able to saturate his third, getting into his fourth. Raynor has map control. And Dark is just trying to turtle up as best he can. There are those infestors that we spoke about for those fungal growths. That's a way to lock down the mutas. Now, if you're familiar with Dark ZVZ, then you would know that this is Dark's forte. Dark, he's more than willing to turtle up and go into Hydrolurker Viper in ZVZ. We've seen many a 40 or 50-minute game from Dark in ZVZ in the last map pool. Back on Gressvan, may forget about it. Dark on Gressvan, once he loaded into a ZVZ, it's like, okay, we're going to be here for an hour. Like, Dark, he is so keen to do this. We have walls, we have spore crawlers. Basically, Dark, he's just walling up and turtling. And he's gonna stay turtling until he maxes out with Hydrolurker Viper. Again, it's been a while since we've casted a ZVZ like this from Dark, but again, if you're familiar with his history, you would know that this is just how he enjoys to play it out. There it is, Hydras are amassing, Lurker Dead is on the way. I don't expect Dark to move out anytime soon. Meanwhile, I do appreciate that Raynor's transitioning. It would be a little bit hard-headed of Raynor to commit to just continued mass muta production against spellcasters. Raynor knows that this army has it doesn't have the most longevity available here. So because of that, Lurker Den is on the way, Hydra Den is done, Hive is on the way. We're getting to Hydrolurker Viper versus Hydrolurker Viper. Not the most exciting kind of playstyle, but yeah, it's kind of like mech v mech, but the Zerg version. The Zerg version of mech v mech. I mean, the mutas are still getting damaged on. They get into the main. Oh, we find an opening. The main base is vulnerable. We get on top of the Lurker Den as well. Oh, we can't afford to lose that Lurker Den down to half HP. One more volley, and we do snipe it. Fungal does connect, but we barely do get away. A good chunk of mutas go down, but a good trade here for Raynor. That was huge. Losing the Lurker Den was massive. That's a big delay here for Dark. As Raynor, he's finishing up his own Lurker Den. And how do you Hydrolurker Viper without the Lurker? That's the thing here. Dark, he's just settling into... He still hasn't rebuilt it, which is interesting. Okay, there we go. Lurker Den is being rebuilt. 2 Lurker Dens. This makes sense. The reason why you would want 2, because we're behind, because we're late, Lurkers have 2 upgrades. We're going to be going for double upgrades here at once to catch up. Parasitic Bomb's going to be thrown down. Good splits here out of Raynor. Again, these mutas, they're already dead at this point. Like Raynor knows that they've served their purpose. They're going to be thrown away. Raynor, he's remaxing with his own Vipers, with his own Hydras, with his own Lurkers. Now, something that I have to be a little bit critical of is that this entire time, as we mentioned, Dark has been turtling, Dark has been staying at home, and Raynor has had map control. What has Raynor done with that map control? We're on 5 bases, true. I do think that Raynor could have been a little bit greedier here and engulfed and taken over more of the map. As Raynor's on 5 bases, Dark, he isn't that far behind. He's now getting his own 5th, despite the fact that Dark has been stuck at home. That is a little bit concerning. Again, the fact that Raynor, I would have liked to have seen him take a little bit more advantage of Dark and Dark's position here. Regardless, Raynor has had the better economy. Raynor, I believe, has been able to take up quite well. Going for the gold. This is what I wanted, Bobby. Go for the gold, Bobby. Go for the gold. Raynor taking a bit of a risk here, but again, I do like this just because Raynor has map control. He denies the 5th base of Dark. keeping him pinned back. We have a Hydra Lurker Viper Force, but not ideal. This is still in its infancy. As Dark somehow sneaks out across the map. He sneaks out with a couple of roaches, gets a couple of drone kills. Not too bad. Gets 5 lurkers, gets the hell out of there. You can see Dark getting into his double upgrades for his lurkers to catch up. At the same time, Tunneling Pool Roach is moving out once again, and Raynor, he's having a hard time keeping up. What do we have to defend? Spine Crawlers are still on the way. Raynor, he is vulnerable, and Dark is getting damage done. Okay, very impressive here. Tunneling Pool Roaches, they do get in. Yeah, drones are going down, forcing a big reaction out of Raynor. This does allow Dark to expand. Dark, he was having a hard time getting a 5th, and now it's on the way. We do manage to get the base. Roaches are going down. We do catch a good chunk of roaches here. Good cleanup out of Raynor. Very nice cleanup. Nidus Worms are on the way. 3-3 on the horizon. Looks like Dark is going to get there first with +3 carapace. +3 range is already done. Raynor, he's working on it. Containing his opponents. Building up. Is building up here. Lings, they do catch a couple of Hydras. Nice pickup. And I should be looking at the unit stat here. Okay, comparing the army sizes, we have 21 lurkers for Dark. That's a lot of lurkers against the 8 lurkers of Raynor. Oh boy. So when it comes to a ground fight, Dark has the advantage. He's got 21 lurkers. He's got 4 infestors. He's got plenty of vipers as well. He has a solid anti-ground army, but what Raynor lacks in lurkers, he makes up for in mobility. Nidus Worm is going to get shut down. Only 1 lurker gets out. He does burrow, but is going to be shut down. Another Nidus on the way. Should not finish. But again, Dark, he knows what he needs in this kind of game state, and that is Mass Lurker. Now, the way that ZVZ evolves here, it goes from Lingbane into Roach Ravager v Roach Ravager, into Hydra Lurker Viper play, into Viper play. Like, at a certain point, we have like, what, 4 Vipers. 4 Vipers here for Dark, 7 Vipers for Raynor. That Viper count is going to get higher as the game progresses, because it's going to be all about abductions, all about blinding clouds, parasitic bombs. Good yoink there in the Overseer. Likewise, the counter yoinks on these lurkers. Again, you can see that lurkers, they're going to be sieged up, but we're not ever going to be diving in with the lurkers. We're going to be focusing on these abductions instead. That's why the Vipers are key here. Meanwhile, Dark, he does catch some of the lurkers of Raynor. Yeah, lurkers are getting caught out. Raynor rotating back around. He does take a fungal to the face. And Dark, he's sending it right through the middle. Oh, this is a bold move. Bold move out of Dark here, going right through the center. Forcing Raynor back home. Parasitic bombs are thrown out. Vipers are going down. Dark running out of Vipers. Down to 1. But this is a good position for him. Wedging himself in between the bases, and he does have the lurker lead. Raynor, he's down to 5 lurkers. Good abductions, though. But the lurkers, they managed to waddle away. They waddle away, they re-burrow. And Dark going for the kill. Again with his mass lurker army. Something that Raynor was lacking. Does get a couple more lurkers. Good pickups. Speaking of, more lurkers are on the way. Again, no Vipers for Dark. He can't abduct. The lack of Vipers is really hurting Dark. He cannot gain any ground. He's having a hard time gaining ground. Ooh, as does burrow by accident there. A bit of miscontrol. Lurkers going down. Dark is falling apart a little bit. But he will get the base. He will take down the hatchery. The goal base is still up and running towards the left-hand side. And it looks like Dark may be headed in that direction. Yeah, he peels off his Hydras, going for the gold. He has control of the low ground. And we need more Vipers here. Dark refusing to make any. Nice doing another lurker. Bottom left is going to be going down. Raynor, he gets knocked down to 4 bases. That's 2 bases falling here for Raynor. Good push here from Dark. But he's going to get the hell out of here. And oh, he may be losing these lurkers. Yeah, we yoink 2 of them. We get a 3rd. And Dark, he has to back up. There we go. Now we see Dark getting into his own Viper production. How many lurkers does Dark have left? 2. 2 lurkers left for Dark. And Raynor does force the army back, but his economy is struggling. Retaking top right. Oh, a little bit off center, but the base is on the way. Again, just a really chaotic moment here for Raynor. But he dealt with the army. He has the lurker lead. Now Raynor can counterattack, but look at this position. We have so much stack defense. Spine crawlers, spore crawlers, the high ground. This is something that Raynor's lacking, by the way. He's got stack defense here at his triangular base, but not at the linear third. Again, Dark turtling up so hard earlier. Now able to hold the line. And you can see, how can Raynor push in? He cannot. Raynor can deny this base on the low ground, but pushing up these ramps, that's a tough ask. Now to swarm across the map. Dark, he does deny the gold. We're going to try and push in. Vipers, they do abduct each other. Raynor unable to gain any ground. Nidus on the way across the map. Raynor, has he spotted it? He has. He sees, he knows. This will drag him back home. Does get here in time. Dark just non-stop Nidus swarms. And what's important here, this Nidus forced Raynor to come back home, and Dark, he expands. This low ground base should have been denied here. Raynor should have been able to be here to stop it. But Dark, he gets it up and running. He gets the base, now he's moving out. And Raynor, these low ground bases, they're so vulnerable. And once again, they're going to be going down for a second time. That's why Dark, he didn't take the space until now, until he has map control. That's a kill, not a cancel on the gold. Another kill on this hatchery as well. Raynor once again down to 4 bases. Still unable to mine from top right. Yeah, Dark, he collapses in this position. He does take down some of these lurkers. Raynor, though, getting ready for his own surround. Raynor looking to collapse on this, and Dark, is he caught out? Uh-oh. We need Nidus. We need a Nidus worm. Dark, he needs to get the hell out of here, and he might be trapped. Again, a Nidus would be ideal, but alas, I think we just threw one down across the map. Yeah, big abductions here. Oh my god, Dark, he's crazy. He's holding his ground, and he's going to get picked apart. Some more lurkers falling. Yeah, big pickoffs here. Nidus swarm in the main, it will not finish. And again, because of the lack of Vipers, we're just able to Blinding Cloud push on forward. Dark, he does get a couple of spine shots off. Ooh, does trade. Yeah, takes down a lot of roaches, a lot of hydras. Oh my god, Raynor, he bleeds out everything. It's a meat grinder. Oh my god. Raynor, he throws caution to the wind. The Nidus finishes in the main base, and Dark, he's running away with this. He cleans up the main army. He gets into the main as well. What happened here? Basically, Raynor, he aped. He just said screw it. He threw down Blinding Clouds, and he moved in instead of slowly, meticulously just taking out these lurkers one after the other. He was abducting them beautifully, but eventually he just gave up on that. And as a result, Dark, he's snowballing out of control. He's pushing out. The main base has been broken. We're getting into the third. And Dark, he's pulling Raynor apart. Raynor, he was doing so well. Like, again, this army here towards the bottom of it should have died. It should have been completely cleaned up. But alas, somehow, some way, Dark, he pulls it off. Does pull it off in the end. And Raynor, despite having all these Vipers, didn't fully make use of them. Dark, he's getting the hell out of here. Now, to be fair, Raynor still has a bank. He may have lost his main. He may have lost a bunch of tech. May have lost his army. Jesus, Raynor, he's down to 39 drones. He has a bank, but that's all he has. And did I say Raynor has a bank? He just burned through it. He just burned through his bank. And Dark, he's running away with this. You can see here moving forward with the spores and spine crawlers. Lurker harass, it's not going to work. Oh, we do get in. Did you manage to barely get away? In the top right, Dark taking a fresh base. Lurker still not buried. Yeah, Blinding Cloud's thrown down here. Dark bullying back the army. How many lurkers do we have? We have 8 lurkers here for Raynor. Only 1 in the main army, though. Only 1 was borrowed, I meant to say. Yeah, the lurker is cleaned up. And again, Dark, he has an economy. He's on 54 workers. He's able to rebuild. He's able to remax. Raynor needs time. As Raynor, he's desperately redroning. He is desperately redroning here. Raynor can still take a good fight, by the way. Gets a lurker. Takes down the lurker, takes down some of the queens. The counter abductions. Taking down the detection. Again, the detection is also a resource here in the lurker v lurker. There's one overseer for Raynor. We have more on the way. Oh, they're back at home. Guys, we do see another Nidus Swarm on the way in the natural base. Raynor trying to get back into his hive. Remember, Raynor, his hive was sniped, which means he cannot make any more Vipers. The lair has been built. Hive going to be on the horizon. Here we go. We do see Dark trying to rotate around again, trying to pick away at this army. He's building up his own bank. Still being very quite careful here, as we have plenty of Vipers, plenty of spellcasters. Do abduct some of those Hydras. As Raynor, he's at least redroning, still on a less than ideal worker count, but he's getting there. Hive is being rebuilt. Lurker Den is being rebuilt as well. Remember, all that tech was killed in the main base, and Raynor, he still cannot rebuild any of those lurkers. They're trading a Viper for a Viper. Good power bomb here on the lurkers. Ooh, a lot of lurkers going down. Sorry, a lot of Vipers taking a lot of damage there from the power bomb. Ay. As this window of opportunity with the destroyed tech, I feel like it's slowly closing here. Dark had a big advantage. Hasn't really pressed it though. Dark has been more on the defensive. But now Dark is maxed out, and now he's finally moving out once again. Look at the units tab. Dark has 27 lurkers against the 6 lurkers of Raynor. Oh my god. That's a lot of lurkers, papi. 27. Oh, did you pick a couple off? Good yoinks, good abductions. We can see the Dark, he's just walking into the third base. Nothing to stop him. The tech is vulnerable once again. The Lurker Den is here. And it's going to be going down. How do we push into this? We can't. Hive is still on the way. We're down to 3 Vipers. Oh, the Lurkers are going ham here. So many spines just going off of these Hydras. We get the counter abductions. And Dark, he's slowly pushing forward, gaining ground, moving towards that natural base. More abductions coming in. And Raynor, he's down to 6 lurkers. He has half his army here in position. And this push is inevitable. And then eventually Dark, he's going to break through. Roach Warren goes down. And it's just a numbers game at this point. There's only so much the Raynor can do to hold on. Again, more Vipers have just spawned. Just came out. The counter abductions. Ooh, picking up some lurkers. And again, we have a finite amount of lurkers available here for Raynor. Only has a handful left. GG gets called. It's just too much, and Dark will take game number 1. Ooh, GG. GG, well played. Dark is able to take the first game here, flexing his speciality. Again, Dark has for a time I would have said he has the best Hydra Lurker Viper late game ZVZ. I do think that Serral has comparable, if not better, late game ZVZ, but I would say Dark and Serral are top 2. When it comes to specifically the late game ZVZ dynamic, Dark, he is so well versed. He's so comfortable in that position. We've seen him time and time again pick apart many a Zerg player up there, whether it's players like Raynor here or Solar, Shin. Like, Dark is a beast if he gets to that point. Again, can make use of lurkers and Vipers like no other, and GG, well played. What I will say though, you know, as much as Dark took that game, and Dark now has a lead in the series. A big shout out to Raynor, because what I will say is that Raynor had some very nice Viper control. Time and time again, we saw Raynor out-trade Dark. Even though Raynor, for a while there, he was down in economy and down in bases, he was able to trade beautifully, able to pick away at the Vipers or the Lurkers. Again, just some really nice control out of Raynor. Unfortunately, we saw that the multitasking and the non-stop pressure that Dark was exuding there, especially towards the end, with the non-stop Nidus Worms, the Lurker and Roach counterattacks, Dark eventually broke through, and he eventually snowballed out of control. Raynor eventually succumbed to the aggression of Dark. But it was close. It was on a knife's edge for a very long time there. It wasn't until that fight towards the bottom left, it wasn't until that fight where Dark's Lurkers were trapped, and even though they were trapped, they survived. Like, again, that should not have happened. Like, that was a pivotal moment. If Raynor were to be able to meticulously pick apart and clean that army up, alongside denying the Nidus Worm in the main base, different game, potentially different outcome as well. Like, that was the moment when Dark essentially won, is when he was able to win on both fronts, both bottom left and in the main base. But it wasn't easy to get to that point. Was not easy, and I was very impressed by Raynor and how he was able to keep up, if not surpass Dark when it came to that individual unit micro. Very impressive stuff there out of Raynor. Very impressive. Alas, did end up taking the loss there, but it was still a very close game. It was a beautiful game, and now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The Red Zerg representing Talon Esports, leading the series 1-0. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player representing Basilisk. It is Raynor. Here we go. Also, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout out to Dallycat in the chat. Thank you so much for resubscribing for 71 months. Such a long time. Dallycat, of course, is now one of our own, one of the CranKy Ducklings, and she was one of our first supporters on the channel as well, even before she was a CranKy Duckling. So thank you so much, Dally, for the support for the 71 months. Gracias. Gracias. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. And good to see you again. Good to see you. Fun fact, Dally used to even cast every now and then. Used to cast a little bit on the channel from time to time. Many, many years ago. Many years ago. Thank you so much. Oh, as we're settling in, once again, it's going to be, I believe, 15-15. No, my apologies. This is going to be a interesting pool first. Okay, so it's going to be a pool first opener here by Raynor. Pool into Hatch into Gas Geyser. A bit of a more aggressive build here, and this does make sense as we get a standard Hatch Gas pool out of Dark. Okay, so very quickly, as we get into this, we're loading into Ghost River. Ghost River, short rushes by ground. The shortest rush distance map in the map pool. It's 31 seconds. 31 seconds to go from main base to main base. And even shorter, of course, from natural to natural. So Raynor, he's moving out with his first couple of lings. This is not an all-in. Again, it's a pool first. The goal here for Raynor is to apply pressure and to kill drones. His goal here is to get some worker kills, if at all possible. 1, 2 drones, 3 drones is all he's looking for. Easier said than done, as the lings, they have arrived. And again, the lings, they get here a lot faster because of the map, because it is Ghost River. Drone is forced back. You can see he's caping the eggs. Oh, trying to cape the eggs, but alas, Dark, he does slip away. Does manage to slip away, and so far, Dark, he's able to keep his... Oh, never mind. He does end up losing one of those drones. Raynor, he does get into the main. You can see Dark trying to anticipate the movement here of Raynor. Oh, he does turn back around. Does get a ling. Does manage to get a ling, and Raynor, he has been droning behind this. Dark rushing into a Bailey nest. Oh my, he's going all in. Dark is going all in. Raynor, he does not see the Bailey nest. Big moment here for Dark. Dark, he sees the pull first, and he's going for a Bane Bust. He's going for an all-in, and Raynor, he's droning. I mean, why wouldn't he be? Right? He's been droning up behind this as he should, getting into Bailing speed, or a Bailing nest, sorry. Link speed is on the way. Now, because Raynor went pull first, Dark knows. Because Raynor went pull first, Dark, he knows that Raynor, his gas is late, Link speed is late, and there's a window. There's a big window here where Dark has Link speed, and Raynor does not. Likewise, there's a window where Dark has Bailings, and Raynor doesn't either. Okay, here we go. Link speed is finishing up. Dark is going to be sending it across the map. You can see Link speed is still on the way here for Raynor. He has 2 queens. And he may have some SimCity. Raynor, he's going for a third base. Okay, pulls back. Does pull back. Lings have been spotted. And it's all or nothing for Dark. Raynor desperately trying to wall up. He does throw down that Evo chamber. Queens are in position. Good wall off. Banelings are on the way. Raynor, he's holding. So far, so good. But the Queen gets surrounded. The high energy Queen as well. Big pick off. Queen goes down. Banelings are a couple of seconds away. And they're going to finish. They do not. The Banelings do not finish. Darky breaks on through. We have 2 more Banelings on the way. We have 1 Baneling on the way, and it does complete, but Darky breaks through into the natural bases. 1 Baneling left. Decent connection, but Darky has done it. He's broken the back here of Raynor. More Lings are on the way. The Queens have fallen. Boys are being pulled. Yeah, and with these Banelings, Raynor, he's being forced back. He's being zoned away, and we're getting into the main base. Getting into the mineral line. Banelings are connecting. Dark not wasting his Banelings either. GG gets called, and Darky takes the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. We've seen both sides here. We have seen both sides. Both sides from Dark. Game 1, of course, was a long macro game. Went all the way to Hydra Lurker Viper. We got to experience the late game of Dark. Here, in game number 2, we saw something a little bit different here. Here in game 2, we saw the aggressiveness here of Dark. Going for a Bane Bust. Again, punishing the opener of Raynor. To wind it back, remember, Raynor, he went for a pull first. Delayed gas, delayed Link speed, delayed Baneling Nest in favor of Link aggression. And unfortunately, Raynor did not see the Baneling Nest. If he had seen the Baneling Nest, different game. He probably fully walls off. He does take a more defensive stance, able to get his natural base situated and survive a little bit longer to get into his Banelings. Such a close defense nonetheless. Such a close defense, and Dark, he barely does break through. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Dark. My condolences to Raynor. But what I will say is that even though Raynor got 2-0'd here, Raynor, he still had an amazing series. He still had a very good showing in game 1 against Dark. And remember, don't take away from Raynor, because Raynor, he took down Solar and Nightmare to get here. Raynor, he 2-0'd Solar and he 2-0'd Nightmare. So Raynor had a beautiful run despite losing to Dark here. Dark is literally the best Zerg player in South Korea. You don't get better than Dark in Korea, so there's no shame in dropping a series to him at all. And on top of that, I'm sure this is a good learning experience for Raynor as well, in preparation for GSL. GG, well played. With that, we have our first finalist. It is going to be Dark, and we are here to determine who is going to be facing off against Dark in those finals. Who is it going to be, as we switch our scenes over and have a look at the bracket. Here we go. Here we go. Okay, from the top, we're going to be scrolling on down. Dark, of course, waiting in the finals. Meanwhile, we have Cyan. Oh my god, I was not expecting that. Seeing Rogue take down Classic was very impressive, and I was praising Rogue, if you remember. But if you look here in the round of 16, Cyan pops off again. You cannot underestimate the Chinese Protoss players. Cyan, Jeshi, and Firefly. The 3 of them are beasts, and they do take down Koreans from time to time. Players like Hero, players like Rogue. Clearly, as Cyan takes down Rogue 2-0, very impressive. To kind of like hammer down that point. Even here in the round of 16, you can see Firefly versus Oliveira. Of course, Oliveira, he's the reigning world champion. He's one of the best players out there. And even Firefly brought Oliveira to an ace match. So again, you cannot underestimate these Chinese Protoss players. They are terrifying. And yes, Cyan, he does take down Rogue 2-0. Big win for Cyan. Now he's up against Beyond in the quarterfinals. Scoring down, we have Gumiho versus Creator. It has wrapped up. Gumiho takes down Creator 2-1. Big win there for Gumiho. Very well done here. Brings down Creator, and he's waiting in the semifinals for a Terran or Protoss player. So we have a Zerg in the finals, and it's not going to be a mirror matchup finals. Thankfully, that is what matters here. It's not going to be a mirror matchup. It is going to be a Zerg versus Terran or Protoss. Who exactly will make it through? We have 3 players left: Byun, Cyan, and Gumiho. Here we go. Meanwhile, I believe Wardy and Behemoth, they're mid-series. They're actually casting Byun versus Cyan as we speak. Bjorn is leading the series against Cyan 1-0. Is leading the series. That does mean that we are either going to be casting Bjorn versus Cyan Game 3 if Cyan forces the ace match, or we're going to be casting Bjorn versus Gumiho in a TVT in the lower semis. So we are going to get ready for that. Just quickly double checking, they are 12 minutes into their game. They're 12 minutes into their game, so we have some downtime. Basically, there's one series left, that's Bjorn versus Cyan, and we're going to be waiting for that to wrap up before we get into our next series. We are going to be waiting here. Whew. And to be fair, I'm more than happy to wait. That was a very intense ZVZ. That was a wild matchup, and I'm happy to have experienced it. Again, like, it's great to see Raynor competing in Korea and playing in these online weeklies, and you know, because I've been a little bit under the weather, because I've been traveling, I have been missing out on some ESL Asia casts, and I do miss it. I do miss it. I do regret not being able to cast as often these past like 2 weeks. But now we're back. We're back into full stride, and these have been amazing games, and I expect the amazing matches to continue here in the rest of the tournament. Someone was asking earlier about WTL. Someone was asking earlier about World Team League. World Team League is poised to begin when in 33 minutes. Ooh, that's going to be a close one. So World Team League is starting in 33 minutes. We will be casting World Team League after ESL Asia. We're going to be focusing on ESL Asia first. We're going to be wrapping it up. And then after ESL Open Cup Asia, then we're going to be casting World Team League afterwards. So back-to-back broadcasts here. Yeah, we won't be like cutting ESL Asia to cast WTL when it starts. We're going to be waiting for ESL Asia to finish first instead. Just as a heads up, in case there were people, you know, curious about World Team League and curious about the broadcast, that is going to be our plan. Catching them in the chat. Such a slim timing. A second or two later and Raynor might have held. 100%. Right? Winding it back when it came to the final moments of that game, those bailings from Raynor, they were literally like 2 seconds away from finishing. He had, if you remember, he had two bailings morphing in behind the wall, and they barely didn't finish because Dark broke through. They were seconds away from finishing. Like, that was such a close game to end it all there, and you're right? Like, given a couple of extra seconds and could have been a different game, Raynor might have held. That's how brutal and how unforgiving ZVZ is. Well, StarCraft is. StarCraft, it is an unforgiving game in general. Yes, true. Here we go. To me, it always looks like Dark is not a pro SC2 player. He just happened to be one of the best in SC2, but organizes tournaments around his life. Just makes it quick if he has anything planned afterwards. I'm not so certain about that. I do know that Dark, I mean, like, for example, like you say, oh, Dark, he likes, you know, these fast games and he goes all in. I mean, compare that to game one. Game one was like, what, a 45-minute game, right? It was like the pinnacle of late game ZVZ, which is what Dark is best at. I think it's, I would say more that Dark, he has amazing mid and late game, but Dark, he's a player, he's the kind of player that when he sees an opportunity, when he sees an opening, when he sees that he can like take advantage of like you as a player or abuse you in some way, he'll go for it, right? If you show any weakness, Dark, he will commit and will go for it. And at times it doesn't work. At times he all-ins and it falls on its face, and then he loses the series. You know, we see that a lot against Hero, for example. We see that a lot when Hero and Dark face off. But as we saw in that last game, in game number 2, again, whenever Dark sees an opportunity, like whenever the stars align, like he can like foresee the stars aligning ahead of time, and he's just so quick to commit and so quick to throw down a Bailey Nest or throw down a Roach Warren and just send it. He has that killer instinct like no other, and I do think that's like a big feature of Dark, and that's a big feature of his play. It is very iconic of Dark, I would say. It's something that you kind of like correlate with him as a player. And it's really nice, like it's really entertaining as a result. He's not afraid to get down and dirty, you know? No shame, Bobby, no shame. Here we go. catching up. I'm catching up. But otherwise, it looks like we are going to be going on that short break. Looks like Beyond and Cyan, they're 17 minutes into the game. So take this moment to take a break, right? Just take a moment to get some water, get some snacks, get some food, go to the bathroom. You know what time it is? It's time to drain your disruptors, papi, massage your marines, tuck in your tempest, and stretch your roaches. And once we return in a couple of minutes, we'll be back with some more StarCraft. We'll be back with the lower half of the bracket. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Open Cup Asia number 222. Welcome to the lower semifinals. We just wrapped up with the upper semis with Dark versus Rainer. We have our first finalists, and now we're here to determine who faces off against Dark in those grand finals. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Byeon. Shopify Rebellion. Yeah, that's good. Going too quick, Pappy. Going too quick. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the red Terran, representing his new team, Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And we are kicking things off with a proxy 2-Rax. Byeon moves out with 2 SCVs. The Raxes are going to be on the way, and this is going to be a fast TVT. Again, Korean TVT is like no other. Aggression is going to be common here, commonplace, and Gumiho thankfully opens up double gas. Okay, couple of things here. Double gas opener from Gumiho. This tells me that he's going to be going for a Rax followed by a factory here. With the factory follow-up, he's going to be gaining access to Hellion production, and he should be able to defend against this. He will have the tools he needs to defend as long as he's able to control micro, pull the boys, and minimize his losses until he buys time for that eventual Hellion. If Gumiho had gone for a single gas opener, if he had gone for a Rax expand, he would be in a lot more trouble. If he had gone for as he is going reactor first. Okay, gonna be a reactor first build here out of Gumiho, so it's gonna take a little bit longer to get into his Reapers. I'm a little bit concerned here for Gumiho. There's that factory on the way, but this does mean that his first Reaper is going to be delayed, and Byeon is going to be moving out. So we'll see if Gumiho can minimize his SCV losses. We'll see if he can minimize those losses here. As here we go, the Reapers are amassing for Byeon. Reactor does finish. Gumiho just gonna be checking, just gonna be scouting here outside of his natural base. There we go, 2 Reapers on the way, but Byeon is gonna hit first. Byeon, he's gonna be moving out first here, and we'll see what damage he can get done. Factory is about to finish back at home. Byeon still not quite transitioning, not yet. Reapers, they come in, they take down the SCV, and again, there's nothing to defend here. There are no Reapers. The factory does finish. We get 2 SCVs, and we're going for more. We're going for more damage. It's going to be 2 dead workers. We're going to get a 3rd SCV as well, a 4th SCV, a 5th SCV. Ooh, this is becoming too much. 6 workers go down. We're up to 3 Reapers here. We collapse on the army. And Gumiho, he's going to lose everything here. Every Reaper goes down. He will eventually push this back, but he's lost a little bit too much. Too many SCVs have fallen, and Byeon, he's not done. He's going to keep rallying in. And Gumiho, he will be able to repair, but this is so much lost time, so much dead SCVs. 8 workers go down. And Byeon, he finally gets forced away. He finally gets pushed back. Gumiho is down to 16 workers. Byeon up to 22. So Byeon, he takes that economic lead. Gumiho trying to camp the production, trying to camp these Raxes. And Byeon, he's going to commit. He goes in. Does go in, takes out 1 Reaper, takes out a 2nd Reaper as well. He's going for the Hellions. Very good control here on the Byeon, punishing Gumiho. He's going to chase him down against the final Hellion. 1 more Hellion has arrived. Good splits here from Byeon. Very nicely done, avoiding that damage. And Byeon will eventually be shut down here. Losing that final Reaper, but back at home, we already have the factory. We have a Cyclone on the way. Ooh, going for the CC on low ground, followed by the starport. Byeon, he has done enough damage. Again, that reactor was so greedy from Gumiho. So very greedy there. And how many dead workers? Like, 8 in total. So Byeon has a pretty big lead. He has a pretty solid lead here. Reapers move out to deny the natural base, but Byeon is in position with his Cyclone. He is in position. And we'll see if Gumiho can break this position, by the way, as it looks like the 2nd Cyclone has yet to blow out. We get the first one. First Cyclone does go down. Gumiho, he takes control of the natural base. A lot of SCVs going down. Gumiho with a very good counterattack here. Doubling down on Reaper Hellion. Boys are being pulled, and Byeon, he's caught with his pants down. The Rax is still floating over. And as the Raxes are still floating over again, there is no production. There's only one Cyclone. Suddenly, everything's swinging in favor of Gumiho, and he does delay that expansion. 11 dead workers. The pendulum swings from one way and then into the other. Gumiho now taking a worker lead. And his command center's done. It's already in orbital. Bjorn bleeding out too much, even losing another Cyclone. Eventually, Bjorn is going to be able to clean this up, but alas, the advantage that he once had is not there, not anymore. Does barely keep that Cyclone alive. Behind this, now finally getting back into his Rax production again because they were floating over. He had nothing to defend. There was just nothing left. And Gumiho, what does he do? He throws down a third CC. Bold move here out of Gumiho. Very fast third base, but he knows he has a massive advantage. So he just doubles down and commits. And now Gumiho has got a massive Cyclone lead. I mean, he may just end the game here and now. 4 Cyclones to 2. Now Bjorn can micro with his medevac. He can lift and break lock-ons. But we are pushing through. Yeah, we take down one of the Cyclones. Take down the medevac as well. It looks like Gumiho, he may just have too much. He has plenty to work with here. Good control. Does pull back. GG gets called, and Gumiho, with the counterattack, he is able to punish Bjorn and takes game number 1. Whew, GG. Bjorn had a good start. He was able to do quite a lot of damage with his first Reapers, but because Bjorn was floating his Raxes away, he had no Reaper production. He had no army. He had 1 Cyclone to defend. That's all that Bjorn had. And just like that, Gumiho able to overwhelm and able to catch Bjorn with his pants down. GG. Gumiho is now 1 game away from making it to the grand finals. One more game is all that Gumiho needs. Bjorn has to fight back here and now. Bjorn has to fight back here and now, and oh boy, we'll see if he can. The conversing, Bobby. Oh, where's my Google Translate? Oh, Gumiho, he was calling Bjorn greedy, Papi. Calling him greedy. Hold on, I'm catching up. So, at least from rough Google translation, Gumiho said that you were playing greedy and it made me angry, Papi. It made me angry. And they're laughing with each other. Gumiho's like, do it in moderation. Let's go. Again, Gumiho and Bjorn are good friends. They're good friends. Joking with each other. Joking with each other, and here we go. We're now getting into our next game and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Crimson Court. Down in the series, he has to fight back here and now to force that ace match. Can we bring it back? We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player representing Cloud9, leading the series 1-0. Unamas, one more is all he needs. It is Gumiho. Here we go. As Gumiho, he is moving out across the map, and the turns have tabled. Gumiho, he wants to show Bjorn how it's done, going for a proxy 2-rax. Meanwhile, Bjorn is going for a single gas opener. Okay, now we spoke about this in the last game. We spoke about how Gumiho had gone for a double gas opener, which means a faster factory, which means faster helios to defend. Meanwhile, Bjorn is going for 1 gas, but he's going for a blind 2-rax opener. Okay, Bjorn, let's go. This is a blind counter. From my understanding in the TBT matchup, going for a main base 2-rax opener is a blind counter to the proxy 2-rax of his opponent. And Bjorn should be able to keep up with the production and keep up with the aggression of Gumiho and shut it down. Solid shoot on that one. We shall see as Gumiho is coming in with the SCV for a bit of a scout. Reapers are on the way. Gumiho slipping into the main base. And it looks like he does get eyes on both gas guys as he gets eyes on the second Rax as well. Big scout there for Gumiho. He now knows what's going on. And we'll see if he can still make this work. Again, we have, yeah, we have an even amount of production here. And again, I have to favor Bjorn. Unfortunately, we don't have any live translations. We don't have Maddox or Inu here. But yeah, Bjorn, he's scattered. Bjorn, he's scattered the racks, he knows. So yeah, Bjorn, I'm sure feeling pretty happy about this. Pre-pulling some SCVs. And I don't see a world where Gumiho can really break in. And there we go, the SCVs are in position. We force Gumiho out of the main base. And Bjorn, he's perfectly safe, perfectly sound. And Gumiho, he's already working on the factory. He's already backing off. He's already transitioning out of this. Gumiho working on that next step. And Bjorn from here, alas, is going to be able to be safe and sound. Eventually will break out. And I appreciate that Gumiho, he's not forcing the issue. He knows that Bjorn has the advantage. So Gumiho is just staying outside, checking for the CC. Knows that if Gumiho does try to go up this ramp, if he tries to go into the main base, he will be losing his Reapers. So Gumiho, he's respecting Bjorn's position quite a bit. And is amassing Reapers just to have an army to work with. As Bjorn is got a CC on the way in the main. Across the map, Gumiho going for his own command center. Going for his own command center here. And the game should be selling. Despite the aggressive proxy, the game should be selling down into a longer game as both players are expanding. Gumiho, interesting, he's rushing into a tech lab, rushing into a fast tank. With this tank, he should be able to hold on to his 2-base setup. Bjorn instead getting into Cyclone production, working towards his starport, working towards his drop play. Now looking at the units tab, look at the army supply here. Bjorn has the Reaper lead, he has Hellions as well, he has a lot of firepower, but the defensive prowess of this tank is too good. A volley goes off and Bjorn is forced back. A solid defense here. A solid defense by Gumiho. And we're getting into a longer game. It's happening. Ooh, we're calming down, Bobby. We're calming down. Oh, where's my Google Lens? Can I? Figure out what's being said. As for now, again, we're just going to be stabilizing. Bjorn, I assumed was going to be going into Maverick production, but no, he's going for a Banshee. Okay, Cloak Banshee on the way for Bjorn. Bold move here. This is something that some of the Korean Terrans like to incorporate. Players like Bjorn, Kira, and Maru, they do like to sprinkle this in TBT. Cloak Banshee can do a surprising amount of damage here in this matchup. But we shouldn't be making too many. I believe, 2 at most. Not investing too much. Behind this third CC, already on the way here for Gumiho. Very greedy follow-up here once again by Gumiho, going into a very fast third. But we'll see if we can get away with it. As again, he's going for a very tank-heavy style. Just pumping out nothing but tanks. Does have a tank lead. Meanwhile, Bjorn building up his Banshee count. He's got the 1 Raven out. 2nd Raven's on the way. So we can soon embrace Crimson Court here. Ooh, Bjorn. Okay, so Bjorn, he opts to mine through these gold mineral patches to gain access to a much more secure base. So he's taking his expansion, or his linear 3rd base on the right-hand side. On location. Gumiho, though, he's about to land his orbital, or at least it is done, soon to be landed. Here we go. First Banshee has arrived. We do get in towards that natural base. And how much anti-air do we have? We have a Viking. We have some Marines. But we do need detection. Ooh, this Banshee doing so much, getting 4 SCVs and denying so much mining time. At the same time, 2nd Banshee into the main base, and Gumiho is getting punished here for his lack of anti-air. Goes to the scan. Banshee does escape. Ooh, and this is becoming far too much. Again, Gumiho is not mining at all from his natural. He's stuck on 1 base. Finally, 1 Banshee goes down, but the other is still alive, still kicking. So many scans are wasted. And Bjorn is running away with this, getting 13, getting 14 SCV kills, getting 15 even. Do we have a scan? We do not. No scan available. And the Banshee runs out of energy. Force out a cloak. He gets 21 SCVs. Oh my god. And just like that, the Cloak Banshees, they may have just won beyond the game as he has a massive worker lead. He has got his third base on location. And Gumiho, I'm sure, not feeling too happy about that. Ay, ay, ay. Oh, can I translate? Oh. Gumiho, yeah, I think he knows he's in a dire position. Like, he knows that things are looking bleak here as he is pushing. I mean, it's all or nothing. Gumiho, he's all in at this point. He's on 30 SCVs. Let us go. Scan's gonna be thrown down. Gumiho edging ever closer. I mean, Gumiho does have a so I was gonna say he has a tank lead, but has been making, or his tank production was disrupted from the push. Even tank count here. Does have Vikings, does have air control. But back at home, the Reapers, they get into the middle line. More SCVs going down. We barely had any to begin with. Oof, ay, ay, ay. Tank will defend. We get another 8 SCVs. Again, Gumiho does have the Viking lead, is able to slowly leap forward with that with that Liberator. Is slowly gaining ground. But Bjorn making 2 Vikings at a time. He's catching up with the Viking counts. We're getting there. Oof. Viking does fall. And we're getting ready to collapse on this. Here we go. The Marines, they do push up forward. We get on top of that Liberator. Liberator does fall. Gumiho gaining some ground here, but he lost 12 SCVs across the map. Ay, ay, ay. Gumiho getting within range, gets some of the tanks. Gumiho, he has a comparable army. Is slowly pushing forward, but the longer this goes on, the better it is for Bjorn. Bjorn gets supply blocked. The supply block is real. Gumiho, can we somehow pull this off? He's gonna lose the tank. That tank does go down. Stims on forward. Voids are being pulled. He does get one more tank. And gets a second. But again, Gumiho is just running out of steam. He's running out of Marines. Unable to keep on pushing. And Bjorn, he's going for the nail in the coffin. He's going for Liberators. And there's no answer. There's no Vikings. There's no air control. There's no answer to the Libs. Once they arrive, what can Gumiho do? They are on the way. Gumiho is still rallying out. Pulling back for a moment. Maybe where there's something is wrong. Maybe this drop moving out. Yeah, he is positioning himself back at home. Meanwhile, has he scouted? He hasn't seen the third. Ooh, Gumiho, he may think he's denying the third base when he's doing anything but. The third is happily up and running. It is mining. I mean, Gumiho, he sees the mined out minerals. Yeah, he should be able to piece it together. The Liberators, they force Gumiho back. It's turning back around. He laughed. He's happy. I mean, I'm sure he's joyful. Despite the position, is what I meant to say. Like, he's not happy about the position, but he's laughing, you know. He's enjoying himself. He's Gumiho and beyond. As you see, Gumiho going for a double jump on the right-hand side. So I was managed to get a couple of SCVs. Good damage down here by Gumiho. Gets a free tank. Very nicely done. Does get a tank. Going for the third CC as well. At the same time, Bjorn going for his own drop. Gets a tank of his own. Ooh, forcing a lot of friendly fire. Kills a second tank as well with that splash damage. Good pickups there by Bjorn. Gumiho does deny the third. Forces it to lift. Does force it to lift. Does force it to reposition. Gumiho, he's fighting back. things are still looking bleak for him. Things are still dire for Gumiho, but you know, he's not going down without a fight. He wants to make Beyond work for it. Speaking of, though, here comes the death ball of an army. I mean, Beyond, he's up in armor supply quite heavily here. He is moving out. We have the drop towards the left-hand side, dragging Gumiho out of position. He's hoping to, at the same time, Gumiho getting some depots. But here comes Beyond, and we have some naked tanks. That is 3 tanks all on their own. Yeah, we stim on forward, and we just collapse through this. The defense there is barely there. We focus out of the CC at the same time. Double drop getting into the main base of Beyond. Gumiho, let him play, Papi, let him play. As he does drop into the main base, trading, but he will be losing every single thing in the main. GG gets called. Beyond ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. GG, well played. Oh. And with that, we're going to game 3. We're going the distance here. Remember, Beyond did proxy 2x in game 1. Gumiho proxy 2x in game number 2. Who proxies in game 3? That's the question. Who does decide to be the aggressor here and go for the proxy? Do we proxy each other? That is the question. So we're getting into that ace match. We are now getting into that ace match, and the final game is going to be on Post Youth. Oh my god, that is going to be an interesting one. That is going to be wild. Here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post Youth. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the other South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Cloud9. It is Gumiho. And this time, no proxy. This time, no SEs are moving out, but we are loading into Post Youth, quickly becoming one of the most macro-oriented maps out there just because of its setup. You get a free base. You have a free base in your very own main, and it's a in your very own main base, and it is a hybrid base as well with gold minerals. You get it for free essentially, and as a result, we have seen a lot of greedy play on this map. Despite that, Beyond opening up double gas, Gumiho opening up economically with a single gas geyser. So it looks like Gumiho is going for a Rax expand. Beyond is going for a faster factory instead. Maybe a little bit paranoid, maybe a little bit concerned that that Gumiho would go for a proxy 2 Rax. So a very safe opener here out of Beyond. More greedy by Gumiho. As Gumiho is going for the SCV scout, trying to get a read on what's going on. And again, it isn't the fact that we just get a free base. We also have a gold base that you can take as a 3rd or even a 4th. There is a gold available on this map. It's wild, it's crazy. It's yeah, a little bit surprising that we did not veto it. Did not go for the veto. There it is, there's that CC on location. Again, Rax expanded by Gumiho, as we mentioned, very economic opener. Beyond going for that factory, going for a delayed expansion instead. Again, just a safer opener from Beyond. And we'll see how he's able to recover. We'll see how he's able to make use of this. How he's able to bounce back. As the game is going to be settling down. And we could be in for a bit of a longer one this time. I know the last game was a little bit longer, yes, but it wasn't really mid-game oriented. Things had ended and things had escalated far, far quicker, far faster between our players. As we see Beyond moving out with his 2 Reapers, moving out towards the left-hand side. Gumiho is in position here with his Marines. We try to go up the ramp here, but again, the Marines are in position. They do try to focus on that first Reaper. Oh, do we get it? We do not. The Reapers, they come out ahead in that trade. Third Marine a little bit too late. The Reapers have made their way in. And can we get an SCV? We can. We get one. One SCV goes down. Boys are being pulled as well to catch these Reapers. Oof. Marine goes down. And Gumio is having a hard time here. Byun snowballing a bit out of control here with these Reapers, getting 3 SCVs. And he's finally going to get cleaned up, but 3 worker kills is very nice damage. Does make up for the delayed expansion here of Byun. And Byun takes a worker lead as a result. Gumio, of course, has mules, so he's going to be able to make up for that. And from here, we're backing off. We're settling into our builds. Byun getting some safety cyclones. We're going into tank production behind it, working towards some drop play. Meanwhile, Gumiho, interesting, getting into tank production as well, but instead of going for medevacs, he's going for faster Vikings. Going for some air control instead. So a more active drop-heavy style out of Byun, something more robust and defensive out of Gumiho. Does make sense. Here we go, Byun moving out with his first drop, actually moving out with the first tank as well. Oh my god. Okay. I assumed he was just going to be moving out with the Cyclone, but he keeps the Cyclone at home, moves out with the tank instead. The Hellion does miss the drop. And Byun is going for that main base. But there is a Viking. Viking does zone away the medevac. Depot is going to be going down. Byun does take a volley to the face. Ooh. Will be bleeding out some Marines. Does bleed out some Marines. Oh, taking a loss there on his medevac as well. Very nice control out of Gumiho. He saves his Viking. Really good kiting. Shuts down that medevac. And Byun forced to get into his own Viking production instead. So tank Viking versus tank Viking. A very traditional form of TVT. Very traditional. There's no fancy Cyclone. There's no heavy bio drop play. Speaking of no heavy bio drop play, Byun, that is the second factory. Byun is playing mech. Okay, now we have seen Byun play a lot of mech against Zerg as of late. I haven't seen much of Byun's mech against Terran, I'll be honest. This feels like a bit of a rarity here for Byun. Oh, meanwhile, Gumiho going for a second starport. Wait, no, my apologies. No, yeah. Second starport's on the way. Viking does go down. This is a build I haven't seen in quite some time. This is going to be the special build. It's going to be 2-port mass Viking here. Does usually lead into an all-in. Starport production is going to be zoned away. So again, Byun playing mech with his factory production, or additional factory production. Gumiho rushing into that second starport for additional Vikings instead. He's fighting for air control. Does get the Viking. Has to respect that side. Gets a second Viking as well. Big pickoff. Very nicely done. Does manage to get 2 Vikings. Byun getting his 3rd CC on location. Behind this, getting into additional tech labs. Getting into additional tank production. Scan does reveal the second starport. Are we getting? I think we're getting some mech v mech. Not gonna lie. Different kind of variations of mech, but it's happening. So tank Viking versus tank Viking. Gumiho will have the Viking lead. Byun will have the tank lead. There's that Adolf getting onto the reactor. 3rd CC's on the way in the main base. Byun trying to contain Gumiho for as long as he can. Taking his own 3rd. Also, Byun going double eBay. He's playing bio. Double factory into bio. Okay, that I was not expecting. A big tank volley's going off. Ooh, Gumiho losing both tanks. Does win out ahead here in the Viking trade. But that's a big blow here to his tanks. There we go. Second Rax on the way. Byun is playing bio. There it is. 1-1 on the horizon. And more Raxes as well. Just a very interesting style to go double factory first. Something that, again, I'm not too accustomed to, but intriguing. Do love to see it. Meanwhile, we're going into BC. Fusion core on the way. Am I getting ahead of myself? Yep, tech lab. That's gonna be a tech lab on that starport. I was gonna say this could be for like ranged libs, but with the tech lab, that should be for BC production. Scan into the main base does reveal the second Rax and the tech lab researching, so Gumiho knows it's bio. Meanwhile, Gumiho also has he has air control, going for some landed Viking harass at the third. They're waddling in. The Vikings, they waddle in, but we do have tanks to defend. Ooh, he takes down another Viking. Very nicely done. And again, because we have air control, it does make sense to rush into something different. Fusion core is done. We're getting into Banshees? Question mark? Not BCs? Wait, what? Wait, what's happening? Okay, Gumiho, you have my attention. I would love to see a third starport, but are we going into... Is it just Banshee first into Battlecruiser? 2 more CCs on the way. Oh my god, getting for a 4th and a 5th base. Bases attempt to be landed. There we go. Battlecruisers on the horizon. First Banshee has arrived. Beyond, though, doing a great job containing his opponents. How do we deal with the turrets? Like, yeah, sure, we may have Vikings, but the turrets, there is no answer to them. That second turret did not quite finish. Cyclone goes down. So does the Banshee. And again, this one turret is holding the line, not allowing these Vikings in. Here we go, we're amassing more units. Third CC still being denied. It's only the one BC being produced, by the way. I would have been expecting more, but as in like double starport production or triple starport production into mass BC. How many Vikings? 11 Vikings here for Gumiho. Marines are amassing. Stim is done. 1-1 as well. You can see Gumiho trying to break out. Beyond he scans, he's looking for the third. BC has been revealed. And the one battlecruiser forces the unsiege, forces the entire army back home. More BCs on the way. And we're getting damage done. We get one, we're getting a second tank. Oh, the Vikings are coming from behind. They're going for the battlecruiser. Yeah, the battlecruiser will be pounced on top of it. Big surround. Big pick off. BC goes down. Gumiho in a lot of trouble. He was banking so much on that BC to put in the work. But it does fall. And now Bjorn, sure, he may be forced back, but he's got plenty of Marines. Getting into his own second starport. Oh, getting into triple starport production. There it is, 2 more starports on the way. Bjorn intends to take control of the air to go into mass Viking. There's that Yamato. Yamato on the way for Gumiho. So Gumiho, it's a really weird style here. Look at the production for Gumiho. He has one factory and 2 starports. Like he just like the way he spent his money was just mass command center. It's crazy. Because of that one bad fight, and it's gonna take so long for Gumiho to rebuild. Like his production just is, it's not quite there. We'll see though. We'll see as Gumiho is just slowly sieging forward, slowly setting up here on 3 bases. Beyond looking for a way in. As Bjorn is taking the gold, scan does reveal it. Again, Bjorn has map control, he can do whatever he wants. He's double expanding, taking his 4th and his 5th base as well. Gumiho, meanwhile, embracing the mech, going for double armory. Still only on 1 factory, by the way, which is wild. Like, it's a very Sky Terran heavy composition. And here we go, Bjorn. He's looking to move out. We have that 1 BC. Now up to 2. We're going to be diving on it. BC taking a lot of damage. Here we go. Just mass scans being thrown down here. Both players trying to keep eyes on each other. Again, TVT is a lot about positional play. It's mainly positional play here between both players. Gumiho especially has to keep up because he's down in supply. Still only 1 factory, by the way. He's crazy. So Bjorn is going to be able to take the army supply lead. Gumiho, he's on 18 Vikings. Getting into more battle cruisers. Let's go to his 4th base. Gold is getting up. Bjorn, of course, is going to be the first to max out. Lado takes down the tank. Do force a teleport. And Bjorn is yet to pull the trigger. I do think that he just plans on maxing out first. 3-3 is on the horizon as well, so may as well just wait for your upgrade timing before committing. Bjorn was unable to contain Gumiho on 3 bases. Eventually the 4th was taken, but Bjorn, I'm sure, is keen here to keep Gumiho from a 5th. As you can see here, Gumiho being contained. Bjorn rotating around. Bjorn taking the center base. VCs have been spotted. And it looks like they will deny that CC. Ooh, that was a kill, not a cancel. There's a kill on the base. Ooh, Battlecruiser is going to be going down. Teleport is on cooldown. Not like this. Teleport was on cooldown. A big overextension there by Gumiho. 2 BCs go down. And he's down to 1 once again. Just never able to build up that Battlecruiser count. It goes down as well. Like, the power of this playstyle as Gumiho is going for more starports. Like, look at his production. 2 factories and 5 starports for Gumiho. The problem, though, is that he was planning to build up his BC count, and he's been bleeding them out time and time again. He's been too careless with them. He's down to 0 battle cruisers. 0 BCs. You have Thors on the way. I mean, Bjorn doing a great job at catching them out. Gumiho being a little bit careless is now taking his own 5th on location. Bjorn trying to keep up. As he takes another base. Also double expand. Oh my god, so many CCs on the way. 4 command centers here for Bjorn. We're throwing down some turrets. I do like the turret siege here from Bjorn. Just because Gumiho is mass Sky Terran. So turrets actually add quite a bit here to these fights. See Bjorn rotating around. Oh, he will not delay the CC. I mean, he does force it back, but doesn't force a cancel. Never mind. Looks like the Vikings, they catch it. Command center goes down. Bjorn now with the Viking lead. 24 Vikings to the 20 of Gumiho. Bjorn even has +2 ship weapons. How did that happen? Taking the upgrade lead from Gumiho as well. Now, something that Gumiho has, thankfully, is these Thors. Thors, they do support the air army quite well. Battlecruiser gets across the map. Can teleport back home. Getting a couple of SCVs here and there. Gumiho double expanding, going for top left and the goal base at the same time. That teleport. Does get that teleport as Marines. They stim on forward. They go for that tank. Ooh, that was a bold move out of Bjorn. But it looks like he just wanted to get rid of his Marines. You can see that Bjorn likewise is also getting into his own mass air army. Vikings and battle cruisers. That's all that Bjorn is making right now. It's Sky Terran versus Sky Terran. With a couple of tanks. We have an even BC count. 2-2 for both players. Thors are going to be coming in. Yeah, and Gumiho is going to be able to break through. He is gaining ground. Again, we do have Bjorn with more Vikings. I say that Gumiho does take the Viking lead, pushes on forward, takes down the BCs. BCs are fully for both players. But again, the Thors, they add a lot of splash damage here. Yeah, big Thor volleys going off. And the tanks, they take down the base. And Gumiho is going for the kill. Throwing down turrets here behind his army. Let's go. Throwing down a line of turrets here as he pushes forward. Gets another base. CC going to be going down. From here, Gumiho, he can rotate over and he can try to lay siege upon the gold. The gold is so vulnerable. Taurus, they get a couple of hits in. Gumiho pulling back, he's regrouping, repositioning. Ravens are on the way. Unfortunately, it looks like Beyond, he had some Marines left over. Yeah, it does shut down those turrets. If it was purely Sky Terran, then the turrets would have been amazing, but regardless, I like the idea. As Beyond, he's expanding towards the left-hand side instead. Beyond still with the better economy. And now with the better upgrades. 3-3 is kicking in. More BCs are on the way. Looking at the units tab here, we have 20 Vikings versus 20 Vikings. Beyond does have the battlecruiser lead, as Gumiho lost every single battlecruiser in that last fight. But Gumiho has Thors instead. When he does come across his base. There we go, landing half of those Vikings will shut this down. Yeah, the command center will fall. Beyond just mass expanding, or trying to. More command centers on the way. Now, as the game progresses, as we get more orbitals, we can throw away SCVs. We can start bleeding out worker supply, and the worker count doesn't matter as much because we have that many more mules instead. It's going to be less about SCVs and more about mules. And that does mean that the army supplies for both players are going to get higher. As the worker count goes down, the army count goes up. As we get into a later TBT. We do have a Gumiho rotating around. Beyond still trying to mass expand, getting all these bases on location. And here we go, Beyond is pushing in. Thors do set him away for a moment. Here come the BCs. We have the disables though. 3 battlecruisers get disabled and they do get shut down. Massive anti-armor missile as well. Gumiho, he takes a massive fight. Yeah, the utility of these Ravens is insane. With the disables and the anti-armor missile. And with that, Gumiho is breaking through. The Thors again, they're also adding so much here to his army. As Vikings, they do overextend for a moment. But you can see that Beyond, he plummets in supply. And it looks like Gumiho, he has done it. He's broken the back here of Beyond. Here in the late game, in the mech v mech, Gumiho, he's like no other. Who needs battle cruisers when you have Thors? Who needs them? As the Thors are going ham, Vikings are falling. And Gumiho has done it. GG gets called. Gumiho will take the series 2-1, eliminating Beyond and advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. It was a very back and forth TBT. Both players had their own advantages, definitely. Beyond, he was trying to go into his own mass Sky Terran army. He had the better upgrades. He had 3-3, but Gumiho had the better composition. Again, the Thors were adding so much. The Raven transition as well was beautiful there for Gumiho. Despite the fact that Gumiho had the worst economy, he had the better army composition there. Beyond, he unfortunately had a couple like Marines, Marauders mixed in. Again, just didn't have what he needed there to win out in that air battle. And in the end, Gumiho snowballed out of control. GG, well played. Congratulations. We have our finalists. We have our grand finals. It's going to be a Zerg versus Terran between Dark and Gumiho. Let's go. Let us go. As it is going to be not a best of 3, but a best of 5. And as we get ready here for the grand finals, I do know that we have been a little bit lax when it comes to predictions. Usually we have predictions going for the series, but it's been a little bit intense here tonight. But predictions will now be open for the grand finals, at least. So you can get your gamba going in the chat. Get your gamba. Finals between Dark and Gumiho. Beautiful. Once the videos are done, we will be getting into those Once the video's done, we will be getting into those predictions, so do not worry, do not fret. Again, it's been a pretty long broadcast here tonight because we also casted the lower half as well. It has been quite intense here. A lot of amazing games were had, amazing players as well. It's been a great tournament so far, and now we're reaching the end. We are reaching the finale. We are here in the finale. Meanwhile, I believe World Team League has commenced. World Team League, it has begun. And we will be getting into that World Team League action after ESL Open Cup Asia. We're getting there. We're getting there. So it's going to be a long night. It's going to be a long one, but... but until then, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be headed for a short break here just to... gather, just to, you know, take a bit of a breather here, get some water, get some snacks, go to the bathroom. When we return, we'll have the grand finals between Dark and Gumiho. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to ESL Open Cup Asia number 222. Welcome to the Grand Finals. It's been a long event here. We've been working through the upper and the lower half of the bracket. We've had our staples come in. We've had some newer faces, some returning military players like Rogue, some new faces like Raynor as he's traveled to Korea. But now we're down to 2 players remaining in this tournament. The Grand Finals between our Zerg and our Terran. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think the series will unfold and who you believe is going to be this week's champion. Will it be our Zerg or our Terran? Up to you to decide. Predictions are open, and spawning in the top right hand corner of Post Youth, we have our South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, going for a proxy across the map. Oh my god, we have representing Cloud9, Gumiho. Here we go, going for a proxy 2 racks across the map. Something you don't see too often, but I like this. Okay. So, we're loading into Post Youth. Post Youth is known for its greed, as you have a free pocket base. We've seen players time and time again cut corners on this map. Dark is going for a hatch gas pool, I imagine. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for that proxy 2 racks. We'll see if he's able to break on through. Again, it's going to be proxy 2 racks marine. Bunkers that may be on the way as well. Overlord is going to be able to get eyes on this though. Dark, he does scout. Behind this though, it's going to be a hatch pool opener into a third base. Delayed gases here by Dark. He was going for the gold. Oh my, wait, what? The drone was actually, it looks like scouting towards the left hand side, but we do manage to get on top of this. Dark does confirm the proxy, and it will be forced back. I could be mistaken, but I think the drone was moving in to expand and take the third base. Bunker is on the way. Yeah, again, this gases opener would have been designed to throw down the third, and the drone is denied. So not a bad start here for Gumiho. There we go. We're leapfrogging forward here with our bunkers. Boys are being pulled. I believe we are within range of the spawning pool. But here we go with our boy pool. We're going to be able to get on top of some of these SCVs and Marines. They are able to kite away. So far, so good. The Marines, they get trapped. The bunker does finish. Ooh, drones are going down. Gumiho is snowballing out of control. The drones are trapped. They're trapped outside the bases. Bunker, the main, does finish, but we barely have any mining going on. As Dark, he's trying to camp the production. He's going for the Marines. Going for whatever he can. Dark, he does slip away. He's going across the map, but we have a full wall of here back at home. The Lings, they won't be able to achieve much. And Dark, he's in a rough position. He has, actually, never mind. He's got the gold. True. He does have the gold minerals here, so that does make up for his lack of workers, for his lack of mining. That is what, 6 drones across the map. He's mining through the minerals. Oh my god, he's so smart. I forgot about this, but the wall is solid, but we're breaking in. We're trying to, but alas, the Marines, they do make it here. They do make it back home, and we clean up those drones. The mineral wall is solid. 1 more patch there. 5 more minerals on that patch would have been enough. CC on location. Gumiho is free to expand here without any problems, without any issues. And I think I want to give the edge to Gumiho overall. Dark, he's trying to come back. Still zoned out of his own main with those 4 drones. And he's just trying to resaturate himself. I like this. It looks like he's mining through these middle patches, so it looks like we might be able to squeeze on in. Up. Dark, he does barely manage to get in. 1 drone goes down. Whew. But he does get back into his own main. That does create an opening for Gumiho as well. But Dark, he's trying to stabilize here on his 2 bases. Meanwhile, Gumiho settling into his own 2 as well. Oh yeah, and there are just so many Marines, and this may just be too much. Yeah, the mass Marine here from Gumiho. We're going to be able to clean up every single Ling and the Queens as well. Gumiho achieving so much with this initial build. Gets a Queen. There's 2 left. Boys are being pulled. Rough losses there for Dark. Dark, he should be able to clean this up. But this was a rough trade. Dark, he does survive. Gumiho back at home. Able to Maynard over and saturate his gold minerals. And now Dark is getting into his link speed. Is moving out. Again, this is kind of a weird game state because the Proxy Durax wasn't able to deny the natural base because it's in the main. So it's just such a weird dynamic here. Overlord does go down. Big supply block there for Dark. Ooh, a brutal supply block. Overlords are on the way. Dark moving out. Gumiho going for a third CC before Starport. Very economic follow-up here out of Gumiho. And the Raxes are floating back home. Marines are making their way as well. We're getting into a longer game. And it's just a really weird game state as we're going double R. Oh, he's being so greedy. Oh my god. Hon Mono, is that you? Este Hon Mono. Double armory after the third CC, all before the starport as well, as we're getting into mech, of course, with that second factory. Ay, ay, ay. So it is going to be mech, double armory, double upgrades, a lot of greed here out of Gumiho. But honestly, he can get away with this. Like, there's no breaking this 2-base setup. It's not happening. It is too solid here. And Gumiho doesn't even come back home with those Marines. He's going for the third. Queens are busy. Queens are out of position. And that's going to be a cancel. There's no saving this third base. It is going to be going down. A good stutter stepping here out of Gumiho. There's the cancel. And Gumiho is going to be able to waddle away. Dark still stuck on 2 bases. You can see here that Dark is trying to take the gold base to catch up. I mean, he's double expanding. He desperately needs a gold. Or desperately needs a base. Good positioning here out of Gumiho. He does get against the wall. Yeah, minimizes his surface area. Trades as best he can. Will be cleaned up. Doesn't trade too poorly. Behind this, Dark throwing down a Roach Warren. It is going to be Roach play out of Dark. He hasn't seen much across the map. Did see the Hellions. Gumiho now taking his third. Is taking his third base. There we go. 3 more factories on the way. The last time we saw or we casted on this map, it was Dark versus Oliveira. Oliveira also played mech on this map. But if you remember, Oliveira went Mass Cyclone. He went for a handful of attacks and purely Cyclone on this map. I'm curious how Gumiho plays this out, as the Cyclones are getting caught. A big catch there from Dark. At the same time, Helis, they bust into the main base. A blue flame is done, and drones are going to get roasted. The barbecue is real. Good split here out of Dark. Does minimize his losses, but is still taking some big hits here. 9 workers go down. 10 workers even. 11. 11 drone kills in total. 11 drones for 6 Hellions. Ay, ay, ay. Dark, he's still recovering. Now, he has taken the gold, and this is a way to bounce back economically. Like, this is going to help Dark quite a bit. But he needs to saturate this base as quickly as possible, as he is taking another hatchery. Behind this, we're getting into 2-2. Again, the upgrades for Gumiho are insane. Tank production, Hellion. Yeah, as you can see here, as opposed to Oliveira, who went Mass Cyclone, Gumiho is going for a more traditional form of Hellion tank. Does have a couple of Cyclones, but only a handful just to be safe, just to have an army to be secure. And Gumiho is just mainly relying here on Hellions, tanks, and I imagine getting into more like Viking Live later on down the line, potentially. As I say that, I'm going to have to eat my words, as we are getting back into a handful of Cyclones with those reactor factories. Behind this, Infestation Mit's on the way, Nidus Swarm as well. Dark has the potential to go into Swarm Host. He has a tech for it. As Dark, he has recognized that it is mech. And Swarm Host can do quite well here, especially against a tank-heavy composition. 4th base is being taken by Gumiho. And the game is going to be settling from here. We're going to be calming things down at least a little bit. Dark getting up to almost 80 workers. They're the Swarm Hosts that we spoke about. Again, with the completion of the Infestation Pit, we do have Swarm Hosts. And Dark has a lot of potential with said Swarm Hosts. Likewise, you may be looking at the supply, you may be thinking, hold up, Dark, he is up in army supply here. Like, that's good, right? I mean, it's inflated supply with roaches, not the most efficient army. But there are only a handful of tanks in position. There we go, Swarm Host towards the left-hand side, or Nidus towards the left with the Swarm Host, roaches towards the right. Can Dark break the defenses of Gumiho? Can he break through? Hurricane engines on the way. Nidus does complete. Another Nidus being thrown down on the right hand side is spotted. Swarm hosts are coming out. How many swarm hosts? 13. 13 swarm hosts who do get into the mineral line. There is a tank in position. We're going to get a handful of SCVs. Cyclones, they rotate over. A good cleanup. Lose 5 workers. That is acceptable damage. Acceptable losses for Gumiho, I should say. As that could have been so much worse. Nidus swarms are being shut down. Behind this, we're getting to more Hellions. Again, this is a different style compared to what we saw from Oliveira. Oliveira, he was just going pure mass Cyclone. Here, Dark, Gumiho is incorporating more tanks, more Hellions. Still a good Cyclone count, though. As we get a massive Locust Wave here coming in from our hand side. Dark, he does catch the tanks. 1, 2, 3 tanks go down. The Cyclones that were out of position. Gumiho caught with his pants down a little bit there. Losing 3 tanks and quite a bit of mining time as well. Again, it's so important for the Hellion Cyclone-based army to keep up with the rotations and to keep up with the Locust Waves. Gumiho, he needs to be proactive here. Behind this, Dark, he's taking up into melee upgrades. Ultra Den is on the way. Or Ultra Cavern, sorry. Locust Wave coming in. Same time, Cyclone Rumbai gets caught out. Locust Wave does manage to get a tank, not bad. Gets 1 tank. And a Hellion, not much else. But really, Dark, he's just buying time. Dark, he's containing his opponent on 4 bases, buying time and taking up into the rest of these upgrades. We have the Spire on the way for Broodlords. Ultra upgrades, melee, adrenal. Dark happily mining, building up a bank. It's on Gumiho to break out. It's on Gumiho to eventually break free from this contain. Oh, Cyclones are a lot of losses here for Gumiho. A lot of these Cyclones are going to be going down. Piles as well on the tanks. We do manage to kite through. We're getting some of the Ravagers. Not bad here. But again, these have been some too many losses here for Gumiho. Bleeding out too much. Dark, he can replace this. Gumiho is having a harder time. Locust Wave coming in once again. Towards that 3rd. Oh, they were on a move. Very unfortunate there. That is going to give Gumiho a little bit more time. As the Locust Wave does take down the tank. Gets a tank, a couple of SCVs, gets the turrets as well. 3-3 on the horizon here. There's that Greater Spire for Broodlords for Gumiho. Sorry, for Dark. Gumiho, meanwhile, he's almost remaxed. He's just building up his army once again. Looking at the units tab, we have 8 tanks, 19 Cyclones, so 22 Cyclones now. Just doubling down on Mass Cyclone. I said before in the Oliveira series that I wasn't fully convinced by the Mass Cyclone with its changes, but we'll see. We'll see if Gumiho can excel where Oliveira didn't. As we manage to collapse here on some of these tanks, 2 tanks go down. Again, Dark has been doing such a great job at just keeping the tank count low. I don't know if you noticed, but every Locust Wave, he gets 1, 2, or 3 tanks. And that does mean that the backbone of this army is that much weaker. As we are breaking out. Ultras are on the way. Gumiho is going to be able to get on top of this core base. The gold is going to be forfeit at the same time. A big link counterattack. We get on top of the tank. We get into the mineral line. A lot of damage being dealt here. They're only +1 melee links, so it takes a while to break through. But Gumiho, he retreats. I like this. I don't think it would have been wise for him to keep on pushing. I think that's what Dark wanted. Locust Wave coming in again. I think we want the tanks. And we're going for them. Alas, we're not going to be able to get them there. In the end, Gumiho, he does hold. Is breaking out. Is maxed. Dark, meanwhile, investing into all these ultras. The ultra upgrades have all completed. We have kindness plating and ultra speed. Cyclones are moving out. Where's that Locust Wave? Ultras coming in on their own, and the Ultras are going to be going down. Expensive losses there. Roach Ravager, it just was mistimed. Big loss for Dark, and Dark, he's in trouble. What was that? 3, 4 Ultras going down, and now the Locust Wave comes in, but again, it's all disjointed. We needed everything together. Locust Wave gets cleaned up. Roach Ravager gets caught out. Gumiho is gaining ground, and he will catch top left. Hatchery is falling. Again, Dark, he needs a moment here to stabilize. To take it slow. Going for an ultra counterattack. Another base does go down. Once again, another ultra is trying to hold on. Dark, these are expensive losses here. The ultras are going to get picked up. Yeah, again, ultras on their own. They can be kited to death here. They do manage to get on top of some of these tanks. Not bad. Not a bad trade here. We do get the tanks. The ultras are gaining ground. Oh, but here comes that mass cyclone. Yeah, big lock-ons coming in. And look at these ultras melt. As we manage to get 3 of them. At the same time, though, Gumiho is also his tanks. The tanks have gone down. Locust Wave comes back in. And yes, Dark did lose some bases, but he still has center right and bottom right. And this army from Gumiho, he doesn't have a bank. He barely has an army. He needs these minerals here. Looking at the unit side, we have 1 tank left. Again, the tank count was completely reset. Big pickups, and Gumiho is running out of steam. Lings are coming in for a surround. Ultras from behind as well. And this is all that Gumiho has left. Ultras from behind, from almost every angle. The kiting is good here, but we're just bleeding out too much, and Gumiho, he cannot afford these losses. That's the problem. His economy just is not good enough. And there we go. The Locust Wave comes in. We get on top of that Thor. GG gets called. Dark, he breaks through, and Dark will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Honestly, Gumiho wasn't playing too badly. Like, Gumiho, he was doing quite well for himself. Slowly, meticulously taking a base, pulling back, killing 2 bases. I do think that the turn started to table on Gumiho when the initial Ultra Wave came out. When the Ultras came out and when Gumiho was caught out on the map. And I think that was the moment where he lost like 8 tanks. He lost like 8 tanks out on the map. And again, that tank count was something that he was never able to rebuild. Because of that, he was vulnerable back at home. And Dark, he was able to break through. Able to break through in the end. And sure, Dark, he was losing bases, but Dark was not losing drones. He was able to evacuate, able to preserve most of his workers in the end. With that, GG, well played. Oh, my apologies. There we go. Gumiho. Dark does take the first game. Gumiho taking a loss there, but it's a best of 5. Plenty more games ahead of us. So I'm just fixing up the in-game score. Dark does take a lead. And even though we had mech there on post-youth, I feel like mech is very map-oriented. It's very much like we've seen a lot of mech on post-youth, not expecting to see too much more of it. Depending on the map. Here we go. Here we go, as we are going to be working towards game number 2 on Site Delta. Let's go. Players are ready, lobby has been set, and we are loading on in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta, we have our South Korean Zerg player. Our red Zerg leading the series 1-0, representing Talon Esports. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran, representing Cloud9. Down in the series, looking to bounce back, it is Gumiho. Here we go. Gumiho's the man. He's crazy, but he's crazy. Yeah, I'm really excited. Again, the new patch is still relatively... It is new, in the name there. And we still have seen some players experiment and be quite adventurous with their play in a lot of these newer maps, in a lot of their play styles, and I'm really excited to see where the meta settles. What I'm referring to specifically is mech, right? The Cyclone was nerfed quite a bit in the most recent patch, and because of that, again, I'm not fully convinced in the new Cyclone. You can see that it can kite, but for those that are unaware, the big change was that the Cyclone now breaks its lock-on and it takes 3 seconds to re-lock on from there. Before, it could re-lock on instantly, which basically meant that last patch, the Cyclones, they could kite for days. Like, the kiting potential for Cyclones was insane in the last patch. Now, less so. And I feel like you could even see that when it came to the dynamic between the Cyclones and the Roach Ravager, the Cyclones and the Ultras as well. It does very much so impact the DPS of the mass Cyclone based army. So I'm curious if Terran players are still going to try and make use of it. It's possible that even with the nerf, it's still viable. It's possible that even with the nerf, mass Cyclone can still do well, and that even though there's some counterplay, like, it's still a composition that can be made use of. Or I'm curious if it falls by the wayside and we embrace something else instead when it comes to how mech works. So yeah, we'll see. I'm going to be looking at players like Gumiho, looking at players like Maru, like Ryung, with how they do adapt their mech. As, yeah, we'll see. See how that does play out. Oliveira as well. Meanwhile, we do have the first Reaper getting across the map. Again, it was a standard opener out of Dark, going Hatch Gas Pool. Meanwhile, Gumiho going for a Rax expand into the factory. Oh. That is not normal. That is a 1-1-1. Okay, so Gumiho, he's going for a 1-1-1 instead, going for a delayed third CC, a very aggressive build here out of Gumiho, very committed. It is not all in by any means, but we are going to be taking a blow to our economy here in favor of aggression instead. Again, these 1-1-1 builds are more of a rarity, and I imagine there's going to be an add-on swap to get into Banshee production. Tech Lab is finishing up, and the rack should be switching with that starboard. There it is. There's the add-on swap into Banshees. Okay. Meanwhile, Dark is just droning, happily droning, taking his third base, saturating himself, settling on in. Cloak is being researched by Gumiho. And again, because we're delaying the third base, this needs to get damage done. This has to pay for itself, and then some. Meanwhile, Dark going for a very fast Roach Warren. That is a 3-minute 30 Roach Warren here for Dark. Very fast, very aggressive. And is most likely setting up for a Roach push. This is ideal for Gumiho. Gumiho with a 1-1-1. Banshees, they wreak havoc here on Roaches as he's diving into the natural. Gumiho, he races past those queens, gets into the mineral line, going for the drones. Nice split out of Dark. Does split up his drones. We'll be losing 4 of them. But does minimize his losses as Gumiho, yeah, he won't be able to get back in. 4 drone kills, 4 drones for 4 Hellions. Not ideal here for Gumiho, as he does deny some mining time. As a result as well, Gumiho did not get into the main, he did not scout the Roach Warren. Roaches are amassing. Thankfully for Gumiho, again, he has Banshees. But one Banshee's across the map. The other Banshee may come out just in time. But we are pushing. Darky is pushing. Now, this is not an all-in, but this is still a committed move-out. As Darky did delay his drone production in favor of this. Banshee does arrive. Oh, the sport not quite done. Yeah, the Cloak Banshee, they catch Dark off guard. Hellions, they come back in as well. They're going for the drones. They try to herd them in. 5 more workers go down. Hellions are being shut down, but we're getting a lot of damage done here with the Banshees. As the Banshees are wreaking havoc, here comes Dark though with his own roaches, and what is their home to defend? This one Banshee will eventually kill everything, but the DPS here is so low, the attack rate is so low. SCVs are falling. Oof. And this is becoming a bit much. We get 9, 10 SCVs. 10 worker kills on Mule, denied mining time. Again, this is going to be cleaned up, but this is a good amount of counter damage. As we get 12 workers in total. And as the dust does settle, Dark, he's got a slight worker lead. He has spores up and running. Lair is done. Roach speed is on the way. We have mobile detection in the Overseer. And Dark, he's stabilizing. Gumiho is still recovering. As he's continuing Banshees. Wait, what? Gumiho, he's not stopping Banshee production as he's going to be losing one. Big pick off, and we can see why. Double armory. It is going to be mech once again, but it is going to be a bit of a different variation of mech. As we are investing into Hyperfight Rotors. What does this tell us? This tells us that we intend to make more Banshees. So a very Banshee heavy composition. I mean, the first Banshee did amazingly, but the second and the third have left much to be desired. Here we go. We're continuing that Banshee production. I do like the Spire. Spire is on the way here for Dark. Mutas, I do think they can do well here against this kind of composition. Again, we're going for a very Hellion heavy composition with Banshees. Just now getting into the rest of our factories, ideally getting into Cyclones, hopefully, for those Mutas. As we do manage to get into the main base, we're going for the Queen. Managed to get a couple of drones. 1, 2 drones go down. Ooh, we get a Queen as well. Good control here at a Gumiho. Meanwhile, more factories on the way. No additional starports, still only 1 starport for the Banshees. Yeah, we're just settling in, back at home. Mutas are on the horizon, and we have not scouted the Spire. These Mutas, they have so much potential here.
Upgrade complete.
They are moving out. Well, they are amassing. And Gumiho is still working on his production. So, what is his anti-air? 2 Cyclones. These 2 Cyclones, that's all that shoots up. Uh oh. We don't have anything else. These Mutas, they may just look to end the game. No turrets, no Marines, no additional Cyclones. There we go. We're making 3 Cyclones at a time. Now 4. They're coming, but the Mutas are here. Ooh, we pull the workers away. We have those 2 Cyclones to defend. Dark, he's going to avoid them. He's going to respect them. Even though he honestly could try to pounce on them instead. Get even more SCVs in the main base. Banshees, they have to counterattack. That is a lot of Banshees. 1 Muta goes down for 13 SCVs. Banshees, they get across the map. We have a wall of Queens. And detection. Oh my god, that's 15 SCVs. Oh my god. The Mutas, they have more than paid for themselves. The Banshees, they were able to get 2 drones across the map, but the Queens were a little bit too good, a little bit too solid. Dark does defend. Oh, the Cyclones, Bob. Exactly. Let's go. We're getting into the Cyclone production here. Behind this, though, we have the Infestation Pit. Swarm Hosts are on the way. I'm not too fond of Swarm Hosts against Battle Mech. Against, like, a more tank-heavy style, it's great, as we saw in the last game. Against more against, like this Battle Mech composition of Hellion, Cyclone, Banshee, it can be difficult. It can be difficult to make these Swarm Hosts work. Here we go. Nidus is on the way. Mutas, they do bust in towards that 3rd base. Locust Wave going to be moving up, but it runs into the Cyclones. We're able to kite away. As we can see here, this Battle Mech style just cleans up these Locusts so easily. Mutas doing what they can. We do manage to get into the natural, though. Somehow, some way, we get in. 13 SCVs. Not insignificant. Very nice damage dealt. Behind this, we're going back into Lingbane Roach Ravager. Hydra Den is on the way. We cancel the Bailey Nest for the Hydra Den. Interesting choice. Interesting choice here by Dark. Still making use of these mutas. Honestly, he could lose these mutas and it's fine at this point. He does want to get rid of them. Doesn't want to throw them away, but he wants to trade as efficiently as possible. Leading out that Overseer. Getting the hell out of there with his mutas. Meanwhile, we're getting ready for another Locust Wave. You can see the Banshees at map control. They do shut down the Nidus Worm. The Locust Wave is a little bit far out, and we'll see what we can get done. We at least deny mining. Deny mining. We get the turrets, we get a depot, and we get an SCV. That's something. So here we go. Gumiho is going to be pushing. Jesus, how many Banshees? He's on 6. 6 Banshees here. Ling Roach trying to come in from behind. But the Mass Cyclone may be too much. We're breaking through the Lings, getting on top of the Roaches. We need a defensive Locust Wave. And Dark, he's in trouble. And there it is. Locust Wave is coming out just in time. Moving past those Hellbats towards the Cyclones, giving Dark a little bit of time. Ooh, as the Mutas are chasing down the Banshees. A Locust Wave trying to keep up. Ooh, does come in. But there may just be too many Cyclones here. We're breaking through the Roaches against, again, the Locust Wave just not adding anything here. And the base is falling. Again, against Battle Mech, Swarmhosts, they struggle so much. They're essentially dead supply. And the Cyclones were snowballing out of control. Dark bleeding out 11 drones. Roach is doing what they can. Well, they do come out just in time. Not bad pick-offs here from Dark. Does manage to get a couple of those Cyclones. Does hold on. The Banshee's still wreaking havoc. We have Corruptors on the way. Hydra upgrades in production as well. I'm not sold on the Hydra composition. Not gonna lie. Oh, the Swarmhost. We get 2. Actually get a couple of the Swarmhosts as well. And yeah, Dark, he's hurting. He's hurting so much right now. More drones going down to the Mass Banshee, or to the 1 Banshee. Getting 4 more drones. Getting 5 more drones. At the same time, we catch those Roaches. God, we still had Banshees left over. And Dark is struggling. Yeah, we go for those Infestors. We land a Fungal. Pretty nice Fungal, actually. Did lock down a lot of those Cyclones. Dark getting the best trade he could have hoped for. Swarmhosts are coming in. Fungal once again. Do land another Fungal, and Dark, he is holding. But what I'm most concerned about is the workers. Gumiho, he's on 82 SCVs plus mules. Dark is on 58 workers. He's on 58 drones. Barely has an economy, and over time, Gumiho is going to outscale Dark. Gumiho's just done far too much damage. And Dark, he's barely holding on. Again, Gumiho achieving so much more here with this more active style of mech. With this battle mech. Compared to the last game. And Dark just has been unable to keep up. Again, like, I did like the Mutas. The Mutas, they did very well for themselves. But the Swarmhost follow-up, that was lackluster. We've seen here that these Swarmhosts have been having such a hard time harassing and also defending. The investment into Hydras is also questionable. Hydras, they're not ideal against Cyclone. Locust Wave is coming in. Gumiho cleaning it up. Is going to be able to clean it up here. Yeah, as we are just catching out a handful of units here of Dark at the same time. Dark is going for a counterattack. Does deny base. But honestly, in a head-on engagement, you have to favor Gumiho. If the main armies clash, then Gumiho is going to just snowball out of control, and that's exactly what's happening here. Cleans up the Hydras, cleans up the Roaches. Across the map, Dark is trying to harass, he's trying to force Gumiho to turn around. He is actually breaking through the reinforcements. But the main army is not being stopped. That's the reality here. So Dark cannot keep up with this. Losing another and another base. GG gets called. Gumiho snowballs out of control. And Gumiho ties up the series 1-1. GG. Let's go. GG, well played. Whew, Gumiho does bounce back here. Again, just adjusting his style, going for something a little bit different, something a little bit quirkier, going for a bigger Banshee investment. You saw how well the Banshees performed as well, even with the mutas on the field. And likewise, punishing the aggression and the move-outs of Dark. And again, Dark just maybe was on a little bit of autopilot. As we mentioned before, like, Swarm Hosts are ideal against more tank-heavy compositions, not against his active style, so like, it was a big investment that didn't really pay for itself. Because of that, it also slowed down any further tech. If Dark did want to go into Hydra Viper or into Infestors, that was all delayed, that was all put on the back burner there, and yeah, Gumiho just achieved too much. And with that, we're getting into a tied up series. We're getting into game 3. Let's go. Let us go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Talon Esports, being forced into a tied-up series, but looking to bounce back. It is Dark. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Cloud9. Tying up the series 1-1, it is Gumiho. Here we go. Hold ESA, Swarm Host Infestoride incoming. I don't think that's a good composition. Swarm Host, they have their place against Mech, and they have their place against Chargel, Archon, Protoss space compositions in PvZ. That's like the only instances that you get to see Swarm Host, and that hasn't changed in the new patch. Has not changed. Again, as you saw in that last game, they do have blaring weaknesses, especially against more mobile compositions. Talking specifically about the Swarm Host. So as a result, we did see Gumiho get out of hand. And now we're getting into... Is this going to be... Wait, what? It's going to be a hatch... Sorry, it's going to be a pool hatch... Sorry, a hatch pool hatch expand here from Dark. A gasless opener, essentially. Gasless opener. Very greedy here on Dynasty. Now, we're loading into Dynasty for the first time tonight. So this is a very commonly vetoed map. I imagine the only reason why we're seeing this map is because it's a best of 5. So we get, you know, we get less vetoes available. We get more maps picked. Very greedy build. This map has a pocket goal base. As you can see here, Gumiho going for a rack expand, going right for the goal base as well. And typically, it's very difficult for the Zerg player to punish this, just because early on, Ling Bane can't really do anything about denying mining time here. Meanwhile, Stalkers, Adepts, Marines, Hellions, Reapers, they can, as their range units, punish the goal base early on in their respective matchups. As a result, I would not be surprised if Dark does go into Roaches again, into a Roach-heavy composition. Meanwhile, I'm curious about Gumiho. One, we have a boosted economy early on that usually leads into Mech, and we have seen nothing but Mech from Gumiho, but I would love to see something else. You know, Gumiho, yes, he is maybe one of the most renowned players to embrace Mech that's an active pro player amongst the Terrans. I mean, sure, Clem, Byun, and Maru all play Mech as well, but not as often as Gumiho. Not as prevalent. But that's not saying that he can't play Bio, and I would love to see some Bio at some point in this series from Gumiho. At some point. Gumiho is going to be backing off. Does confirm the gold, rotating around. The Queen is in position to protect this mineral line at least. You can see the Reaper being a nuisance here, forcing back some of those drones. Ooh, once again, and dancing with the army, and yep, there we go, Roach Horns on the way. This does make sense, just because of the nature of these gold bases. Roaches do make plenty of sense here from Dark. As he is skipping Link speed, just now getting into his gases. Getting into his Roach Way. Speaking of bio, let's go! That is Stim on the horizon. Beautiful. Let's go. We have Stim on the way from Gumiho. He does get a kill here on the drone. And it is going to be bio. That's all I wanted, Bob. It is going to be 3 CC before starport. Again, because we're on Dynasty, that is a 3rd CC on location for Gumiho. So greedy, something you would never see on any other map, but you can see on Dynasty. Behind this, we're getting into 2 more Vaxes. Big delay here on the starport production, so a very aggressive style from Gumiho. We saw Oliveira try something similar to this on Golden Aura, and he was just punished so hard. But that was a smaller map. That was a greedier playstyle from Oliveira on that map specifically. Again, here on Dynasty, you can get away with that as roaches are moving out. Gumiho with the concave. Solid concave here out of Gumiho. Does shut down that roach, or does delay the push, I should say. More roaches are waddling across the map. Behind this, Dark is droning. Dark is working on his lair, working on that next step. And Gumiho is just buying time here as Dark does peel off a couple of roaches to harass and to deny mining here at the mineral line. Again, this is the power of roaches on Dynasty. You can do what Terran and Protoss can do and also deny mining time. As Dark has gained map control. Ooh, and this is getting a lot of damage done. No dead workers, but so much lost mining time. As Marines are stimming in, late reaction out of Dark. We'll lose 1 roach. 1 roach goes down. Hellions, they pie past the roaches. They're going straight for the gold base. There is 1 roach to defend. We could ignore it though. We could go right for that worker damage. Yeah, good target firing there out of Gumiho. Gets 2 drones. It's like the one bouncer for Dark to protect this mineral line. Unfortunately, it's unable to keep up. Likewise though, Dark doing a great job here, just denying that gold time and time again. Finally, Dark backs off. And finally, Gumiho can saturate that base. Ooh, we can see Dark coming in first round. He's trying to hunt down these Hellions. And the Hellions, they do barely slip away. 2 Hellions make their way into the mineral line. They can roast up some drones, but it's only 2 Hellions. They get 3 drone kills, 5 drone kills. As Gumiho, he just sends his army across the map without even his medevacs. Just walks across, gets 2 Overlords. Did I say 2? I meant to say 3. 3 Overlords go down. Here. 4, oh my god, 4 Overlords even, supplied looking Dark. Aye. Finally, Gumiho, he has control of his gold base. He was able to mine from his pocket. His pocket base even, and he is now getting into his medevacs. Medevacs, they have arrived. Drop players hit the field. Dark having a hard time keeping up. As we're just dropping here on the army. Roaches, they come in to support. Good target firing here on the Marauder. Marauder goes down, but we get 9 drone kills. The drop, it's getting out of hand. So the base is under control of Gumiho. The Overlords, the drones, the Queens, everything is falling here. The shop is getting out of hand. It's getting out of control. Getting 2 more Overlords towards the end. Across the map, we are denying mining time here at the gold. But these are some big losses for Dark. Losing another Overlord. Oh my god. We're just hunting. How many Overlords have we killed? Jesus. 10. 10 Overlord kills so far. We're gonna get more before the end of this game. But a very nice job here at Gumiho. Getting back into its gold mining. Tank is getting in position. The bio army is amassing. We have 2-2 on the horizon here. 2-2 just now starting up for Dark, so he does have the upgrade disadvantage. Dark, he's still trying to set up here on his Roach Ravager. Now, the downside of Dark's army composition is what we're seeing right now, is that Roach Ravager is very immobile. Like, Ling Bane is so much faster, Ling Bane Hydra, Ling Bane Muta, so much faster to rotate around to keep up with drop play. Dark, really he has to rely on anticipating movement, on being there ahead of time, pre-splitting his army, and also locking it down with these Infestors. Infestors, they complement Roaches very nicely to be able to fungal and lock down the bio army. Honestly, without Infestors, Roach Ravager would just get rolled over. Like, fungals are quite necessary here to support against Marines Marauders. But the Infestors are a little bit out of position. The army is coming, and Dark, he's not quite ready for this. Again, the Infestors are not here. While they will connect on the Medivacs. There we go, Infestors are rotating over. We do need those fungals. Dark is holding on. We have to be careful not to overextend. Have to be careful not to move out. We do land a fungal here on the Medivacs. Oh, we get two. But for the cost of an Infestor, that was a big loss. We're down to two Infestors. Show us the fungal. We are stepping in. Big fungal here in the army. Biles that connect once again on some of those Medivacs. But that may be all we had left. Yeah, no fungal growth. We're stimming on forward. The Roach Ravager trying to hold on here. Trying to hold on. The tank's barely out of range. Not really adding too much. As Gumio is making his way through, breaking through the Roaches, getting on top of the Ravagers. Fungal does connect. You see the Roaches were running out of steam here for Dark. He's barely holding on. And Gumio, here come the reinforcements. No letting up with the pressure. Pushing it even further. The Roach run by gets caught out as well, and the base will be broken. And Gumio, he may just have too much. Hatchery will fall. Dark getting across the map to harass, but there's a tank in position. And from here, Gumio can keep pushing. From here, we can either push towards the natural, with our Infestors, or towards the gold. Yeah, we're headed for the gold base. It's so vulnerable, so exposed. Yeah, we deny any kind of mining. Dark, he's down to two bases. He's down to two base mining. His fourth was denied. His third is denied as well. Dark, he barely has an economy. Barely does have an economy. Yeah, another hatchery is going to be falling. Dark down to two bases. Ooh, does end up piling that tank. Very nicely done with these Ravagers. Dark moving out, going for a big counterattack. SCVs are falling. That's 15 dead workers. Dark double expanding. And where's Gumio going? I mean, Gumio is still maxed out. Like, Gumio still has an overwhelming force. And Dark cannot contest against this. Not without, like, the most perfect fungal growths. Oh, we graze the army. It's okay. Bile takes down a Medivac. But Dark is still going to be a very tough defense. As Gumio, he kills these southern bases. He's rotating around, and now he's going for the northern bases instead. Just containing Dark, starving him out. And this hatchery is going to be cancelled, and now we're going for the third. Show us the fungals. Biles, they take down the tank. No, they miss. The tank survives. The base is going to go down. There's no stopping Gumio. We take down an Infestor. And Gumio is snowballing out of control. Even with good fungals, it's not enough. Not anymore. There's just too much Terran, too much man with gun. And Dark, he's being choked out. Even a couple of boys being pulled. Again, like, this fungal is good, but it doesn't matter. It's too little, too late. At the same time, we are going for a big Roach counterattack. We're getting damage done. But this main army can never be dealt with. As we manage to get 19 SCVs. Dark pushing forward. Gets a tank. Oof, yeah, he only gets a singular tank here. And again, he's doing a lot of damage across the map, which is impressive. The worker counts are evening up, but there's just nothing left here. There's 3 Infestors. That's all that Dark has left. And he cannot break that main. Meanwhile, Gumiho, he can do whatever he wants. GG gets called, and Gumiho takes a 2-1 lead in this series, taking down Dark with his bio, not with his mech. GG. Let's go. Let's go here. Again, Gumiho able to abuse Dark with his multi-pronged aggression with his drop play. The Marine Marauder was doing so well for Gumiho, denying bases, killing workers, keeping Dark on the back foot, and Dark was just having such a hard time keeping up with the movement of Gumiho. GG. Again, really impressive stuff. And again, Gumiho shows us that he doesn't just have to rely on mech. You know, it isn't just about the mech here for Gumiho. He does enjoy it, don't get me wrong, and I mentioned before that Gumiho, he is probably the player most prone to playing mech amongst all the other pro gamers out there. But he can play bio damn well as well. Give him a man with gun. He can pop off, Poppy. He can pop off. Here we go. And now we're settling into game number 4, and Gumiho needs Unomas one more win here to win it all, to become this week's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. I think a lot of people were looking at Dark just because Dark took down Raynor, right? There's a lot of hype around Raynor traveling to Korea from Europe, and after Dark brought him down 2-0, there was a lot of hype around Dark as a consequence of that. But Gumiho is no slouch. He's not one to be taken lightly, and he is one game away from winning it all. The pressure is now on the Zerg player. Spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have our red South Korean Zerg player representing Talon Esports. He needs to win this game here and now to force the ace match. The pressure is on. It is Dark. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran representing Cloud9. One game away from winning it all and becoming this week's champion. It is Gumiho. We go. As Gumiho has been popping up with a very, very unique style. Going CC first on Oceanborn. Oh my, he's crazy. Oh my god, okay. Not the first time we've seen CC first in this series, but typically we see it on Post-Youth, we see it on Dynasty, we see it on some of these other defendable maps. This is a greedy, bold move here from Gumiho on Oceanborn. Meanwhile, Dark is going Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of Dark. Gumiho should be able to get away with this. Should be able to get away. Again, just a greedy opener. With this, Gumiho will not be SCV scouting. No SCV scout here. Getting into his racks, getting into the CC. And he may even just skip his Reaper as well. Here we go. And Oceanborn's going to be an interesting one. I do want to favor Dark's Roach playstyle on Oceanborn. Roach play can be quite successful here when it comes to breaking the third and breaking the fourth base locations. So I imagine Dark is going to be embracing his Roaches once again. But we'll see, as the Overlord Scout is going to confirm the timing of the command center. Dark, he does see that it's already done. He is now aware that it was a CC first. Behind this, Gumiho is going for his Reaper, thankfully. He's going for the Reaper. With this Reaper, is going to be scouting across the map, getting a read on what Dark is up to. As Dark has pulled out of gas, getting into link speed, we're not rushing into an early Roach Warren. We are going for a third. So standard game here out of Dark. Gumiho just cutting corners, getting into his factory setup, getting into his Adamsol for Hellions. And we'll see if Gumiho does go for a starport before CC again. The answer is no, as that is a third CC before starport. Economic follow-up here out of Gumiho. Just greedy play overall by Gumiho this game. He's going for that third CC. Dark checking the front door, is unaware. What I like about what's happening here for Gumiho is that already in this series he's shown us 1-1-1 builds, so Dark is not actually fully aware of what's going on. He can't assume that it's going to be an economic build or not, just because of how Gumiho's been playing out this entire finals. We can see it's going to be the starport follow-up. Going for that tech lab. It is a little bit further away, so we might actually not see an add-on swap here. So it could just be 3cc into Liberator Harass or into a Viking. There it is, Viking is on the way. So no Banshees this time from Gumiho. No Banshees this time, as once again, you know what? Gumiho, he played Bio that one game, and now his quota has been filled, and now Gumiho, he can do what he wants, he can do what he likes, what he loves. His inner demon is coming out. It is Mech. 2 armories on the way. Double armory. We're soon going to be seeing additional factories as well. And we are going for a delayed add-on swap. We're going Viking first into what looks to be Banshees. Yeah, okay. You have my attention. We're getting into hidden Banshees. This is wild. So, Dark, he should be skipping his spores. Going Viking first is a tell that it's not Banshee because it's inefficient. Like, Banshee is going to be so late because of the Viking opener. So, Dark should be skipping his spores. Because of that, these Banshees could get a lot of damage done. They're going to hit later, but they're going to be unexpected. Meanwhile, behind this, 2 more factories on the way. The armory is kicking in with fast 1-1. Very fast upgrades. Viking is looking for some more overlords. And Dark is going for his lair. He's going Ling Bane. He's going lair first into his Baneling Nest. He's setting up for Ling Bane. He has no idea that it's mech. Not yet. Again, because the overlord was shut down, he's in the dark. Basically, Dark won't know what's happening until his lair is done. Then he can morph in an overseer. Then he can scout. Or if he's able to come across the army with his lings. But Dark, he has to piece this together, as for the time being, he has no idea what Gumiho is doing. The Ling tries to slip in. Oh, spots Hellions, but not the biggest of tells. Seeing 8 Hellions here is, again, still quite along the lines of standard. We throw down a safety Roach Warren, though. Did allow the Baneling Nest to finish, but the Roach Warren is on the way. We're going for Thors! Wait, what? Show me the Medivacs. Show me the Medivacs! Thor drop? Let's go! We're going for a Thor drop. Oh my... Quanta, is that you? But I miss Quanta so much. Ay, ay, ay. Este Quanta, papi. But here we go. Gumiho is going for a double Thor drop. He's styling, papi. Oh my god. This looks like a Quanta variation. For those who don't know, Quanta is a Korean Terran player, and Quanta, he's known for a quadruple Thor drop that hits with 1-1. Actually, I think the quadruple Thor drop hits with 1-1 as well. That is like a very iconic Quanta build. And Gumiho is going for his own take on it. Now, Quanta, again, he goes for 4 Medivacs and 4 Thors. And we are continuing Thor production, but we're going out of the reactored Starport production, so only 2 Medivacs. Only 2 Medivacs. The Hellbats have been morphed in. Banelings are on the way. And here we go. Gumiho waddling in with Hellbat Thor. With a Banshee, with a bit of a kitchen sink. Viking has landed. Banelings are not done, but the Banelings are on the way, and they should be able to deal with all these Hellbats. And Banelings, they waddle in, they shut down a good chunk of Hellbats, but we have enough to keep on pushing. The Thors are zoning away those Queens, and the Hellbats, they're getting into the mineral line. Gumiho, he is breaking through. Roaches are amassing. Thankfully, we do have Roaches. If it wasn't for that, that may just be it here and now. Again, Hellions are trickling in across the map. Roaches, likewise, they're coming in to reinforce. Queens are going down. And it looks like we should have enough reinforcements here. Yeah, the Medivacs, they're falling one after the other. The Thors are exposed. And we will clean this up. But this was a pretty clutch push. Oh my god. Thors are going to be going down. We killed 7 drones. Again, if it was just Ling Bane, if there were no Roaches, that's GG. Right, these Roaches were able to deal with the remaining Hellbats. If there weren't Roaches, then Gumiho wins the game here and now, and that's it. That's the series. Thankfully, Dark had the wherewithal to go into Roach production, was able to survive, was able to hold on, but behind this, Gumiho, he's up in workers. He's got 80 SCVs, he's got a 4CC on the way, getting into Mass Thor. Behind this, Swarm Hosts are in production. Remember what we said earlier, against a more traditional form of mech, I do like Swarm Hosts. Against, you know, Tank Hellion. Speaking of, that's what we're getting. Tank Hellion. It's going to be a more slower, robust form of mech here. Not as mobile, not as active as battle mech. Which means Swarm Hosts, they have their place. They have their uses here. We go for the scan. We don't get eyes on much. Nidus is on the way. Swarm Hosts are coming. As Gumio is attempting to take us forth. And here we go. The Nidus does finish. How many Locusts do we have? So many Swarm Hosts? 7. 7 Swarm Hosts in total. Locust Wave making its way towards that mineral line. At the same time, we have Ling Roach on the left-hand side. We do get in. SCVs are going down. How many? 6 SCVs. Not bad. 6, 7 workers falling here. So pretty good damage dealt so far from Dark. You can see Gumio is moving out. He wants to expand. Another Locust Wave is coming in. Another Locust Wave for that natural. Getting more workers at the same time. We collapse on this army. Oh, but we do have Hellbats. Gumio, he does defend his third, but I can't say the same about his natural. 11 SCVs. 12 in total. Good damage dealt. As Gumio is finally establishing this 4th base. It's very wide open, very exposed here as 4th bases go. Nidus is shut down. Dark this time committing. He does commit. He dives on the army, goes straight for the tanks, and he will manage to get a handful of them. 1, 2 tanks go down. Ooh, but only 2 tanks. That was an overextension. Dark bleeding out a lot, bleeding out too much. And Gumio is snowballing out of control. His army is amassing. With Thors, with tanks, now mixing in some Cyclones. And Dark is in some trouble. Because now we're going for a counterattack, and I believe the Swarm Hosts are on cooldown. The Swarm Hosts, they need a little bit more time to reset. To send out their Locust Wave. Gumio is backing off. He scans, he sees the army, doesn't like what he sees. Gumio, he does retreat. He's working towards 3-3. His 4th base is getting up. Dark has maxed out. It looks like Gumio wants to try to absorb an attack. Absorb a push first before moving. There we go. Locust Wave is moving out once again. Going for the 4th. It's being spotted. We are in position. And we try to dive on the Thor, but we don't get anything. Good defense there by Gumio. Good cleanup. Nidus does finish. Dark still poised to attack. I think Gumio realized, hold up, you don't have anti-air. Let me just A move with this Banshee. Yeah, let's go. Queens are gonna have to rotate over. Banshee is gonna be pulled back. Dark does end up catching. Sorry, Gumio does end up catching some roaches here towards the left hand side. Does manage to catch him, and here we go. Gumio moving out here. He's getting caught out though. Again, only moving out with his battle mech army, leaving his tanks and Thors back at home. So Gumio, he only intends to poke in, doesn't intend to commit. 3-3 is finishing. Meanwhile, Dark, he's been able to stabilize, he's been able to get up to 70 workers. Hive is done, Ultra's on the way, Spire as well. The tech is looking good for Dark, but he doesn't have a large bank. Doesn't have a lot of gas to work with. This is still anyone's game, to be honest. This is still very clutch, very close. Gumio taking another base. Locust Wave is coming in. Thors are in position. We can maybe get a tank. We get a Cyclone, and we manage to get 1 tank as well. Not the best trades. I mean, I guess we're trading energy or free units, so it's better than nothing for Dark. Was hoping for more. At the same time, the battle mech is getting called out. Ooh, a big choke point here. Files do connect. A good catch there by Dark. What does he get? 9 Cyclones. Gets 9 Cyclones. Meanwhile, the Thors, they're finally moving out. Pushing on the right-hand side. Dark rotates over with his Roach Ravager. But Gumio, he gets here in time. Locust Wave is on cooldown in this space. It's gonna go down. We're catching a couple of Queens. Dark, he knows he cannot push into this, so he's going for a big counterattack instead. Gets a tank. Does manage to get a tank. Does force back the army. Dark did lose the hatchery. Meanwhile, across the map, he's looking to deny that 5th. 5th is getting low. Do we have a scan? Oh, these 2 Lings are going ham. They're cracked. The Cracklings, they get 8 SCVs. Oh, a bit of a messy fight here from Gumiho, bleeding out some Thors. Planetary is getting up and running. Another Locust Wave. This time we don't have as many Thors though. And we catch the tanks. Good catch here from Dark. Does manage to get 2 tanks. Finally getting some good value here. He is pushing. That one Banshee from the start of the game, still doing what it can. Let's go. And we do see Gumiho, he is being stopped. I mean, once again, he's denying top right. He's denying bases, but Dark, instead, he expands towards the center. Unable to get this base up and running, though. Unable to get that base. Swarmhost finally goes down as well. Locust Wave does get intercepted. That Banshee doing so much here. This one Banshee's been the MVP. Denying mining time. Dark double expanding. Trying desperately to get a base up and running here. Oh, Swarmhost get caught out once again. Yeah, we're going for the base. The Banshee's still alive. Hatcheries are going down, both on the left and right hand side. Gumio is in control. Catches out some Roach Ravager. We can see Dark trying to harass. But we have gotten into battle cruisers. Ship weapons have been slowly building up here over time. We have +1, soon to be +2 ship weapons, and we have BCs. Do get a base. Do get an orbital. The Swarmers are getting caught out. Forcing scans. Expensive losses here for Dark. And is he ready here for BCs? We do have some Corruptors. That is true. But these are 0/0 Corruptors. Again, they're not ideal. They're not ready for battle cruisers. BCs, they find another base. And we're just starving Dark out. Dark, he's just being starved out here. I mean, yes, Dark does have a bank, but he needs a base. He's been stuck on 4 bases for the entirety of this game. Gumio is getting a 6th. To put that into context, that's a kill, not a cancel. But Gumio is getting into 6 bases, while Dark is stuck on 4. And here we go. Dark, he wants to commit. He's able to catch out quite a bit of this army. There's too many Corruptors, though. That's a lot of supplying Corruptors, and the Cyclones, they're going ham, chasing this down. Corruptors, they do find some of these BCs. But these are expensive losses here for Dark. And does he have a Greater Spire? He does. He can go into Broodlords. He most likely should go into Broodlords from here. And he's on 12 Corruptors. Pulling back. +1 air attack is on the way. Dark desperately trying to expand. Going for another base. If you're curious as to how Dark has been able to survive on 4 bases this entire time, it's because he's been able to retain and gain value with his Swarmhost, like free units basically, so he's been quite efficient. But that is changing. Dark has been taking some more expensive losses as of late. As we're seeing here. Corruptors are turning back around. No Broodlords yet. Meanwhile, Gumio is working on Yamato, working on +3 ship weapons. Good fungal. Fungal on some of these Cyclones. But alas, Darky's still up against the wall. Going for a rich counterattack here at the planetary. Whilst they graze the Cyclones, but the tanks are slowly leapfrogging forward. We're getting within range here of the bases. Finally, Brood Lords are on the way. Is that going to be enough? Can Dark survive? Investors are running out of energy. BCs are coming in. And show us the Yamato. Big Yamatos on these Corruptors, and we get knocked down to 2 Corruptors. GG gets called. There's not enough anti-air. The BCs, they snowball out of control, and Gumiho will take the series 3-1, taking down Dark and becoming this week's ESL Open Cup Asia champion. GG. Gumiho flexing his mech here tonight, and what's important is that every single time Gumiho played mech, it was a different flavor of mech, right? We saw some heavy Cyclone style of mech on Post Youth. We saw a more varied style on Side Delta with Cloak Banshee, with Mass Cloak Banshee instead, then transitioning into a Battle Mech style. Here, we went for a Thor drop, went for a Hellbat Thor push instead, going for something a little bit more traditional and less intensive on those Cyclones, at least for the first half. And yeah, I mean, that's the power of Gumiho. He's so creative, he's so varied here with his playstyle in general, not just with mech, but in every matchup. And Gumiho was able to come out on top here, did overwhelm, and GG. Congratulations! Gumiho is this week's champion. GG, well played. Very well done here with that. Dark, he bows out in second place, but this was still an amazing tournament. This was still an amazing bracket that we had as well. We had players like Björn, we had Hero, we had Classic, we had Rogue, we even had Rainer, who has been traveling and has been visiting Korea as of late. It's been great to see all these players come together. Again, the quality of play in ESL Asia it's the best of the best. The best of the best here. Very little fat, very few, like, again, the caliber of player here is just insane, more so than the other regions. The other regions, they have the quantity. You know, ESL Americas and ESL Europe, they have huge brackets. You know, round of 64, round of 128, like massive brackets here. Here in Asia, smaller brackets, but the quality of play, it's beautiful. It's amazing. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're halfway through the night. We are halfway through the broadcast here. Oh my god, 5-hour cast. This was insane. Didn't even feel like that long. But we've been going at it here for 5 hours, and we are not done. Nowhere near. Up next, we're going to be going on a short break. I say a short break. We're going to be going on like a 15-minute break, something like that. I would like to eat some food. I would like to eat some food, and we're going to be going on a break. When we return, WTL, World Team League. We were covering the qualifiers last week. The qualifiers have concluded, and WTL World Team League Code A begins tonight. It began tonight. It began a couple of hours ago during the semifinals, and we said at the time that we're going to be focusing on ESL Asia. We have wrapped up ESL Asia, and now we're going to catch up on what happened in World Team League. Now, this is going to be a replay cast. We do have access to the clean feed, of course, and these games that we're going to be casting are like 2 hours old, so how dare we? You know, how dare we get these 2-hour-old replays? But we are going to be diving into this, and again, these I guess you could spoil yourself. Be careful with spoilers. You know, I believe the Wikipedia has already been updated with today's WTL matches and with the results. But we are going to be catching up ourselves. I'm going to be avoiding spoilers and avoiding Wikipedia, and we're going to be catching up on the events that occurred a couple of hours ago during ESL Asia with World Team League. Oh boy, it is going to be a lot of good fun. A lot of good fun, I'm sure. So, yeah, before that, though, we're going to be going on an extended break for like 15 or 20 minutes. Again, I need some food. I need some sustenance here. It's been 5 hours. I have not had dinner. It is almost midnight here in Australia. So I'm going to quickly get some food, and then bam, right back into some World Team League action. So stick around if you are unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft action, if you need some more StarCraft inside you, then we got you covered in a couple of minutes. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Thank you so much, everyone, for watching. Thanks so much, everyone, for the support as well. We were able to get some subs. Big shout out to Dally for the 71-month resub. Big shout out, big support. And yeah, with that, we are gonna be heading off here for the time being, going for an extended break. Thank you so much for everything. If you want to support us, you can support us on Patreon, !Patreon in the chat, and you can get you can support us there. You can get some benefits like replay packs as well. We do send out replay packs to our patrons or to our subscribers. We do cast StarCraft on a daily basis. I do apologize because for the past 2 weeks I have been casting on a daily basis, but I've been casting less than normal. Instead of like 2-3 broadcasts a day, it's been 1 a day. Sometimes we miss a day here or there. I do apologize for that. Again, I've been under the weather, but I'm getting better. I'm getting stronger. I'm recovering from the COVID, and we're going to be able to get back to our regular broadcasting schedule without too much issue. We're getting back to non-stop casting. It's happening. It's happening. Looking forward to it. Otherwise, again, we're going to be going on that short break. Again, you can follow us on Patreon, you can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. Socials all over the place. ! Socials in the chat. And yeah, we're going to be back soon, right after we get some food. Until then, thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed EPT. We'll see you for WTL. welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to our second broadcast of the night. We just wrapped up with ESL Open Cup Asia 222, and now we are here with WTL World Team League 2024 Summer Code A Day number 1. I mentioned before that the events of this broadcast did already take place an hour ago, like a couple of hours ago, when we were in the semi-finals of ESL Open Cup Asia. Of course, we wrapped up with all of ESL Asia, and now we are here to catch up, to bear witness to what we missed out on in the WTL. Here we go again, the World Team League. It is the most premier team league out there in StarCraft. Pro League has been, of course, long gone, and this is the, in a way, successor of Pro League. WTL is a big event here for all the big teams to take part in, and there are plenty of teams seeded into Code S. And last week, we went over the qualifiers to determine who makes it into Code A, and we're here. We're here with Code A. You can see the bracket before you. We have the Starving Camels SSLT at the very top, followed by Berserker Esports, Club NV, Team Gosu, Toast Fairy, there we go, Toast Fairy as well, and many other teams. You can see the matches here for you tonight. We have two series. We have the Starving Camels versus Berserker, and Club NV versus Team Gosu. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. I'm here for it. I am ready for it. Again, the Starving Camels, they are a team relegated to Code A from Code S from last season. And we have all these other teams that have been able to make their way through the qualifiers to make it into this main event. The Starving Camels, unfortunately, they lost a lot of their key members. The Starving Camels, they were a favored team back in the day, but here we go. You can see the lineups here. We have Tudming, Silky, and Espor going up against Gung Fu Banda, DNS, and Battle B. Now, in the interim, in the off-season between seasons of WTL, there have been a lot of roster changes. A lot of roster changes here. Players have been switching from teams to teams to teams, and the Starving Camels lost some players. They lost Firefly. Firefly joined Offside, and Firefly was the Starving Camels' ace player. Starving Camels, they also lost Cyan. Cyan, he joined Mystery Gaming. Their two key players have since left them, so the Starving Camels, they're starving a little bit more than usual. They are suffering a little bit more here, but here we go. We're diving into the first game, and in the bottom left-hand corner of Post Youth, we do have Tudming for SSLT. And in the top right, we have Gung Fu Banda for Berserker Esports. Here we go. Berserker versus the Starving Camels. Oh boy, so again, the Starving Camels, they've lost a lot of key players. They still have Tudming and Silky. I would say now Silky has to rise to the challenge, and Silky is the new ace player for the Starving Camels. Tudming, likewise, is his right hand, and we'll see if they can keep up with Berserker. Berserker Esports have leveled up quite a lot. Basically, all of their players that they're fielding tonight are new players that they have acquired over that off-season. Gung Fu Banda is a big name. He is a beast in the European region. Likewise, DNS was the ace player of the Platinum Heroes. DNS has switched from the Platinum Heroes to Berserker Esports. He has been poached. He has hopped over to a new team. So DNS is going to be a big acquisition here for Berserker. Again, taking the ace player from the Platinum Heroes. So, yeah, that's merely only a handful of changes that have occurred, and we can get into some of these other changes as the series does progress. Meanwhile, we're getting into this, and this is a best of 2. Overall, it's a best of 7 between the teams, but it is comprised by best of 2s individually. Tudming versus Gung Fu Banda. Game 1 is on Post Youth. Game 2 is loser's pick. Whoever loses this series will be able to pick the second map. Now, Post Youth, as we have seen in the past, is a very interesting map, has a free natural base. The natural is a pocket in the main base here for our players, so this does allow for some greedier play. It does allow you to be a lot more economic and cut some corners early on just to be that much crazier in how you want to boost yourself into the mid game. We'll see if that's going to be the case here, as we see Tudming going for his Hatchcast full standard opener, likewise Gung Fu Banda going for a gate expand into his Cybercore. Nothing too crazy here, standard openers for the time being. We'll see where this leads us though, as again, Gung Fu Banda is a little bit more of an enigma, a little bit, as he pops up from time to time. It's so crazy. Like, I think he popped up like a couple weeks ago, and he just rocked up and just took down Skillus, for example, in an ESL Open Cup. Like, Gung Fu Banda, he's an amazing player, but he's not the most consistent of players, unfortunately. Not the most consistent of players, and because of that, Gung Fu Banda, he can be really hard to read. He can look amazing, or he can kind of fall on its face. You know, it's Very hit and miss here with Gung Fu Panda. We'll see which flavor of Gung Fu Panda we get here tonight. But now it's going to be a Twilight Council opener. Twilight Council opener here out of Gung Fu Panda. Ooh, interesting here in a PvZ. This could be Glaive Adepts. This could lead into a Dark Shrine. This could even go into another weird direction as well. The two most common openers are going to be either DTs or Glaive Adepts. They are not all-ins by any means. They can transition out of this. We can transition. There it is. Glaives is on the way. But we have not pulled out a gas. Interesting. You can see here that gas is being mined 3 and 3, which means we might invest into additional gas geysers. Oh, sorry, we might invest into additional gateways. Basically, we have 3 gates. There we go. 4 gates for the time being. We could throw down a 5th and 6th gateway, or we can throw down a Dark Shrine. And there it is. There's a 5th gateway on the way. And we may as well throw down a 6th as well. So we are doubling down. This is the beginning of a 2-base all-in from Gung Fu Panda. Much more committed than your typical and usual 4-gate blink. Oh, interesting. Okay, so my apologies. This is a really weird one. We're getting up to 5 gateways. We do have additional gateways, true, but there's no robo. No robo, no warp prism. Very interesting here. Okay, so this is gonna be an interesting opener just because we should be expanding. We can see the probe moving out, so we're taking a 3rd base because we did not invest into that robo. But regardless, like, this is still going to be quite committed here. And yeah, the leagues, they do slip in. Big scouts. Big moment here for Tudming. He gets into the main base. He sees all the gateways. He does confirm the Twilight Council researching. He's aware of the Glaive Adepts. He should be getting ready back at home. Roach Warren is already in production. And with that, we should be able to mass roaches, lings, and defend against this push. Now, thankfully for Gung Fu Panda, he's not all in. Thankfully, you know, he can, of course, pivot away from this and get into a more economic follow-up here. He already has a 3rd base, so, you know, he already has that going for him at least. But we'll see how this all does come together as they do get across the map. Ooh, gonna be dancing here with the Queens, threatening a shade towards the main base. Lings are able to keep up. We do commit to the shade. We do commit to the shade here, and Lings are going to be cleaned up. And Devsam trying to make their way into the mineral line. Roaches are going to be able to shut them down, though. Yeah, we managed to get 1 to maybe 2 drone kills here. Yeah, 2 drones, and not too much at all. I do apologize for some of the frame drops that we've been seeing, but I think that has to do with the clean feed itself. That is outside of our control, unfortunately. I can see here we have 0 drop frames, just a little bit of latency with the clean feed, but hopefully it does clear up. Hopefully it does clear up as the event does progress. The fingers crossed. Fingers crossed. Yeah, I have confirmation here from some of the other casters that the clean feed was lagging a little bit. But here we go. We have Lings getting across the map. They do actually get on top of the shield battery. Shield battery is going to be going down. Tudming actually accomplishing quite a bit here, able to get on top of the army. Roaches have arrived. We do have slow lots here to defend. Yeah, the Zealots, they do arrive here, but again, we have too many Roaches, too many Lings. It looks like we should be able to break through. Yeah, no shield battery, no overcharge, and Tudming with this big counterattack, punishing the build of Gung Fu Panda. Again, it was, what was it, 5 gates at depths, and we forced a recall into the main base. Bleeding out far too much, and the 3rd of Gung Fu Panda, it's going to be going down. Even the Queens made it. We didn't need them. The Queens are racing back home, but they got here nonetheless. Just for some moral support, as the 3rd has been broken. And just like that, Gung Fu Panda, he is in a world of hurt. Oh, the wall! We do have a shield battery, sorry, we do have a force field at least. Shield battery's on the way. Tudming, he won't be able to break the ramp, but he doesn't need to. From here, you can see in the production tab, Tudming is droning. Tudming is happily droning up from this point. He's happily droning, working towards a gold base. Taking up into lair tech, going for the Bailey Nest as well. All that Tudming has to do is contain Gung Fu Panda on 2 bases. Doesn't need more than that. And again, the build of choice from Gung Fu Panda was just so quirky, it was so weird, and I kind of want to see kind of where it led us, but we can see here that Tudming is going to be able to shut it down completely. Going for the probe. Or trying to at least. The probe does manage to get away. The wall! Redo wall off just in time. The Red Ravager trading with the main army. Not the best trade here for Tudeming, but Lings, they are able to close the distance. They get on top of this. Roaches are going down. Sorry, Zealots are going to be going down. And Tudeming once again is breaking this position. And again, I don't see a world where Goku Bandit can expand. Like, taking this third base is going to be so difficult for him. Yeah, we focus down the pylon. Never mind, the pylon does actually finish, or does keep the warp in going. Goku Bandit, he is going to be able to hold on. But behind this, Tudeming, he's amassing Lings, amassing Roaches. Upgrades are on the way. Bailing speed as well. Tudeming is still looking quite comfortable. Still looking quite comfortable. I'm just catching up with the chat. Catching up. Oh, hello, Amiyo, hello. No spoilers. Yes, no spoilers in the chat. True. As Lings, they are gonna fail getting back into the main base. We are able to wall off in time. Good defense here by Goku Bandit. Meanwhile, across the map, the Adept Harass actually getting quite a lot done as well. 8 drones fall alongside 9 probes. We do trade blow for blow there. We do trade a blow for blow. But again, Tudeming, you can see him just excel here in army supply. Like, Goku Bandit is being left further and further behind. And honestly, this is a pretty good start here for the Starving Camels. I was concerned. Coming into this, I had faith in Silky to lead the charge, but the rest of the Starving Camels, the rest of SSLT, they do need to step it up here in the absence of Firefly, in the absence of Cyan. And against a player like Kung Fu Panda, I was concerned that we wouldn't be able to hold a candle, at least not without Silky. But Tudeming, he's more than proving his worth. Showing that Mage, you can't just like freestyle your opener and try to, you know, throw whatever you can against the wall to see what sticks. As Tudeming, he is good enough to punish you. And you can see here Tudeming on the cusp of maxing out. Is going to be able to max out from here. We do see Kung Fu Panda trying to go for some Dead Press across the map. Last Tudeming, he is going to be able to dive on top of this. Baileys don't quite commit, not yet. Good positioning here for Kung Fu Panda. Even with a supply deficit, he is going to be able to take a bit of a more efficient fight. Yeah, as he gets 7 more drone kills across the map. Nice economic damage. Tudeming actually dropping down to 49 drones. Ay. Dropping down to 49 workers. Baileys are looking to roll in. We do have the overcharge. And with the help of this overcharge, can we hold on? Nah, there's still just too many roaches. There's too much Zerg on the ground. The Archons, they're putting in a lot of work. The overcharge as well. As we have 4 shield batteries in position. But even with that, we are barely breaking through those Archons. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 of them go down. The Archons are falling. And the Stalkers are going to be able to defend for now, but this is still just too much damage, too many losses. Too much of a deficit here for Kung Fu Panda. Ay. And from here, with these reinforcements from Tudeming, he should be able to break the back of Kung Fu. I mean, he does have an immortal on the way. He does have potentially an overcharge getting reset. But, again, it's just a numbers game at this point. Only a matter of time. There's that overcharge that we spoke about, barely keeping that immortal alive. I mean, hey, Kung Fu Panda, he holds, technically. Does lose 21 probes, but does hold on. And now Tudeming, he's going to have to build that up again. Work towards another big army before pulling the trigger. He's remaxing. He has the gold base. And Kung Fu Panda is going to have to rebuild all those shield batteries. Set himself up once again. Now, to be fair, Tudming, if he wanted to try to extend his lead, then I would advise going into Hive Tech. Taking him into Hive, going for Vipers, going for Lurker Tech as well. For now, Tudming, he's staying on Ling Main Road Ravager, which is concerning. It does mean that, again, he doesn't have the most efficient army, and he's going to be just ramming his face against this wall. And potentially, Kung Fu Panda could, survive a little bit longer as a result. We'll see, though, as Kung Fu Panda is moving out. Pushing towards the right-hand side. And this is just this is a crazy move out here from Kung Fu Panda. There is no War Prism, there's no juggling here whatsoever, and he's going to be throwing this army away. Yeah, Immortals are going down. We do manage to get a couple of SCV kills, a couple of drone kills even. But we're punishing this, shutting down these Archons, chasing them down one after the other. And alas, Kung Fu Panda, he's going to have to turn back around, come back home, and now he's turtling again. Let's go. Let's go. After this game, I'll see if I can fix anything on my end, but from my understanding, the way this works is that the clean feed was lagging as this was being broadcasted live, and this isn't like a local recording, so the latency that was experienced during the live broadcast is also there during the VOD as well. The VOD doesn't magically clear it up. That's not how VODs work for Twitch or for YouTube, which is a shame. It is a bit of a shame. Obviously, if the SC Boy production team had a local recording, then that would be okay. But they typically don't, upload local recordings or anything like that. We do have to rely on the clean feed instead. So I do apologize for the kind of frame drops that are being seen, and again, the latency of the issues that are being seen here. But hopefully it does clear up over the course of the broadcast. Hopefully it does clear up, as we do see Tudming pushing in once again. Gets a pylon, trades with the army. You can see Tudming, he's about to max out. And this entire game essentially has been Kung Fu Panda fighting to hold on to his third, fighting for survival here. And I mean, hey, he's been living, he's been surviving. There's still a pulse for sure. Again, you can trade quite efficiently here, as Banelings are rolling in once again, trying to get past the army. Lings, they collapse here on the Archons and the Immortals, and finally it looks like Tudming, he has enough to break through, to break the back of Kung Fu Panda. GG gets called, and Tudming will take game number 1. So regardless of how this goes, we'll see if Kung Fu Panda can bounce back. And here we go. In the bottom right hand corner, we have Tudming for the Starving Camels, and in the top left hand corner, we have for Berserker Esports, Kung Fu Panda. Here we go, and as we get into this, a big shout out to the sponsors of WTL, Doyu, Piu, Autoful, and Taidu as well. Big shout out to the sponsors. Without them, this event would not be possible, and the World Team League would not be around either, so thank you so much for the sponsors. Unfortunately, most of the sponsors are Chinese-based, as the event is held in China, so we can't really, support them too much outside internationally, but regardless, a shout out to them nonetheless. As we are settling into game number 2. I also heard Lloyd was having a secret Sesame Street party who are all taking up the reign with true. Yo, the Sesame Street though, mate, it slaps. Aye. Let's go. As this is going to be a hatch gas pull from Tudming, nothing too crazy, forcing the unnatural natural. Really my eyes are going to be on Kung Fu Panda. I'm very curious to see how he does adjust, how he does divert his play, whether he goes for another Twilight Council or for something entirely different. That's what I'm mainly keeping my eye out for. So we shall see. As So for now, we do have our setup here on the way. Cybercore is about to finish up. With the completion of the Cybercore, we can get into our tech of choice, whether it's a Stargate or a Twilight Council or even a Robo-based opener. I'm a little bit unfamiliar with the playstyle of Gung Fu Panda. Like, again, I catch him every now and then, like once a year, you know, once a couple of times a year even. So I'm always excited to see where he is at, how he does evolve over time. And there we go, we have our tech of choice. It is a Stargate. This time, no Twilight Council. Okay. Now, just because it's a Stargate opener does not mean it's going to be a standard game. I mean, it's a standard build so far, true, but this can lead into a Void Ray-based opener, it can lead into Phoenixes, can lead into Sky Toss. There is a lot available here for Gung Fu Panda. Is a lot available. But now we do see Tunming investing into a couple of extra lings. It's going to be to keep up with the Adepts. Speaking of, we do have a handful of them sneaking out across the map, trying to get a scout off. It looks like they will manage to slip into that natural base. And we're actually not stopping link production. Tunming is going for a link flood. Oh my god, Tunming, he's cutting workers here at 23. We are flooding links across the map one way or another. The game is about to end. We do see a couple of Adepts shading into the main. Drones are going down. Late reaction out of Tunming. A lot of damage being dealt here, but Lings, they have arrived. And we're sending everything across them. We got 5 drone kills, not insignificant. Would you cripple the economy here of Tunming when he was all in anyway? Lings, they have arrived. Oracle is going to be able to help out Lings. They do flood in though. The wall is wide open. The wall is not a wall, but do we have enough Lings? I don't think we do. We get into the main base. Probes are fighting. Again, the Oracle adding so much here to the defense. But the Oracle is out of NG. We're going for the Cybercore. We're going for the Pylon even. Oh my god. We're not going to get it. And it feels like Tunming, he's just running out of steam here. Gets the Pylon. Depowers the Stargate. He will get the Cybercore as well. Cybercore does go down. I mean, with that, we can't warp in any more Adepts. No Adepts and no Oracles. We only have the one Oracle. We only have the one Adept. Shield batteries are finishing. Tunming, can we still pull this off? We're going for the gateway. We're going for the gateway here. We're trying to at least. Shield batteries are keeping these zealots alive. We might have an overcharge as well. The gateway is going to fall. Oh, we do break in. And we managed to bypass that wall. We head into the main base. And more probes are going down. Tunming, has he done it? Behind this Tunming, he's droning. Tunming is droning up. Still has a handful of lings in the main. Not enough to end the game, but enough to get a couple more probes. Keep Gung Fu Panda on the back foot. Getting more workers here at the natural. Still only 10 worker kills in total. And as the dust does settle, Tunming, he's on 35 drones against the 30 probes of Gung Fu Panda. Ooh. Oh boy. On top of that, the Stargate is still depowered. There's no Twilight Council, there's no Forge, there's no Robo, there's no tech at all here for Gung Fu Panda because of all the lost mine time. I have to give the edge to Tunming here. Unless Gung Fu Panda can pop off with these Oracles, unless he can kill some drones, Tunming, he should be able to hold his own. There we go. Oracles making their way towards the main base. Spores, they need a couple more seconds. They need a little bit more time. Spores, they do finish. We got 4 drone kills in the main. Very nice damage. The Spore at the natural still not done either. We get 6 drone kills. Ay, ay, ay. We do manage to get 6 drones. The Oracles, they get the hell out of there. Now we have a transition. We're going for a gateway explosion. Gung Fu Panda yet to expand, but he's going for Blink. Going for Blink, and we should soon be seeing a third base. But again, this is just such a weird game state. is going to be such a weird game state here, where Kung Fu Panda, he's still kind of limping into his 3-way setup, and likewise, so is Tudming. Yeah, the game is kind of settling down from here. And again, neither player has anything major going on in their way. Like, Lair is still on the way for Tudming, Roach Warren as well. Likewise, Kung Fu Panda is still working towards his Forge, working towards Blink. I don't really think either player has enough to be too aggressive either. I mean, sure, there are Lings, and they're going for the third. They're going for the third base, and Kung Fu Panda's out of position, by the way. Link is not done. He's racing back home. We should force a cancel. Tudming, he gets a full surround, and he will cancel the third. Big pickup. Does cancel the third base, and behind this, Kung Fu Panda still just trying to get into his own Blink. Stuck at home. Tudming, he's looking good. He's looking strong, Pop. And that's dangerous. I'm not gonna lie, after Berserker Esports picked up Kung Fu Panda, I think I would have placed Kung Fu Panda as the ace player for Berserker. It's hard to say, do I rate Kung Fu Panda higher than DNS? It's a hard call. It's a hard call just because of how inconsistent Kung Fu Panda is, but yeah, Tudming, he's in control right now. We do have additional oracles hitting the field. Alright, Tudming, he's pushing. Do you see there on the production tab? We have Drop Lords on the way for the Queens. Roach Speed about to kick in. Tudming. Tudming, he is going for a 3-base push. He's looking to end the game here and now. Going for the kill. I'm not so sure if he needs to, but he is going for it. He's sending it, Papi. He is sending it across the map. We do have an Arc Shrine on the way, but it just now started. There won't be DTs to defend. There won't be Dark Templar. We're collapsing on the army. Last Kung Fu Panda is going to be able to hold on. Creep is spreading. Quite a bit of it. And with that, we can transfuse. We have anti-air as well. Ravagers are still on the way. Tudming just parked outside the base, bleeding out Lings. We will have an overcharge for Kung Fu Panda. Stage Trap is going to be going up, but just the one. And just the one stays. There's the overcharge for Kung Fu. He's going to be able to hold on. Does force back the army. But once the overcharge runs out, then Tudming can break him. Yeah, Bar's going to be thrown down. Going for the shield battery. Overcharge runs out. Lings, they're flooding in. And Kung Fu Panda, his blinks are good. He's preserving his army, but it's just a numbers game at this point. There's just too much Zerg. Here come the DTs. Where's the detection? Where are those overseers as the DTs are going in? They're cleaning up all the Ravagers. Ravagers are going down, and Kung Fu Panda, he holds. Oh my god. 3 overseers on the way, but they're not going to finish as we have Stalkers just focusing them down. Ay, ay, ay. A rough moment there for Tudming. 1 overseer does barely finish. But those are some rough losses for Tudming. He lost so many Ravagers. Again, the Invisible Man was a little bit too good, but we're still just rallying across the map. We're still just trying to force the issue here. I feel like Tudming, though, he's running out of steam. Yeah, he's running out of steam. He has to pull back. Tudming, he fails to break it. Kung Fu Panda, and now Tudming, he's in a lot of trouble. He's down in workers, now down in tech. Kung Fu Panda has +1. He's got Immortals. He's got Archon potential as well. He's on 57, or he's on, sorry, 64 probes even. And Tudming, he made this choice. If he wanted to, he could have just taken another base, macroed up, and gone ahead that way. He could have just teched on up even further, but he went for the all-in instead, and the all-in did fail. And now Kung Fu Panda, looking good. Is bouncing back in this. Again, Tudming has a lot of draining to do. He has a lot of joining to do right now. He needs more bases as well. There we go. He's taking a fifth. Fifth hatchery's on the way. +1 just now begins for Tunming. Fourth base is on the way for Gung Fu Panda. That is dangerous. And Tunming ideally needs to deny that fourth, but I don't think he can. He just doesn't have an army for it. Yeah, Gung Fu Panda, he's just running away with this. Taking his fourth base. Taking up into +2. Charge. More Immortals. Templar Archives on the way for the Protoss. Tunming, how do we bounce back here? What I will say is that it looks like the clean feed is clearing up. Like the stuttering that we had in game 1, it isn't here anymore. It was here at the beginning of game 2, but maybe I'm jinxing myself. True. Maybe I shouldn't say it. Maybe I shouldn't. Oh, it's looking. I can't see anything. Oh my god. It's a PowerPoint presentation, Papi. Smurge. Aye. But yeah, thankfully it's looking better. So it looks like if there were latency issues, it was only at the start of the broadcast. Oh no! I spoke too soon. Did you see that? No, spoke too soon. Regardless, Tunming has to back off. He is maxed out on 74 workers. On 74 workers here. Maxing out on Lingbane Roach Ravager, not the most efficient of armies. Now, the name of the game here is Tunming has to break, and Gung Fu Panda, all he has to do is defend. Survive! And he will be able to outscale Tunming as the game goes on. These are pulling in. Good storm! Ooh, big! Oh my god, so many links go down. Massive storms. Big stasis here on the Bailings as well. Gung Fu Panda, he is holding. Big storm once again on the army. Oh my god. Tunming, he takes the storm to the face. And Gung Fu Panda's ahead. He's done it. He survived the attack. Despite the supply deficit. Bailings to go for the High Templar. Oh! Ooh, would you get to them? Make the best out of a bad situation there. 2 High Templar go down. So good trade from Tunming. But now he's behind in the economy. And +2 is kicking in. We have +3 on the way for Gung Fu Panda. Aye. And again, as the army supplies are evening up, the problem here is that the quality of the army is just so much more in favor of Tunming. Sorry, of Gung Fu Panda. Tunming, he's falling further behind. We have Sky Toss on the way. We have the Stargate, Fleet Beacon, ready for carriers. Aye. Gung Fu Panda getting ready for the late game. Getting ready for yeah, just a 5-base setup, a 6-base setup even. The 5th is going to be denied. The problem here is that Tunming has nothing that shoots up. He has no Hydrogen, he has no Spire, no Hydras, no Corruptors. He is not ready for Sky Toss. The longer this goes on, the better it is for Gung Fu Panda. And he is maxed. He is maxed out. Oh, that is a lot of Bailings though. We're going for the bases. We're trying to. Stage Trap going to be going up. Bailings, they are intercepted. No connections here from Tunming. Bailings are getting shut down. Likewise, Gung Fu Panda. Getting that Prism into the main. Doesn't really have the supply for much of a warp in, but there we go. AZELs across the map. Carrier production has commenced. Bailings once again, they're going for the mineral line. High Templar go down. Big pickups. And 26-28. Oh my god. No reaction out of Gung Fu Panda. And Tunming, he cripples the economy. 30 probe kills. As he kills 30 workers, though, we get a big Zealot warp in into the main base. We are wreaking havoc, forcing back the main army. But Tudming, he will defend. And suddenly Gung Fu Banda gets knocked down to 47 workers. But he has carriers on the way. Carrier production underway. We have +1 air attack finishing up as well. Shields on the horizon here for Gung Fu Banda. And he's pushing out. God, there are so many immortals. Big storm here in the mineral line. There we go. We try to collapse on this. Storm once again on the Ling Bane. Gung Fu Banda's holding his own. The carriers have been revealed. And what is the answer? We need some tech here. Ideally a Spire, but Hydrogen does finish faster. There we go. Vipers are on the way. I mean, that does help. I see in chat, Tudming's name I haven't heard in a long time. I think I remember Husky back in Wigs of Liberty. Tudming has been around for a very long time. That is true. That is true. Tudming, Jim, Top, Sugla. Has been gonna be for a long time. Here we go. We do see Tudming once again laying siege on that base. Carriers have been revealed. They do push in. We do have how many? 3 carriers. Oh, big storms here on the Ravagers as well. Massive storms on the Ravagers, and the Ravagers, they melt. Tudming, his main army just crumbles before the Sky Toss, and Gung Fu Banda, he has the death ball that he's been working towards. A death ball of a Protoss army, and the Vipers, he kills his own base. No, not like this. The base goes down. GG gets called, and Gung Fu Banda, he claws his way back in and ties it up 1-1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. We are tied up 1-1 here in this Team League match, and I'll be honest, Tudming almost 2-0'd. He almost 2-0'd. He had such a massive advantage here in this game. After his Ling Flood, he was able to get a little bit ahead. I mean, it was a very scrappy start to the game is what I will say. Tudming, it did feel like he came out ahead out of it, but after his failed all-in at the third, Gung Fu Banda was getting in the driver's seat. You know, he was able to survive, get his third, get his fourth base, tech up, max out, get into Sky Toss, and Tudming was not ready for a longer game, not ready for the late game at all. GG, well played. We have a series. We have a series. As a reminder, this was a best of 2. Tudming and Gung Fu Banda, they end their series with a tied 1-1 score, and now we move on to Silky versus DNS. Let's go. Silky, of course, I would say the ace player of the Starving Camels. He is the new ace player here. He's going to be stepping it up as our Zerg hope. And I just realized that the Starving Camels, they have a full Zerg team. They used to be Protoss, now full Zerg. Oh boy, how times have changed. And there it is. We're getting ready for game number 1 on Dynasty. DNS, as I mentioned, he was the ace player of the Platinum Heroes last season, but DNS has left the Platinum Heroes and he has found a new home with Berserker Esports. Oh boy. And you could make an argument that DNS is now the new ace player of Berserker. I would say DNS or Gung Fu Banda. It's hard to say which one is in better form, but I do rate DNS quite highly here. I also rate Silky quite highly, so the best of the best. The best of the best here on their respective teams are facing off on Dynasty. Let's go. Let us go. As we are settling on in, and in the top right hand corner we do have DNS for Berserker Esports, and in the bottom left we had Silky for the Starving Camels. Here we go. Again, I was just making sure that that the quality was looking a little bit better here. I do apologize for the fuzzy look that it had before, but hopefully things look a little bit better as we are getting into our second best of 2 of this series. For the time being, we're tied up 1-1, and we're loading into Dynasty. Dynasty, of course, one of the newer maps in the map pool, has a pocket gold base, which is crazy, by the way. The pocket base is a gold, and Silky is going for a hatch first. Sorry, is going for a 15 hatch into a 15 spawning pool. Very safe opener here out of Silky. DNS, what kind of opener are we going to be going for? How do we punish the gold base of the Zerg? As you can imagine, in the early game with the depths, with Stalkers as well, with Oracle Harass, this goal base can be difficult to actually hold on to as a Zerg player, so I'm curious how we plan to go about it. I'm quite curious here, as we do see Silky essentially going for a delayed gas, but is now getting into it. Again, 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool into a delayed gas geyser. With this, he could opt to skip link speed, does have that option available, as he maynards over and takes the goal base as his own. Team Zerg, the starving Zerglings. Ah, oh, give them some food, Pappy, give them some food. Smoke. Oh, no sleepy time chill music this season. Yo, the music last season was wild. I get what you're saying. Like, they had like some elevator like pop music that was very, very lo-fi. I don't know, it was weird. It was a weird kind of weird music that they played in between matches. Like, we'd be like in this really hype moment, and then it's like dun dun dun. it's like Bappy, we're popping up. What's going on? It didn't really fit the tone, is what I will say. It did not fit the tone of how hype and how intense a lot of these matches were. Regardless, Lings are moving out, trying to be active, trying to make sure that we are able to keep the Adepts back at home, as DNS is going for his own natural expansion. The Zerg team versus Berserker Esport. They didn't even... They didn't even have a Zerg player fielded. What do you mean? They have 2 Protoss and a Terran. Aye, aye, aye. Shaking my head, Einstein. Shaking my head. It's okay. It reminded me fondly of GOM TV. True, true. Let's go. As we see Silky sending his things across the map, trying to knock down that front door. At the same time, Adepts, they do get across the map towards the goal base. We do commit to the shade, though. GNS turning around. Wow, this thing run by buying so much time for Silky, saving his mineral line, forcing the army back home. And Lings, they don't break in, but they do save the mineral line here, save the economy of Silky. As the more Lings are moving out. Behind this is taking his third base, he's going to be droning. Ooh, even force DNS to fully wall off as well. As Silky is making his way in. But doesn't quite catch any of those Adepts. Not this time. As you see, the game just calming down from here. Silky droning up as best he can. Likewise, DNS saturating his own gold. Now, the power here for Protoss, or the strength here that other races have on this map, is that without Roaches, Silky cannot actually punish the gold base. Like, he only has Lings and Banelings to work with. Like, he can't really get into that mineral line. The natural is safe and sound for DNS. Cannot say the same for Silky. Yeah, you can see here the Lings, they can only look upon the mineral line. No touching. Cannot harass those workers. As instead we rotate around towards the third base, we have a Adepts in position, we have an Oracle as well. Yeah, DNS, he will be able to hold on. Does shut this down. As we have our take of choice, Silky is going to be going to Roaches, as we mentioned. It is going to be a way for him to, you know, apply some pressure to the gold. Behind this DNS getting into his Oracle production as well. Triple Oracle, into +1 Blink. Standard setup here from DNS, despite the chaotic nature of the start of this game. But the Oracles are able to, try to punish this mineral line. 1 Oracle goes down for 5 drones. Not the worst trade, but I'm sure DNS was hoping to keep that Oracle alive. Silky sending his Lings across the map once again. And Silky, typically a very aggressive player in the mid to late game. Not really known for his late game prowess. Silky thrives in the mid game instead, and has been semi-successful with this harassment, with these Lings. He's achieved a little bit. I do want to favor DNS a little bit more though here, as he's fully establishing himself here on 3 bases. Once Blink kicks in, he can be more active on the map. Until then, DNS is stuck at home, and Silky, he's free to expand and free to drone. getting into his roaches. It was definitely not the right speed for StarCraft. It wasn't. It was very jarring. Very jarring. But it was fun. It was fun. As a blink is finishing up, it's finishing up in a couple of seconds, +1 as well. DNS is going to be pushing, and he's going right for the gold mineral line. As we did mention, is a very abusable position. Silky trying to come in from behind, trying to flank the army. And the boys are being pulled away. We do deny any kind of mining here at the gold base. We do deny mining. Silky, he's supply block with 5 overlords in production. Brutal there. And from here, we may force a recall back home. Or we could even blink into the base. Roach counterattack looking to hit that 4th. Actually headed for the gold base instead. And do we go for that recall? Do you have a small warping available? The hatchery taking a lot of hits. Looks like DNS, he wants that hatchery first before turning around. Does end up losing one of those one of those oracles. But yeah, he does get the base. From here, we can come back home and deal with these roaches. There we go. There's that recall. We leave one stalker. No! Do leave one stalker behind, but we do get a surround of these roaches. Big catch here from DNS. Yeah, there's no way out of this. The roaches, they're trapped. We go back to mining and we clean up this army. A big loss there for Silky. As Silky is trying to build up with Lingbane Roach Ravager. I gets knocked down to 3 bases. Silky, he's in a bit of trouble here. He's risking it all going for a Spire. We have Mutas on the way. Spire is done, Mutas are on the horizon against Mass Blink Stalker. There's potential for Silky, but it's not going to be easy. Not going to be easy here. As the Spire has yet to be scattered, Storm is finishing up. It's halfway done. Silky being active. Here come those Mutas. Doesn't have too many, I believe 7 Mutas in total. Is enough to one-shot. Can a one-shot workers looking to go for that natural base. At the same time, Silky does once again hit that gold. He's going for the mineral line. Does force the overcharge as well. DNS responding with his entire army. Does catch the Ravagers, but at the same time, here come the Mutas right for the natural base. And DNS, he's out of position. Completely out of position. Lings, they flood into the mineral line. Shield battery and cannon go down. And so do the probes. And Silky just distracting and pulling DNS apart. The Mutas themselves haven't done too much. We get 20 probes. Oh my god. We get 20 probe kills. And just like that, Silky takes a worker lead. Hive is on the way. Lingbane. Could be Lingbane into Ultra. With melee upgrades. Would make sense for Silky. But now still just amassing more Lings. Amassing more Lingbane. I was hoping for the Ultra Tech, but no, it is going to be Hydras instead. Unfortunately. It's going to be Lingbane Hydra into Lurker Tech, I imagine. Meanwhile, the gold base is wide open. Baileys are rolling on in. We crash into the mineral line. And we're going further in. And we have to commit. We're going for the 3rd. We're going for the gold. The main base has been evacuated. Bailey's trying to chase this down. DNS one step behind. Trying to keep up here with the harassment. We're going for the production. Going for the pylons. Not the best use of the Lingbane. We get 13 probe kills. And DNS will clean this up. That was a lot of army supply spent. But once again, DNS not where he needs to be. He's in the main. He's trapped in the main base. Forced to recall instead. Does recall in time. But again, Silky doing such a great job here just pulling his opponent apart. And there it is. Lurker dens are on the way. 2 of them. So those 2 lurker dens. I imagine that's to get into lurker upgrades as quickly as possible. Silky with a decent economy. And he's just amassing more lings. Adrenal is on the way. And he is going for the 3rd. Takes out the Stalkers, gets the Sentry as well. Again, really good trades here by Silky. DNS trying to keep up. And DNS, he has yet to move out across the map. He's been stuck at home the entire game. Or most of the game. Outside of the initial successful Stalker push, he's just been stuck at home, defending over and over again. Storm is done. And now we're pushing. Now, in a head-on fight, I have to favor DNS, except for the lurkers. The lurkers will complicate things, and they do arrive just in time for the push. Oh my god, Silky. Again, the lurkers are ready here for the attack. As long as we're in position, we should be okay. God, that's a lot of storms. That is a lot of storms available. Yeah, lurkers, they do burrow. They are in position. DNS, he can't push in. Here we go. Silky, he has maxed out. He's going to be avoiding the main fight, so skirting around the edge, going for the bases instead. Risky maneuver here out of Silky. But he does manage to get on top of this center base. The cannons are going down. Ling Bane rolling towards that mineral line as well. And we do outposition DNS. Again, he's stuck trying to push into lurkers, and that's not going to happen. There are just too many lurkers in position. And Silky, he's going to have to go for a base trade. Or how else do we approach this? How else can we approach this? He's going into Skytools, working towards Tempest. But it might be too little too late, as DNS is down to 36 probes. It is being pulled apart. We take control of the 3rd base, and we're threatening the main. Here comes the ground army. Again, we can't push into the lunkers. It's not going to happen. Aye, aye, aye. Not without immortals or disruptors or something more robust. And you can see here DNS just having a hard time pushing in. Oh, Stalker's going to be going down. And yeah, we're just pushing in even closer, even further towards the main bases. High Templar goes down. Now Tempests have arrived. But it may not even matter. Like, the attack rate of Tempest is far too low. And the lurkers, they've broken the main. They can't be the production. Tempest will eventually kill everything. But it's going to take far too long. Goes DNS, he is pushing ever closer. Does catch a couple of these lurkers. Does manage to catch a couple of them. And again, this may not be the most efficient trade out of Silky, but he has the economy to sustain himself. He can afford some losses. He is replenishing his army, and DNS is not. As DNS is being forced further back. GG gets called. There's nothing left here for DNS, and Silky takes game number 1. See how this all does come together. Again, the players just getting their lobby set up, getting their match ready for us. And yeah, I mean, again, DNS, he's not the fastest of players. Like, we've known this for quite some time, but once he gets the ball rolling, he can be hard to stop. And here we go, getting into the bottom right hand corner of Goldenrod. We have Silky in the top left. We have DNS for Berserker Esports. Here we go. And again, this map is DNS's map of choice, so really my eyes are on him to see what his plan is coming into this game. What I was getting at was that DNS, again, if he's able to get into a solid 4-base setup, if he's able to fortify his fringe bases as well, his main army engages can be terrifying. We've seen DNS even hold his own against several at times in the previous season of WTL. DNS did impress us quite a lot. But yeah, we saw that specifically on Dynasty, he was just having such a hard time keeping up with the movement and with the army positioning here of Silky was pulled apart. Hopefully we can time things up here. I want to believe. Do want to believe. Do want to believe. As for now, it's going to be a Hatchcast full standard opener out of Silky. Standard opener from our Zerg player. Meanwhile, across the map, DNS likewise going for a gate expand into a cyber core. Nothing too wild yet. As a reminder, once we wrap up with this series, we're going to be going over Team Gosu versus Club NV thereafter. So 2 best of 7s tonight. 2 best of 7s to end the night. Let's go. Unfortunately, oh god. Unfortunately, there is no player cams, but we should be getting player cams for the main event for Codes. Codes is where player cams are required. So we will be getting there. For now, though, we have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener out of DNS. He does delay his Warp Gate to afford that. And it should be for Oracles. Again, DNS, he's not really a cheesy player. That's not the kind of player he is. Not cheesy, not overly aggressive. I imagine it's going to be triple Oracle into a third. As you can see, DNS being as annoying as possible, delaying the third. You know, Silky investing into a wave of Lings. Just to keep up with the Adept Harass. Likewise, 2 Lings, they do slip in. And they should be able to get a scout of the main base. Yeah, they get eyes on the tech. They see and spot that Stargate. So Silky should be feeling pretty safe and pretty comfortable. As he is moving out with his Lings. He is moving out. Oracles are on the way. The wall is wide open, so we could try to slip in, but we can see now Silky is more concerned with delaying that third. Meanwhile, as the Lings are being active, the Adepts, they do get across the map. Do get across. They shade into the main base. 2 Adepts, they do one-shot drones. And we are getting worker kills. 2 drone kills so far. Lings, they do try to engage. But very nice positioning here with DNS. But he will be losing those Adepts. Meanwhile, the Oracle comes in. Where's the Spore? No Spore. Queens are busy in the main base. 6 drones go down. A good amount of damage dealt here by DNS. 6 worker kills. But can DNS hold on to that third? Remember, he lost 2 Adepts, which means he has that much less to defend his third. Lings have arrived. But they get here a little bit too late. Third base has been thrown down, and DNS will hold. Does hold. Silky has to back off and re-drone. DNS in a good position. He's got the worker lead. He's got the third base on the way. He's taking up into his Forge and his Twilight Council +1 and Blink. Things are looking up here for Protoss. Ooh, as I say that, we do catch a Stalker. Not bad. Nice little pick off there by Silky. Gets a Stalker, going for an Evo Chamber, working towards +1. I imagine melee, but we'll see if we go into range. As DNS is moving out with a handful of units, we have Oracles on the right, we have Adepts on the left. There it is, melee's on the way. So it does look like Ling Bane, Roach Ravager. There's that Baneling Nest. Actually, Baneling Nest before Roach Warren. This could be Ling Bane Hydra. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on the tech. We'll see if we do invest into the Roach Warren or if we head even further into additional gases. 3 drones do go down. I just realized do we not have a lair? Oh. 4th base is on the way, and Silky, he's investing quite heavily into these lings. A lot of lings are in production here. Baneliness is about to finish. Silky, he may try to bust the 3rd base, and there it is. He's going for the bust. Is committed. Let's go here to break the 3rd. Again, as a reminder, there's no other tech behind this. There's no lair either, not yet. Hatch tech here for Silky. He needs to get damage done. This does need to pay for itself. And we're rolling in. The army been out of position. Zealous, what can they do? Okay, they do shut down that pylon. Overcharge is wasted. Is depowered, and we have broken the 3rd base. Oracles are racing back home. Probes are going down. Big Bailey connections. Up, up. Show us. Big Bailey connections here towards the end. The warp gate, the prism, sorry, actually does power up that shield battery. Only 8 workers go down, and we save the base. Oh my god, clutch moves there with the warp prism. The base is saved. We save most of the workers as well, and DNS he holds. And this is dangerous because look at the tech here of Silky. This is a 7-minute lair. What? 7 minutes the lair starts. So lair's on the way, Roach Warren's on the way. Silky, tech-wise, he's falling behind. Like, he's just stuck with Hatch Tackling Bane. And DNS is getting further ahead. Zealots have arrived. Banelings are still in production. We have Archons as well to soak up those Banelings, and we take control of the 3rd base. How good are the connections? Pretty good. We do connect with the Zealots. Lings are amassing. Queens are pushing forward. It looks like Silky should be able to hold on, but he does take some losses. 1 Archon goes down. Does get an Archon, but we get 9 drone kills. We get a couple of Overlords. Supply blocking Silky. Is going to get supply blocked. Another Archon goes down. Bit of miscontrol there out of DNS. Silky, he does hold. But DNS is on 4 bases behind this and on 70 workers. More importantly, Immortals, Archons, +2. Like, DNS is nicely getting into the mid game, and Silky is still... Now it's his turn to be 1 step behind. Going for a big link counterattack, going for the 4th. He was hoping for a cancel, but he does have to back off. Does have to back off. DNS working wonders here with this Archon drop. Getting some tumors. Trading with the roaches. Or it gets 2 roaches even. Oh, a bit of miscontrol there. DNS, he does end up losing one of those Archons. That should not have happened. A rough loss there for the Protoss. But he still has an overwhelming army going for a big warp in. Pushing into a concave though. Cannot break that. Silky sneaks out another base as well on the right hand side. That is a 5th. It is vulnerable, but DNS hasn't spotted it. Hasn't seen the 5th base. Silky, he's holding. He's joining up to 70. Getting to Lingbane Roach Ravager. Meanwhile, for DNS, we have +3 attack on the way. As Silky starts +2. Yeah, Blink. Silky supply blocked once again. 5 Overlords in production at once. And these supply blocks have been brutal. But Silky, he looks like he has eyes on the 4th. Eyes on the 4th base. Big Zealot Warp in here at the 3rd. He's going for the hatchery. He's going for it, and it looks like he will get it. The hatchery does go down. Banelings, they crash into Archons. And the Banelings, what can they do? They do nothing. At the same time, did have a run by here towards the 3rd base. We got 6 probes. But DNS is holding. He does hold. Takes down the Banelings. And from here, DNS, even though the supplies are similar, really the quality of the army is just so much more in favor of DNS. We're waiting for his move out. Now we see Silky taking up towards Hive Tech, towards Hydras as well. But alas, he needs time. Silky desperately needs time right now, and DNS shouldn't be giving it to him. Yo, Shadow said Ted's the TV. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? He really hates Archons. We did see a couple of Archons thrown away. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's happened a couple of times this game. Has happened a couple of times, but it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. As look at this death ball of an army. So many Archons and Immortals. Silky should soon be pushing. Oh, sorry, DNS should soon be pushing. And there it is. The move out is upon us. And Silky, he needs more time. He is in a world of hurt. We have Lurker Dens on the way, but they're not done yet. We'll be working with Ling Bane and Roach Hydra. Queens are going down. And can Silky somehow pull off a miracle defense? Does catch a couple of Archons. But the wave of Archons here is just overwhelming Silky. They're breaking on through. Good kiting here out of Silky. It looks like he's able to pick off potentially an Archon. Zealot Ramo does distract some reinforcements. And here we go. DNS snowballing out of control, collapsing on the base. We're seconds away from the Lurker Den finishing, but it's too little too late. We needed the Lurkers minutes ago. Not here, not now. As 24 drones go down, and yeah, the death ball of this Protoss army, it cannot be stopped. Not by Silky. And GG gets caught. DNS, he fights back, tying up the series as well. And we did hear from Tudming and Silky, and they're happy, right? They're happy that their friends got picked up and scouted by bigger teams, and they're getting supported with a better salary, more than they could afford to give them. So it's definitely a good thing, but it's bittersweet. It's bittersweet because Firefly pop-off, I miss it too. I miss it too. Smooch. But here we go in the top left-hand corner. We do have, for the Starving Camels, Espoir. And in the bottom right, we have his opponent for Berserker Esports. It is Battle B. I'm having a hard time pronouncing it. Espoir? Espoir? Espor. I'll call him Espor. Aye. But it is in fact going to be a TVT, so it looks like it was a graphical area that we saw previously, where it showed a Zerg. But no, it is going to be a Terran instead, and we're loading into Site Delta. Let's go. Okay, so as we settle into this, for now, it looks like an economic opener. It looks like a Rax Expand from our players here. Ooh, I spoke too soon. Gonna be double gas from both players as well. Okay, so double gas openers is gonna be leading into a faster factory from both Battle B and Espor. Esquire? Espor? ESP? I don't. I'll get around to it. I'll get it. I'll get it. I'm sure. But yeah, we do have some pretty safe openers all around. Again, this is going to be leading into faster factory production. This could be leading into either faster Cyclones or Reaper Hellion. Either or is on the table. As we're settling into our TVT. Again, TVT is a matchup that has been impacted quite a bit by the new patch. The Cyclone isn't what it once was, and going mass Cyclone isn't as viable in TVT as it once was either. Doesn't mean that we're not going to be seeing any Cyclones. Cyclones that still have their role early on, defensively. Like a handful of Cyclones is always a good thing. But massing Cyclones, that's not really seen too often anymore. Here we go. As there's the command centers on location for both players. Again, the factories have been prioritized, and we'll see what initial units we do embrace from both players. Okay, it's going to be Cyclones here. So far, mirrored builds from both our Terrans. No Reaper Hellion. It is just going to be Reaper into Cyclones. Just a very safe way to open up. I'm ready. I'm excited. Getting into our starports. Really, I'm just trying to keep an eye on any kind of deviation from either player. For now, everything looks as it should. Everything looking normal. Reapers, they do get across the map. We do try and disrupt that CC. But we do zone away those Reapers. That'll be not disrupted whatsoever. Command center still building. And Esquire has to pull back. Espoir? Espear? Espanol? Espanol? Oh, let's go. Oh, God. Aha. I don't usually have issues with player names. I don't know what it is, but this, like, this collaboration of letters, it's hurting me. It's hurting my tongue. Oh, no. Espoir? French for hope. Oh, let's go. Yo, thank you so much. French for hope. Okay. Thank you. I mean, maybe that's what it stands for, potentially. We need to find out. If the Starving Camels make it into Code S, we need to ask them. 100%. Esperanza, baby. Esperanza. Alright, as we are getting into our drop across the map, we do have just a handful of units, a bit of a kitchen sink here. Cyclone, Widowmine, and 2 Reapers. Do get into the mineral line. Good target firing out of Battle B. Battle B does shut down that Widowmine ahead of time. Boys are being pulled. Clutch repair here from our German Terran. And he will hold. Very nice defense. Clean repair there, and he does defend his mineral line. At the same time, he's going for his own drop across the map. The Cyclones are coming in. There we go, 2 Cyclones in the main base. Pick up the Marine. Oh, the Auto Turret barely out of range here. Not able to protect the mineral line. And with that, we get 2 more SCV kills. And could we get more than that? Not quite. As Battlebee has to pick up and get the hell out of there. So far, though, our blue Terran player is able to keep up. Ooh, even takes down one of those Cyclones. Yeah, so far we are keeping up with each other. Our blue Terran even going for the intercept, and he will get a couple of hits in. So let's force it back, and we do catch that medevac. Oh my god! Barely does escape. It's on a slither of HP. One more shot is all we need, and it does barely get away. Behind this, though, Battle B is working on a 3rd CC, so Battle B working towards a longer game. Likewise, our blue Terran throwing down its own 3rd on location. So we're in for a longer one. Okay. No big 2-base pushes, no 2-base all-ins. We are settling in towards a longer game. As the game will settle from here. Now we're done with the early game aggression with Cyclones. We're getting into tank production. Disable Indifference Matrix has been researched here from the Ravens. For the Ravens. Espoir is pushing out. Does push out for a moment here, just trying to establish his own 3rd base. Bullying back the army of Battle B. To have a drop poised to go into the main. Ravens is still amassing. Battle B, I'm sure, is soon to take his own 3rd. As the drop does slip into the main base, but we have Cyclones in position. Battle B will sort this away. Espoir going for that natural. I'm okay with containing. I don't think we should try to force the issue. Like, honestly, all that our blue Terran has to do is contain our opponent to 2 bases as long as we can. Remember, he has his 3rd base behind this. He's freely mining, has the better economy, has the more efficient mining. We are playing with fire right now. Oh, he's going in. He's crazy. We don't need to. We don't need to, Papi. We don't need to. as both players are standing off against each other, staring each other down. Ravens are pushing forward. We'll see who blinks first. Who will pull the trigger? We're setting up for a drop. Oh, Battle B sneaking out with his Marines, going for a triple drop across the map. And Espoir is going to pull back. Thankfully, he's coming back home. Again, there was no need to try to force the issue. We can see Battle B unloading right outside of his third. It looks like he was setting up for a surround. And it looks like he was getting ready to collapse on the army. Thankfully, our blue Terran player did make it back home safe and sound. Did make it. Radical's Battle B Battle Booty? Oh, I don't feel comfortable saying it. Isn't Battle B like 15 years old? It's yeah, he's not that young, but he's one of the younger players out there, right? Yeah. Not like this. I'm checking. He's like 20, right? Yeah, he's 21. He's 21. I remember when he was still a teenager. Shaking my head. Shaking my head. Here we go. Battle B going for the drop here into the natural. Does unload it. He's going to get some SCVs. Not bad. A couple of workers are going down. Battle B pushing right through the center. And Espoir, is he in position? Does have a decent spread of tanks. Let's catch out a couple of Marines. Oh, the drop is cleaned up, but we need the Ravens on the front lines. Espoir needs to bring everything together. There are the disables. 1, 2, 3 tanks at disables. Good to auto targets as well. And Battle B, he's breaking through. Is going to break on through. Massive the counter disable though. But there's no follow-up. We'll disable the tanks, but the disable, it's going to run out. Again, Espoir just was out of position. Not where he needs to be, not in time. And Battle B, he's snowballing out of control. Took a massive fight, now he can keep on pushing towards that third. Yeah, we are committing, we are pushing in. I mean, there is still a line of tanks, we have to respect it. There is still a line of 3 tanks. The Battle B's edging ever closer. Yeah, he is within range. Big tank belly's going up. Tanks are going down. Battle B is racing back home with his bio army, getting ready for any kind of drop harass. Reading his opponent quite well. And Espoir, he has to back off. Does lift up. Does get the hell out of there. And Battle B, he's just snowballing out of control at this point. His advantage is just too great. He's got a solid economy, still maintains most of his tanks, retained his Ravens as well, more importantly. Does have those Ravens. Big anti-armor missile here on the Marines, and you can see the army melt for the blue Terran player. Ay. And GG gets called. There's just not enough here to hold on, and Battle B takes game numbered. Then he forces the ace match for the Starving Camels. And here we go in the bottom right hand corner. Bottom left hand corner, we do have Espoir for the Starving Camels. In the top left, we do have for Berserker Esports, Battle B. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling into this. So far, keeping our eye on our players. No SCVs out on the map. No Raxes are being sent out, unfortunately, so no proxies. Getting into our standard openers. And yeah, Berserker, especially with their new lineup, I mean, they're looking poised to make it into Code S. It does feel like their lineup has, or their roster has leveled up quite a bit here with the additional players like DNS, like Kung Fu Panda. I want to say they had some other pickups. Let me just double check. No, yeah, those are their biggest pickups. GNS and Kung Fu Panda. In addition to what they already had, like Battle B, Mixu, Dimaga, Foxer, Papi. Oh, Papi! Oh my god. When are they bringing him out? Let's go. But Berserker, now they're a force to be reckoned with. And they might be poised to qualify, to make it into Code S. Again, we'll have to have a bit of a gander at some of these other Code A teams. See how they fare. We'll be getting into it. We'll be getting in. But now it is going to be a double gas opener once again from both players. With a double gas opener, it's going to be for faster factories, delayed command centers. Last game, it did just lead into early game cyclone harassment. Went up to 2-3 cyclones. We're very much so in front of each other's faces, or in each other's faces. And I imagine we're going to be heading in that direction once again as well. As both players are expanding on location. Are taking their naturals. Behind this, we're getting into our 1-1-1. Okay, so Battle B is going for the same build. Same build so far, getting into his 1-1-1, getting into early game Cyclone production. Meanwhile, I don't know if you noticed, but our Blue Terran player, Espoir, did go for some Hellions instead. We did go for some Hellions. We have the Tech Lab on the way. Are we going for an add-on swap? I'm curious. As Reapers dip in, we do delay the command center. We do slow it down. Good pickoff. Good pickoff so far. We're pulling back. It looks like it is not going to be an add-on swap. It's going to be the Tech Lab on that factory for earlier tank production. Very interesting. So a much more defensive style here out of Espoir. I say that, my apologies. He's going into an earlier tank, but we're also going for a medevac. We are poised for a tank drop. Oh boy. Risky move here. From our starving camel. Let's see if he can pull this off. As the tank has arrived, so as the medevac, he should be moving out. Likewise, Battle B getting into his own cyclone drop. Is getting into his own cyclone drop instead. Here we go. The first tank is sharking around. And we do manage to get on top of this depot at least. Hellion does fall. Cyclone's getting ready to collapse in this position, and we do manage to take down one of the Cyclones. But the Marines are going down, and Battle B, he's going to clean this up. Nice control, nice juggling there with the Cyclones. He could even try to chase down that medevac. Doesn't go for it. But a good defense. Now, thankfully, the tank was saved, so we're able to race back home with it. Would have been a brutal loss there for Espoir. Does get away. Espoir? Maybe. As we are going to be threatening a drop in towards the main. We can see that there are plenty of tanks in position, and we're going to be able to force Battle B away. No big losses, but we get a free scout. Not bad. Do manage to get that free scout here. Third CCs are on the way. The game is going to be kind of settling from here. Battle B does have an abundance of Cyclones just for map control. We're getting into tank production. And I believe our Red Terran player does have the tank lead. When I say that, I mean like up maybe one, maybe two tanks. So we may be able to rely on that as the game does progress. But now Stim on the way, getting to our double E-bays. So bio tank from both players. No one is embracing mech, thankfully. No mech here, not this time. We saw plenty of mech in EBT Asia tonight. But we're done, Spot. We're done for now. We've had enough, mech. As, yeah, this third base has been quite common here whenever we load into Amphion. Here, if we expand towards the left-hand side, it is a much more secure base to take. Yes, you do have to mine through those mineral patches, but once you gain access to that area, it is so much more difficult for your opponent to really punish this location. So a much more safer third base from BattleBee. It also does give you a bit of a launch pad to push towards your opponent. Ooh, Meteorite drop is denied. And the Vikings looks like they may spot that third base. Oh, the Raven! Ooh, the Raven does go down. Big pick off there by BattleBee. Very nicely done. We do pick up the Raven. Vikings do get eyes on the third. And can we do anything about it? Can we try to punch that third base? Smart moving out. He is spotted by the Cyclones. Ooh, bleeding out some of these Vikings. 1, 2 Vikings go down. Oh. BattleBee picking Espoir apart here. These Cyclones, they've done so well for themselves. Getting a Raven and 2 Vikings. The rest of the army getting in position. Again, the tank count is heavily in favor here of the Blue Terran, but it may not even matter. Yeah, we're chasing this back, forcing a siege. Now we do force a siege, and we have to race back home. BattleBee just picking him apart. And again, even though Espoir had more tanks than his opponent, doesn't even matter, unable to make use of them. And that's where the Ravens come in. Let's say they do survive. BattleBee trying to find a better angle of attack. Espoir trying to keep up, going for his own double jump across the map instead. So is BattleBee. Uh-oh. The drops, they might come across each other here. So they are headed in the same direction. Espoir, he does unload first. Oh. Is spotted. Quick reaction out of BattleBee, does pull away. Does unload. Does manage to unload in time. Does defend. Good movement from our red Terran player. Does manage to keep up. Likewise, is pushing out towards the left-hand side, is forcing back that drop. And we do manage to get the disables off. Big disables coming in here. 3, 4, 5 tanks do get caught. And BattleBee, he's just pushing his way towards that third base. Is within range. Another tank goes down. And at the same time, triple jump into the main. We're just pulling Espoir apart. He cannot keep up. Can't be the production. Focusing down those add-ons. This drop is going to be dealt with. Is going to be forced back. But the tanks at the same time, they deny the third. They force it to be lifted. Oh, and even here, this is a brutal trade for the Blue Terran player. Oh my god! I mean, we had even upgrades, but it looks like Espoir, it took him a little bit too long for them to kick in. A very efficient trade from BattleBee. And he's still here, he's still getting more damage done. And again, the Starving Helms, they did so well here in this Team League match. Tying up in those previous matches, but here Espoir, in his debut in WTL, is having a hard time keeping up with the likes of BattleBee. Going for a Doom Drop, going for a Hail Mary play. He's going to be sending it right through the center, going for the production line, going for the natural. And the boys are being pulled. That is a lot of tanks, but this is everything we had left, and we have plenty to deal with this. Yeah, BattleBee, he's overwhelming these tanks, cleans up the army, and that's all we had left. We have a Liberator harassing the main base. Third is still denied. GG gets called, and BattleBee takes the series 2-0, and Berserker Esports win the match 4-2. GG. GG, well played. BattleBee did clean it up here for his team, was able to close it out for Berserker. But a big shout out to, I mean, all the players that competed here tonight. Chunmin, Goku, Banda, Silky, and DNS, they all tied up 1-1. They were all even with each other. And this was the debut of Espoir. Again, he is not a notable player. I was checking, we haven't seen him compete in many, if any, online events before. So this may be his first foray into competitive play. I do wish him the best. I do wish him the best. And the reality is that the Starving Camels, without their ace players, without Firefly, without Cyan, it's going to be difficult to break into WTL again, into Codex. It is going to be difficult. Not impossible. Silky and Toonming really have to step up. They really have to step up and make up for their lost Protoss players. We'll see. We'll see if they can pull it off in the coming days. In the coming week of Code A. Meanwhile, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, Club NV versus Team Ghost. Let's go. Again, it's going to be a short break. I believe Mia Micah is going to be featured here as well. Oh my god, I cannot wait. Players like Mia Micah, players like, I imagine, Rocker, Maples, maybe Reaper as well, up against Club NB, who of course recently picked up Dongregu. TRG, I believe, has joined the ranks of Club NV, alongside Creator, alongside Mondo, and Quanta. It's going to be a banger of a match. Let's go. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes for our second and last best of 7 of the night. See you soon. You know, was Maples unavailable? Was Rocker unavailable? Was Binsky unavailable? And Goomba was like plan D? Or is he a secret weapon? Is he like a TVP sniper? Is he coming in with a specialized build, with a sniper build? And is he about to come out swinging and take down a pro player? I'm ready for some NA nonsense. I am ready for it. I mean, Team Gosu is one of the most NA teams out there, let's be real. With a team with players like Reaper, Rocker, and Maples, yo, you can't get more NA than that. So I imagine Goomba is going to be representing quite well, and I'm ready for some nonsense. I'm ready for a clown fiesta, papi, a fiesta. Gibbs, papi, Gibbs. Give me the side clowns. But before we can talk about what is to come, we have to talk about our first series up here tonight. Our first best of 2, Donregu versus Miyamaika. Let's go. Okay, the ZVZ is here. We could even maybe be a little bit greedier as well, based on the map layouts. I mean, we'll get into it once we load in. Like, you know who I want to see? You know who I want to see on post-truth in the ZVZ as we are getting into game number 1. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have DRG for Club NV. And in the bottom left, we have the Last King of the Sea, Miyamaika for Team Gosu. Here we go. Our ZVZ is upon us. DRG opted to go for a safe opener. It looks like a 15 hatchery into a 15 spawning pool. Okay, so 15-15 from our Blue Zerg player. Meanwhile, Miyamaika looks like he's going for a much more standard hatch gas pool opener. Not going for any kind of fancy extractor trick. And this is what I assumed would be a lot more popular on this map. So if you remember, I was discussing earlier about how I'd love to see Dark or Rainer on this map, because I was insinuating this. 15-15s I feel like are quite powerful on a map like Post-Youth, specifically because you do get a faster hatchery, and you are able to establish yourself quite nicely here on a 2-base setup, and that does seamlessly lead into 2-base roach play as well, or even 2-base muta, just because of your delayed gases. Speaking of, Miyamaika is going hatch gas pool. As a result, the biggest deviation between these two builds is that Miyamaika has gas and DRG doesn't. And again, that's why this build from DRG does much more seamlessly transition into roach play, because we skip link speed. But we'll see if we are able to embrace that, as Overlords are moving out. Gas now on the way for DRG. Again, quite delayed. And sure, Miyamaika, he's going to have like a window in a timing where he has link speed over his opponent, and he could like link flood or play link bane. But one of the big features of Post-Youth is you get a free natural base, and you have a very narrow choke point leading to your main, which means it is so easily defendable in 2 bases. That's why I was saying that you can be quite greedy in ZVZ here, or it feels like you can. That's exactly what DRG is doing. He's prioritizing those gold mineral patches. Yeah, Miyamaika getting into link speed as we speak. And where do we go from here? Where is Miyamaika going to be taking us? Like, we know where DRG is going. You know, 2-base play. Sure. Miyamaika, we are taking an extra gas geyser a lot earlier than we're used to. Interesting. With this extra gas geyser, we could be going for... That's a fast lair. That's a what? A 2 minute 35 lair timing? Jesus, very fast lair out of Miyamaika. This could be for a Nidus base all in. This could be for 2-base muta. This could be for a roach rush, for roach speed. I'm very curious because this lair is wild from Mio. Meanwhile, DRG is happily joining. He's joining up and he's walling up. He's walling off. You get an Evo chamber and a roach warren. As I mentioned before, DRG should be going 2-base roach. Miyamaika, no idea. Miyamaika with the fast lair could be a multitude of different things. If we take additional gases, it could be muta play, which I would not be opposed to on a map as large as Post-Youth. As I do see Miyamaika actually making quite a lot of overlords. This does look like a roach all-in. Interesting. Okay, yeah, roach speed is on the way. The reason why I said it looks like a roach all-in, because you don't make that many overlords unless you're making roaches, because roaches are very supply dense. So you typically have to have the foresight to make additional overlords so you avoid the supply block. So you do avoid the supply block here, and yeah, we're just banking up roaches. So Miyamika, he is going for a roach all-in. Meanwhile, DRG is playing a little bit more standard. He is playing 2-base roach, but that doesn't mean that DRG is going all-in. He's working on upgrades, going for his Evo chambers, his lair. He should be expanding towards the 3rd base. Again, there's a risky maneuver here from Miyamika. There's that 3rd base now on the way. The gold is being taken by DRG. And you can see that Miyamika, he has cut workers very early on. 32 drones. That's all he has. That's all he needs. It's going to be a 32 drone, 2-base all-in out of Miyamika. And the army has been spotted. We get eyes on the all-in. Miyamika, he has to pull the trigger here and now, but it's post-youth. It takes so long to waddle across the map. Oh my god. We're getting there. Slowly but surely. We are getting there. Moving out across the map. DRG is making roaches defensively. It looks like we should force a cancel on the 3rd. Yeah, there it is. Roaches have arrived. The 3rd base is going to be canceled. There is no saving it. And now Miyamika is going straight for the kill, straight for that natural, or for the main. Trying to break into the main base, but we have queens to defend. We have transfuse. DRG, he is holding for now. As Miyamika backs off, he wants to make it look like he's backing off and droning. But as we can see, Miyamika, he has still not made a single worker since, the 3-minute mark. It's been a while. It's been a long time. Miyamika dives in, does not get the queen. Oh yeah, this ramp is brutal. Doesn't find a way in. Is forced further back. Is forced further back here. DRG going for his own counterattack. He might be caught out though. Remember, Miyamika has not been droning. Still in just non-stop roach production. Does have the army supply lead. DRG has to respect it. He's backing off, getting into his 3rd base once again, working towards the gold. Gold base is on the way for DRG. Working on +2, he's already got +1. He has a big upgrade advantage. Is going to get supply low for a moment. Miyamika. Going for the Overlord. Ooh, doesn't quite get it. Barely does survive. And yeah, we're going for that 3rd base. Alas, DRG, he has queens to transfuse. 1 queen goes down. We drive Ravagers in favor of Miyamika. But the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Mio. Yeah, we have plenty here to defend. The Biles, they do connect. Mio, he takes control of the gold. He does force back the army. The gold base is going to be going down. Good pick off here from Mio. But he needs to keep going. Okay, he's came to the production. Takes down some of those roaches. Miyamika still just consolidating his forces. DRG taking another 3rd. This time a much more conservative 3rd base at the triangular location. Do you see the army sizes here? Miyamika with the Ravager lead. Gets another Overlord. It's rotating around. Does have the Roach lead as well. Miyamika, can he pull this off? Again, he's so close to breaking DRG. Bile's not quite connecting. But again, that massive Ravager count here from Miyamika does have some more DPS. Yeah, the Bile's forcing back the army, creating an opening. And Miyamika, he's barely breaking through. Again, DRG just trying to fight some time. Trying to buy time, but reinforcements, they are on the way. And Miyamika, has he done it? Has he barely done it? We barely have an army here. Piles there do not connect. DRG getting on top of the Ravagers. It looks like he will clean this up. Does barely get on top of them. His army is so low. Yeah, and the Ravagers, they're going down one after the other. DRG, he cleans this up. And he holds. DRG, he holds, he survives, he has a 3rd base. And Miyamika, he's not ready for a longer game. He's going for a spire. He's crazy. Going for the spire. And now he's droning. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, Miyamika, he's droning up. He's going for some spine coolers. Risky move here, but Miyamika looks like he's going for a Muta switch. But can he survive? Can he make it that long? Can he make it that far? We shall see. As a DRG, he hasn't been droning either. He's been pumping out roaches. Interesting. Interesting. It looks like DRG is going for his own roach push. Limited anti-air. Doesn't know what he's moving into. And because he's not droning, I feel a little bit concerned here for DRG. He can't push up the ramp. Yeah, DRG, like, he's making so many roaches that it's kind of a waste here. The roaches, they can't do anything. DRG's throwing back around. I mean, sure, he's dying a third base, but we don't care. There it is. 7 mutas are in production here for Miyamika. 8 mutas on the way. Eight mutas on the way. And DRG, how many queens do we have to defend? No spores, I know that much. Without too many queens, these mutas, they can pop off. The question becomes, do we go for the economy or do we go for the army? We're going for the army. Yeah, we collapse on these Ravagers. Ravagers are being targeted down the biles. They do graze the mutas. DRG trying to force his way up the ramp. Does take down the spine crawlers. Does try to. Again, good biles, good connections here by Miyamika. Just slowing down the army. It looks like DRG is breaking through. He's getting into the middle line. Drones are going down. And it looks like DRG, he has done it. He has broken the forces here of Miyamika. I thought for a moment he had done it. I thought that maybe if he makes these mutas, he can somehow pull this back. But nah, it's not going to happen. 19 drones go down. Miyamika has no economy left. He has mutas, but that's it. As he cleans up the army, his mutas are being sent across the map. But we have queens, we have a hydrogen on the way. Spores are finishing up as well. Yeah, DRG, he has plenty to defend. GG gets called, and Doregu takes game number 1. Whew. Oh my god. GG, well played. A very, very intense game there. And honestly, we almost pulled it off. Miyamika, he almost did pull it off. I was impressed. For a moment there, if only he had a handful more roaches, then maybe he's able to break DRG. The mutas was a Hail Mary play. I wasn't fully sold on the mutas, but the initial roach all in from Miyamika. I would say that the rush distance by ground is a little bit shorter on this map, so that could be in favor of Mio. But here we go in the bottom right hand corner. We have for Club NV, Doregu. And in the top left, we have Miyamika for Team Ghost. We go. And a big shout out to our sponsors as well for WTL, Doyu, Piu Piu, Autofool, and Taido. Big shout out to the sponsors. Without them, of course, what World Team League would not be possible, would not be a thing, would not be here. So big shout out to the sponsors making this event a reality as we settle into game number 2. Oh. Here we go. As interesting, Miyamika is going pool first. Okay, pool first build out of Miyamika. DRG going hatch gas pool. This time, no 15-15 from the blue Zerg player. It's going to be hatch gas pool from Doregu. And we'll see how spicy Miyamika wants to be with this more aggressive build. Now, with this pool first opener, I imagine he's going to be going for 6 lings. He's going to be sending them across the map, and it's going to be on Miyamika to pick off a couple of drones. Like 2-3 drones is what he's looking for. And interesting, so we are investing into a handful of lings, but it's going to be 1 queen and 2 lings. Only 2 lings. So, yeah, they're not really going to be able to get much done. Ooh, as we do get a bit of a pause. Was a bit of an internet issue, but it has since been resolved. So there we go. The first 2 Lings are moving out across the map. Again, it was only 2 Lings, so Miyamaika shouldn't get much done here. Just trying to force a reaction out of his opponent. Threatens a drone, forces out some Lings, and is going to be chased out. See in chat, I feel like I've seen someone cast Goomba. I've seen Goomba before. I'm curious. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Goomba. I know that I've never casted Goomba. Let's see. So he played in Alpha Team League back in the day. He played in NA Apprentice, if anyone watched NA Apprentice. He also played in... Oh, as we are going for a fast roach one here from Miyamaika. He played in Psystorm Cup number 2. This was October of 2022, though. That's a long time ago. 2022. This was a while ago. Jesus. Oh my god. Goomba, he toured rough. Not bad. Okay. Not bad at all. He also played in CEA. What is CEA? Is that... Corporate Team League. Oh, I see, I see. Alright, well, regardless, as we settle into this, Miyamaika is going for an all-in. He's going to be flooding Lings across the map with roaches. Meanwhile, we just see DRG going for some Ling Bane instead. Banelings are on the way. Miyamaika still just banking up his roaches, I believe, unscattered for the time being. Third base is denied. Good pick off there, and there we go. The roaches are revealed. And Miyamaika, once again, is cutting workers. Cutting drones at 32. It's all or nothing. You can see the Overlord explosion there from Miyamaika. 3 Overlords on the way. And that is going to be for Mass Roach. So Miyamaika is just massing up as many roaches as he can. DRG still does not have his roach one. He needs time. Oh, DRG, he needs more time. Goes for the third base. Does force another cancel. Banelings try to waddle in. They get shut down by the roaches. Likewise, Ling Runby doesn't achieve too much either. Yeah, slipping into the main base. Getting 1 drone. And getting 2, getting 3. Oh my god, 3 drones. Very nice damage there by DRG. But here comes the all-in. A massive amount of roaches. Lings as well to support. And DRG is woefully underprepared. He needs more time. 10 roaches are in production. He needs them here and now, though. Does need them desperately. Here we go. Pushing up the ramp. The first Spine Crawler is denied. And so is the second. They will not finish. Queens are going down. And Miyamaika, can he break through? Oh, he's so close to breaking his opponent. He has an overwhelming roach army. Boys are being pulled. And DRG, he is caught with his pants down. Oh my god. Not ready for this at all. The Queen, there's 1 Queen left standing. Drones are doing what they can. But again, the boys, they're going down one after the other. The Queen falls, and Miyamaika, this time with the 2-base Sultan, is able to catch out DRG on his map of choice, on-site Delta. Again, shorter rush distance by ground, not like Post-Youth. Not like that map. And Miyamaika, he gets 18 working heals. GG gets called, and Miyamaika ties up the series 1-1. GG, Miyamaika, Papi, oh my god, the last King of the Sea is able to fight back, bounce back, and tie things up against Zhongrei Gulvo players. Very impressive here. DRG, bearing in mind that he's no slouch, DRG is one of the best Zerg players in all of South Korea. I would place him as top 4, just behind Dark, Solar, and Shin is where I would place DRG. And we've seen him pop off, we've seen him bring down some big names in the past. And Miyamaika holds his own. It's Miyamaika, Papi. Of course, Papi, of course. Does hold his own, does give his team a chance here, as you could argue that DRG is the ace player of Club NV. You could argue it. We'll see, we're getting there, because now we're going to be following this up with a TBZ between Quanta and Reaper. And this is going to be a short one. Okay, so we're very familiar with these players. 1, Reaper, he is the cheesiest Zerg player in all of the Americas. Reaper is the American Zerg player, the cheesiest Zerg player out there in the Americas. I expect Bane Busts, Roach Rushes. I expect nothing but all-ins out of Reaper. That is where he thrives. That is what he is best at. Meanwhile, Quanta is an upcoming Korean Terran player. And we have seen plenty of Quanta. And what Quanta typically embraces is mech. We've been seeing a lot of mech from Quanta. We see a bit of bio as well. He does have some unique builds, some unique playstyles. Most recently, I think it was 2 months ago, we casted Quanta versus Mondo. Mondo did come out on top. Did end up winning there. But Quanta is still a very, established player here in the Korean scene. Amongst players like Jinio, amongst players like Percival, Honmono. That's kind of the caliber of player that Quanta is. I do think that these players are very similar in skill. I want to give the edge to Quanta in a longer game. But how long can the game get when you're up against Reaper? That's the question. Here we go. I'm ready for it. Going to be loading into Dynasty of the regionals. But here we go. We're getting into this. And in the top right-hand corner, we have Quanta for Club NV. And in the bottom left, we have Reaper for Team Gosu. But yeah, unfortunately, there's no side stream available for us, whether it's like a B stream or a C stream or a D stream for the regionals. So a bit of a feels bad, man. But I guess it does give us a little bit of leeway, and I guess it does give us some time off since we won't be a part of those broadcasts in the coming days and in the coming weeks. Maybe next time, Bobby. Maybe next time. Here we go. As we're finally getting to our game here, and Reaper, he's going for the standard base. Okay. As a reminder, here on Dynasty, we do have some pocket gold bases that are typically gone for, but Reaper, he doesn't want to take that chance, does go for a standard third base instead. He avoids the gold, at least initially. Okay. Does make sense. I mean, Reaper harass, I imagine, can be so very annoying at that gold. And we don't want to deal with that. We don't want to try to keep up with that. We saw that earlier today with Gumiho versus Dark, where Gumiho was doing such a great job at punishing and abusing that location. Dark was unable to fully get that base up and running. As Quanta's going for an SCV scatter across the map, back at home it was a Rax expand, going for a Marine first. Okay. SCV scout followed by Marine, if I'm not mistaken. Looking to hunt down that Overlord, and it looks like we do come across it. Yeah, Quanta does manage to catch that Overlord. And the Overlord will be able to get on top of that Reaper cliff or on top of that pillar just in time. It is close, but it will escape. Will get away. But it'll also be trapped. Yeah, Reaper's Overlord is going to be stuck there. Behind this, getting into our factory production. SCV still trying to get a read on what's going on. Hiding the SCV even. I think I said Reaper. Right, the Reaper is a Zerg player. Thankfully, Quanta isn't making a Reaper against Reaper, because that would just be weird. That'd be too much. Oh, and we spoke about how, if you remember, I was hyping up Reaper, talking about how he's the cheesiest Zerg player out there, and I do not expect any kind of standard play from him. There it is, 2-minute 50 Roach Warren. Roach Warren has been thrown down. We are going for a Roach Rush here from the side of Reaper. And it's going to be on Quanta to scout. But unfortunately, if you remember, Quanta did not go for a Reaper. He has limited scouting information, moving up with his Hellions. Behind this, going for a 1-1-1. Which I do think is going to be a good thing for Quanta. He's blindly going into a 1-1-1 opener. He's going to be delaying his third base, which does lead into Banshee production. And there it is. Banshees are on the horizon for Quanta. He will have what he needs to defend against the Roach-based all-in. Cloak is being researched. Roaches are amassing. Hellions are checking and looking for a third base. They do confirm that there is none. No third base. But we have yet to confirm the Roaches as Reaper. He is cutting drones at 26. No more workers here from Reaper. Just nothing but army. Purely Roach Ravager Ling. And we do spot the Roaches. Big scout there by Quanta. Bypasses the Roaches, trying to skirt around. Third CC. Oh, that's a greedy move here out of Quanta. Going for a third CC. Marines are amassing tanks as well. Hellions, they do get past the army. They're going straight for the mineral line. Oh, it's so greedy. Going for the main base. Drones are getting roasted. Yeah, workers, so many of them are going down. But doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because Reaper is going to be knocking down that front door of Quanta. Ravagers have arrived. Tank is in position. But the wall gets knocked down. Lings, they flood in. They bust on in. The tank is going to be falling. We have the Banshee, but it takes so long to clean up these Ravagers. And we're going for the starport. We're going for the starport. Boys are being pulled. The starport is going to be going down. Just barely. Just in time. And the workers have to get the hell out of there. And Reaper, has he done it? He's down to 13 SCVs. Sorry, 13 drones. But he's got his hands on these SCVs. They're repaired not in time. Now, eventually, this is going to be cleaned up by the Banshee. And Reaper's droning. Oh my god, we're resetting this as we are knocking Quanta down to 14 SCVs. 12 workers left. And Reaper, it looks like he has done it. We're going for the last remaining workers here of Quanta. And back at home, Reaper is happily droning up. He's saturating his bases. He's broken the back here of Quanta. Again, Quanta just a little bit too greedy despite scouting the all-in. He saw the roaches, remember that. He saw the roaches, but he did not take it seriously enough. Getting 33 SCV kills. And Quanta is down to 8 workers. He's down to 7 workers. And again, Reaper, he's happily droning. I'm sure he's amassing queens. Spores would be nice. Remember, he killed the starport, so it's only 1 Banshee. Only 1. And I believe we even denied Cloak. And there are the spores on the way for Reaper. Reaper, he is in control of this game. He's in the driver's seat. Going for a lair even. Not so certain we actually... I mean, with the lair, I guess we gain access to the Overseer so we can scout. This could even be the beginning of Muta play, which would make sense. And yeah, Reaper has crippled Quanta. Now, what is a little bit concerning is that Quanta does have a 3rd CC. Does have a 3rd base. And with that 3rd, he does have triple mule. Gonna be able to saturate a lot faster. Build up his work account once again. Oh, I see in the chat. Oh, less than 3. StarCraft. Yes, Loper. Yes, exactly. There's a Spire in production for Reaper. Again, he's going 2-base Muta. Spire has yet to be scouted. Banshee is doing what it can. Cloak did finish. Oh, and the Banshee barely does not see the Spire. We are zoning Quanta away. Keep him pinned in between the bases. And these mutas, they should be able to seal the deal. Quanta does have access to vanilla marines, true, but no turrets, limited anti-air. Only a handful of marines are left. And with enough mutas, with good enough control, Reaper should be able to have his way with Quanta. Oh, shout out to our Farazit in the chat. Been enjoying your stream all day today. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome, Pappy. You're welcome. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I'm glad. It's been a long broadcast. We've been live for 8 hours. Jesus. I was not expecting today's broadcast to be that long, not gonna lie. It was ESL Asia. ESL Asia was 5 hours long. Longer than it usually is. So it has been a pretty intense broadcast here today. But it's a nice return to normalcy. Like, we usually cast a lot of StarCraft here on the channel on a daily basis, and we're getting back into it. We're getting there. as Reaper is moving out with his Mutaflok. Again, I believe still unscouted. Turrets have not been thrown down. And we do rock up at the goal base. There is, sorry, my apologies, there is a turret. He's going to be able to hold on. But we do get 5 SCVs. But Reaper is forced back. Quanta, can we recover? Remember, because of the triple orbital Quanta, he is on a solid work account now. But the medevac is caught out. We do catch out the medevac. Additional mutas on the way. Rotate over. There's no turret here at the third. But it is going to finish up just in time. And Quanta, he's recovering. How many SCVs did he go down to? Did he go down to what? 9 SCVs? No, 9, 12. Simmons done. Combat shields is denied. And we are pushing across the map. And we have very little to defend at home. Reaper, he is not ready for this. These mutas, they needed to get more done. We were hoping for more SCVs, for tanks, for anything. And now Reaper is in some real trouble right now. Quanta making his way towards the gold. Reaper does finally catch the Banshee. Plenty of Marines at home to defend. No concussive shield. Concussive shield, what? There's no combat shield. And we take down 10 workers. We deny the third base. The gold is under fire. And there's no saving it. We even catch out some mutas. And my god, I mean, this is what we spoke about. I did mention how in a longer game, I favor Quanta. I do favor him. He is running out of steam a little bit towards the north. Marines are going down. Marines are going down. Quanta reinforcing, going to be pulling back, consolidating his army. Mutas, they almost do catch one of those medevacs. Collapsing on these tanks. Good trade here for Reaper. Avoids the main army of Marines. Does pull back. But I don't think Reaper can ever engage with the main army. Not without Banelings. Baneling speed just now started. We have slow Banes to defend. Quanta getting ready for his death push across the map. 4th CC on the way. Reaper still on 2 bases. Almost gets a tank. Almost. Yo, we have 3 turrets here at the gold. We have plenty in position. And any kind of advantage that Reaper once had in this game, it's not there anymore. It is no longer there. And he had such a good start. He had crippled the economy here of Quanta, but I guess there was a triple orbital. There was that third orbital with triple mules. So Quanta, he recovered. He bounced back. Again, all you need is 3 orbitals and a dream. Mutas, they do break into the third base. Ooh, turrets go down. SCVs are falling. But Quanta, no fear, does refuse to turn back around instead. Baneling speed has finished. Quanta pushing towards the natural, going for the kill. Again, it all comes down to the Banelings. All comes down to the engagement. Can he get past those tanks? The tanks are within range of the Baneling nest. Nest goes down. No more Banelings here for Reaper. No more Banelings available. We have to pull the trigger. We're going for the dive. Banelings, they will not connect. Good spread here. GG gets called and Quanta bounces back and does take a... And here we go in the top right hand corner. We have a Club NV, Quanta. And in the bottom left, we have as opponent, we have for Team Gosu, Reaper. Here we go. Again, my eyes are on Reaper as he's going for a 14 hatch. All right, Reaper. He's cooking. He's cooking, but what do you have for us, Bobby? What do you have in store for us? It's going to be a 14 hatch into a 14 pool? No, into a 14 gas geyser. Going for the extractor trick. Okay, so 14 hatch, 15 pool, I imagine, from Reaper. Interesting. Okay. So this looks basically like a 15-15 variation here. A very safe opener out of Reaper. Very safe. Assuming he's going for the spawning pool. Yep, there it is. Spawning pool's on the way. Now, this build from Reaper is an interesting one because the gas is late. The gas is going to be late here for Reaper. So late link speed, unless we skip link speed. Unless we go straight into roaches instead. That's what I'm feeling. We might end up skipping link speed here to make this work. And a roach rush on Ghost River would make sense. Would make sense. So here we go. We are getting ready to move out. Quanta going for his own Rax Expand. Standard opener here out of our Korean Terran. As the SCV Scout does move in, does get eyes on the hatchery, does confirm that it's already built. Queens are on the way. Is going to be on the way. There we go. Gases are now being taken here by Reaper, and I'm curious to see what that gas is going to be used on. Where is it going to be spent? My eyes are on Reaper. Behind this, Quanta getting into his factory, getting into a safety bunker as well, followed by a starport. Okay, so it's going to be a 1-1-1. 2 games in a row, it's going to be a 1-1-1 build here from Quanta. This should be leading into Banshee play, I imagine. But we'll see. Keep an eye on that Banshee production. We'll keep an eye on him. There we go. Tech Lab is on the way. Should be for the add-on swap. Ooh, and Reaper, he's going for a 3-minute lair. Okay, so we are... We are skipping link speed, as we assumed. We assumed we'd be skipping link speed, and it is going to be for a fast lair, for a fast roach warren, so it is going to be for a roach rush. I imagine the fast lair is going to be for roach speed. Okay, so it's going to be a roach-based all-in from Reaper. Oh, my apologies. That is Overlord speed on the way. So it isn't just a roach all-in, we're sending the queens. I'm pretty sure he intends to create drop lords and send queens across the map as well. Maybe even straight for the main base. Bold move here from Reaper. We'll see if we can pull it off. Quante slips in. Not like this. He slips past the queens. Goes straight for the mineral line. No links to defend. Evo chambers are thrown down. And we do manage to break in. Drones are falling. And remember, this wasn't all in. We don't have many workers to begin with. We don't have drones. And now we have even less. 8, 9 dead workers. 9 workers going to be going down. 10 workers even. And we may even get more. The Hellions are being shut down. 10 workers fall. Ooh, Evo Chamber finished in the natural base. There's the drop below that we spoke about. But we need more. There we go. The queens are building up and we're going for the all-in. It's all or nothing for Reaper. 3 queens across the map. Roaches as well. Now, Quanta saw everything he needed to. He saw the lair, he saw the roach warren, he saw the saturation. Quanta still going for a 3rd TC. Does have his Banshees. Banshees are going to be zoned away by the queens. There we go. Cloak is done. We do dive on top of them. Let's see if it finishes up just in time. Creep is spreading. Creep is spreading. And Reaper's droning up? No shot. He's droning up behind this. He's crazy. Reaper is droning, so it looks like he's only containing his opponent. Reaper doesn't like his chances trying to break this position. As I say that, he's going for it anyway. File's going to be connecting. Tank goes down. Boys are being pulled. Clutch repair here on the bunker. And Quanta is going to be able to hold on. Good piles. 7 SCVs go down. Very nicely done. Do manage to get 7 workers at the same time. Boys are being pulled. Drones are getting roasted across the map as well. I wanted to praise Reaper for killing those workers, but alas, Quanta, he equalizes that damage across the map. Now that tank count is getting higher. Banshees are still up and running. Quanta defends. And Reaper is going to attempt to transition out of this. 3 more drones go down. Banshees are moving out. They do get caught by the queens. Tumors are going to be shut down. We saw Reaper trying to be a little bit cheeky here. Trying to be cheeky. As the Banshees, they do get across the map. They're going for the queens. First queen is going to fall. Oh, actually does escape. Let's go. We do get 5 workers. And Reaper, he's just trying to settle into a 3-way setup into Roach Ravager. Meanwhile, across the map, Quanta also establishing his own third. Also going for his own third base. Good clean up here at Quanta, denying all these tumors. As I say that the queens, they're right behind those banshees to respread that creep. Let's go. Reaper's being respread. The game is going to be settling. We can see that Reaper, he's trying to get out of Roach Ravager into Ling Bane. He has melee upgrades on the way. Ling speed as well. Let's go. But I worry about this first push. Without Banelings, without Baneling speed, it is going to be a tough hold here for Reaper. As Quanta's moving out. There's a lot of Ravagers. Quanta going for the Stim. Stim gets baited. Tanks are repositioning. Good dodge there out of Quanta. Reaper going for his drop into that main base. Harassing with Queens of all things. Let's go. The Queen Harass doing what it can. It shouldn't get much done. Yeah, we have Banshees taking control of those gas geysers. Queens are being cleaned up as well. And Quanta, he's just looking to choke Reaper out. Getting so many drone kills here. Balze finally do take down not just the tank, a medevac as well. Very nicely done. Medevac does fall. More Marines are amassing. Marauders on the way as well. Reaper, he is holding on. He has more roaches in production. And Quanta, he may be overextending here. I don't know if he can really threaten this base. Not anymore. Does have more Marines available, but again, that's still a lot of Ravagers. And there we go. The concave is real. Reaper collapsing on these Marines. Balze take down one of the tanks. They take down another as well. And Quanta is being cleaned up. Reaper fights back. Shuts down the army. Gets every single tank. And as we mentioned, Quanta just misjudging the situation. Thinking a little bit too highly of his bio tank. Reaper. He's in this. He is in this here. Reaper's got his 4th. Operational. Quanta doing the same. Yo, the Hive is done. We're rushing into Ultras. That I was not expecting. Okay. Reaper double expanding, going for the Ultras as well. Where are you taking us? This map feels so weird. Like, we've got Ultras on the way, but also we have 0 creep spread. We have the 1 active tumor towards the north, or the 2 active tumors. Very limited creep here. For Reaper. Banshee does arrive. These fringe bases are being shut down. Reaper can't really do much to save them. They should be cancelled. Likewise, Marines, they try to stim in. Do overextend. Ooh, that is a kill, not a cancel. Hatchery does go down. That's 300 minerals down the drain. Is quite a lot down the drain as we do go for another drop hit towards the one on the left. This time we do save it. Would you hold on? And we have a game. We do have a game here. Both armies, both armies have pretty comparable economies here. I would say that Quanta still has a better economy overall. Ooh, another hatchery goes down. Big pickup. That should not have happened. Fifth base goes down for Reaper. Now we have 4 base versus 4 base. Even base count always better for the Terran. As a high working on plus mules, we catch another queen. The base is going to be going down. Oh, Reaper falling apart a little bit. Again, he has a comparable army size, but the economy is what's lacking. Again, Reaper does have a bank. Looks like he was just waiting for his Ultra Cavern to finish. We got 5 Ultras on the way. Once again, 5th is cancelled. Now, Reaper is maxed. Because of Reaper's low drone count, doesn't have a large bank to work with. He does have a bank, that's true, but not the largest of banks. It doesn't mean that if the game goes longer, if he trades a little bit too poorly, then Reaper cannot remax. See how he's able to compare. Leading around by going to the natural. There is a big opening. Quanta does wall off in time. But the Lings, they get SCVs nonetheless. At the same time, the Ultras, they do catch some of these Marines. 1 Ultra goes down. Lings, they bust into the mineral line. 13 SCVs go down. We could even deny +3. Oh, it's going to be close. +3 is going to be saved. At the same time, Reaper collapsing here on the 4th. Gets a good amount of tanks. Gets 24 SCVs. Quanta falling a bit behind there. Oh, but at the same time, it looks like he's denying mining here at the 4th base of Reaper. Yeah, that 1 Banshee. All you need. One Banshee denied so much mining time here. Both armies have remaxed. 9 more Ultras on the way. Jesus, that's a lot of Ultras. That may be enough. 9 Ultras sounds insane. Now, we don't have any Infestors, unfortunately. And we do have limited creep spread. But regardless, here we go. Reaper collapsing on the army with his mass Ultra Force. And he's going to be able to break this. Yeah, the tanks are going down. We get on top of the Marines. We do have some Marauders. We're cutting our hearts out. But the mass Ultra Ravager. It looks like Reaper is running away with this. He's doing it, Pop. He's doing it. The Ultras are coming. They're coming in. How can they be stopped? Again, the guiding isn't bad. We are shaving off Ultras. But there's only so much you can do here to deny the inevitable. As the Ultras, they make their way across the map. They take down another tank. And Reaper, he's not being stopped. Forcing his way in, headed towards the main base as well. Ignoring the 3rd, ignoring the natural, going for the army, going for the kill. Again, Reaper was committed. He was pretty all in. And he has made his way into the main. Lyle's going to be connecting. The Ultras are having a very awkward time pushing into this. Lyles are connecting though. You can see we're running out of Ultras. We are running out to barely take down another one of those libs. SCVs, they get into the mineral line, and it looks like Quanta, he is holding. He does clean up the army, but he loses everything else. 21 SCVs go down. And Quanta is down to 1 mining base. 1.5. The Ultra has arrived. We're going for that planetary. The half base is gonna go down. No. Not like this. The planetary does fall. And once again, the Ultras forcing back the army. It's off of creep. Like, they're not ideal, but it's enough. And now Reaper suddenly has the better economy. He's on 61 workers. He's building up, and in a couple of seconds, he's gonna have 3-3. Spire is on the way for some anti-air, for some corruptor production. Again, anti-air is his big weakness right now. He cannot deny the drops, but he's doing it. Reaper, he is ahead. Reaper, he does have a lead here, but I spoke too soon. That's going to be a kill on the hatchery. Quanta, he's still fighting back. I mean, we saw Quanta at death's door in game 1, and he still managed to win, which was crazy. Can he do it again? The problem is, the difference is that in game 1, we had mutas, and mutas are quite fragile units. Here, Reaper has ultras. We have plenty of ultras out. Infestors are on the way. Corruptors alongside them. Finally, we can shut down some of these medevacs. Our Liberators are pushing in. It looks like Quanta is going to be able to take control of this base. Not bad. Hatchery goes down. Likewise, Reaper looking for his own base as well. Both players are maxing out. No shot. Is Quanta going to do it again? No shot. I mean, he's got libs. Like, what's the answer? I mean, corruptors. And he does have them on the way, but they have 0-0. Yeah, corruptors, they have arrived. They shut down the Liberators. But Quanta, he's stabilizing on 4 bases. And Quanta suddenly takes a worker lead. No shot. Quanta refusing to die, refusing to give up. Refusing to let this go. What was that scream? I'm trying to scream. You can hear I'm a little bit unwell. Doing my best, Papi. Doing my best. Aye, Papi. Okay, here we go, Reaper. Once again, denying a 5th. Denying these southern bases, but Reaper's own economy is in shambles. Both armies are pretty comparable with each other, both economies as well. The freedom has arrived. The freedom, Papi. Let's go. We have freedom. Run by coming in. They're going to be harassing this natural race. They couldn't even get a kill. Oh my god, they cracked. Jesus. In a matter of seconds, a third bit. The natural race, it's going to go down. It does burn. We're dragging Quanta out of position at the same time. Ling Ultra does hit the southern base. Quanta nowhere it needs to be. And the planetary, it is going to be broken. Does go down. Quanta rotating back around. He needs to take a fight here. And never mind, he's going for a counterattack. Tank gets caught. And we're going for a base raid. Let's go, Papa. We're going for the full base raid. Thankfully, we do have corruptors. We do have some anti-air. We can take a base raid. As liberation zones have been set up, we're going for the 3rd base. But Quanta, he's got to go for the kill. The 3rd is not good enough. It's not good enough here. So we're denying the kind of mining at that fresh base. Quanta pushing forward. God, that's so many liberators. And I don't think there's enough corruptors. We are pushing forward. We are pushing in. Big fumble here on the army. Ultras are moving in as well. But through the freedom zones. And we're just going ham. The Ultras, they melt. Oh my god. The Ultras, they cannot engage. They don't like the freedom, papi. Makes them anxious. They're getting completely shut down. Infestor gets chased down as well. And Quanta, he's going for the last mining base of Reaper. Reaper down to 2 bases. Quanta down to 1. Yeah, we're going for the base trade. But we are down to 3 corruptors. Oh, we don't have a scan. The drones are saved. I'm loving the use of burrow. The workers have been evacuated. That orbital is under fire. Quanta, he does find the drones. They are gonna burrow. Oh, the orbital is burning. But we can land. We can mule to repair. And he should have enough resources to repair as well. As he needs to get on that. He needs to save that orbital. There it is. Goes to the 1 mule. Does top it up. And you can see Quanta is burning through his minerals, but I believe it should be enough to stop the building from burning. And no income here for either player. Ultras are coming in. Quanta has to be careful. I will say in head-on fights, like, Quanta has the better army. But you can see the Reaper, he's avoiding the fight. He wants to try to skirt around. He's going for the bases. He's going for the buildings. Oh, Quanta burning some scans. There we go. Orbitals will lift. They will get away. You can see Reaper long distance mining. His long distance mining, but Quanta, he is going to be able to chase them down. Force the burrow. I love the use of burrow here. I do love the use of it. Here we go. Quanta, he does come across that natural base. It's going to be going down. I think that's game. I mean, we don't have any corruptors. 0 corruptors here for Reaper. He cannot hunt down these buildings. He cannot burn them down. So Quanta cannot die. He can't lose. That's just straight up. He cannot lose here. Reaper does have drones, but he's losing all of his bases. He cannot mine. And Reaper does not have enough for... He doesn't have enough for a base. Yeah, the final hatchery is going down. We're going for the elimination. No, we're running out of buildings. We're running out of buildings here. You can see the neural from the infestors. Vikings, they kill each other. But it doesn't even matter. As the gas geyser is going to be going down. What buildings are left? What buildings are left? Do we have a gas geyser somewhere? We have drones. Wait, what? Are there any buildings? Am I crazy? Oh, there. Oh. The spore. Let's go. The spore is hiding, Papi. It's hiding. We have a hidden spore, and I think we have enough for a gas geyser as well. You can see the Ultras chasing down these buildings, trying to at least. We go for the neural. Once again. We need a scan. We need a scan. But alas, regardless, GG gets called because the writing's on the wall. There's still nothing left for Reaper to do, and Quanta will take the series 2-0. And woefully, regardless, here we go. We're getting into our next game, and spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have Goomba, the Roomba, for Team Gosu. And in the bottom right, we have for Club NV, Creator. Let's go. The Korean Protoss up against the American Terran player, the Goomba. He's the Roomba. He's here to sweep up his opponent, to clean house, to mop the floor with the Protoss. What else do we got? To dust off his man with gun and suck up. God. Yo, it's like 3 a.m. here, okay? Like, what do you want? How long has it been? We've been casting for 8.5 hours. It's 3 a.m. I do like that he's called Roomba, though. I like it. I like it. Does that mean he plays mech? Is he a robot? Oh. Mech against Protoss? Let's go. I'm here for it. I'm ready for it. See, he's had no pressure, Goomba. No pressure. True, true. You'll be fine, Bobby. You'll be fine. You're only up against Creator. Regardless, it is going to be a gate expands. Sorry, a gate cyber expand here from Creator. Standard opener. Likewise, Goomba is going for a Rax expand himself. Creator being so annoying here across the map, delaying that expansion for as long as he can. Does delay by a couple of seconds, but it is going to be an economic opener here out of our Terran player. Economic opener to begin with as we're settling into side Delta. I spoke about this before. This is going to be Goomba's debut in WTL. I have never had the luxury of casting him. Checking on YouTube, it does look like he has been casted a couple of times at least. I say a couple of times. There's like 20 VODs out there from Falcon Paladin casting him, which is crazy. Falcon Paladin, another fellow community caster, does cast quite a lot on YouTube. I feel like Falcon Paladin, he's mainly known for Brood War, but he does cast a lot of SC2 as well. So big shout out to him. Big shout out to him here as we are getting into our take of choice. Creator going to be going for a Twilight Council opener. Creator is quite fond of 3 gates blink, so I'm curious if that's going to be the case here or if we just double down and commit to something a little bit harder instead. Twilight Council is done. Robo's on the way. We're just keeping an eye on the gateway count here of Creator. Here we go. Oh, and I assumed it was going to be Blink. My apologies. It is not Blink. We're going for the Dark Shrine. Let's go. Dark Shrine is on the way. Pull those DTs. Gateways are being thrown down as well. So Creator looking to spice it up here in game 1 with the Invisible Man. Let's go. Oh, meanwhile, Roomba going for a Hellbat drop. He's reacting out Hellions, going for a medevac, and we have an armory on the way, so Hellbats are the only thing that come to my mind, at least. This is not really seen too often at all. Okay. Wait, no, we're going for a Hellbat push, even. Roomba. Papi. He's cooking. Let's go. He's ready. The Roomba is charged. We are going in. Hellions have arrived. We have a couple of deaths here to defend. Dark Shrine is still not done, and here comes the Hellbat push. Let's go. Armory is done. Hellbats are being morphed in. We're pushing towards that natural base. We do have an army to contend with. No shield battery, no overcharge. We're pushing on in, but there is a Dark Templar. So far, the ups are going down. The Stalkers trying to kite their hearts out, but these Hellbats, they do surprisingly well. Yeah, they're breaking on through. They're getting to the middle line. Probes are going down. We drop on the probes. At the same time, though, we have a depth. Sorry, we have Dark Templar across the map. When the DTs are cleaning everything up. Where is the detection? Where are the scans? We have a couple of scans, but no army. SCVs are going down. The DTs, they refuse to fall. One scan is not enough. Second scan gets used. And there are just too many Dark Templar. I mean, it wasn't a bad push. It wasn't a bad fight. From Roomba. From Goomba, even. But he's running out of steam. These DTs, they're just wreaking havoc, and they're looking to end the game on their own. Yeah, another scan gets used in that natural. The main base has been compromised. Main base has been compromised here, so we're getting into that mineral line. Yeah, and alas, just an unfortunate position here for Goombas. Oh my god, they're just getting so much done. 7, 8, 9 SCV kills. GG gets called, and Creator will take game number 1. With the invis breaking through. Wasn't looking too bad, but here we go. We're getting into game number 2, and in the top left-hand corner, we have Creator for Club Envy. And in the top right, we have, for Team Gosu, Goomba. Here we go. Again, it was Goomba's map of choice, and we're going to be loading into Ghost River of all maps. It has a very short rush distance by ground, shortest rush distance map in the current map pool. So I imagine we're going to be looking to go for another aggressive build. I mean, hey, it's Team Gosu. Team Gosu known for its more cheesy or aggressive players or aggressive playstyles. Would make sense. We'll keep an eye on Roomba, or Goomba even. See what he has, as this time he's going to be opening up double gas. As a reminder, in game 1 it was a Rax expand. It was a more economic opener out of Goomba. This time going for a second gas geyser, a bit of a safer way to play here with a faster factory. Can lead it into some aggression as well. Can lead into some aggression. It's been a while since we've seen a one base all in, but you know, even something like that could work, or could be on the table. As Creator is going to be expanding back at home. Goomba does lock the probe into the main base with that depot. Is going to be locked in. And eventually going to be shut down by the Reaper. As we're settling into our build of choice. Into that initial factory. Now from here we can go a couple of different ways. We can go into, for example, Reactor Reaper Hellion early on. For some early game aggression. We can go towards earlier Widow Mines for a Widow Mine drop. Even a committed mine drop. With a reactor with an armory. As the probe will survive a little bit longer before going down. There's that reactor on the way. Another thing that was definitely viable, especially in the last patch, was reactor Cyclone production. But with the change to the Cyclone, that's not really as seen too often. We'll see, as 2 games in a row, Creator is going for a Twilight Council. Okay. So once again, it's going to be a Twilight Council build here from Creator. Last game it was a Dark Shrine for Dark Templar. This time I expect it to be Blink. I imagine. I do imagine. As Creator is moving out. It's moving out, is going to be applying some pressure, does get eyes on the build, on the production as well. I believe he sees the 1-1-1. Confirms the tech lab on the factory. We are getting to early tank production. Imagine for an early tank drop even. But boys are being pulled. These eps are just wreaking so much havoc already here. Creator being such a nuisance, threading a shade into the main base. Thankfully, we don't commit. Behind this, 2 more gates are on the way, and it is going to be Blink, so it's going to be 3-gate Blink out of Creator. I believe 3-gate Blink for the time being. We'll keep an eye on any additional gateways thrown down as well. As with 3-gate Blink, we can be very assertive. It does give Creator map control. Allows him to apply pressure, get eyes on the natural, even threaten the main. It is Creator's go-to. Meanwhile, we spoke about the tank drop, and that is what Goomba is going for. The Marines are moving out, tank is loaded up, and we are pushing. Now the probe does spot the army, so Creator moves out to meet it. There we go, going to be cutting against these Marines and be chipping away at them one after the other. They're going to be going down. Again, Creator just buying time. And these are some good trades. Marines are getting picked up. Do apologize for it. Looks like some frame drops here or some latency with the clean feed. Not like this. Tanks, they do get across the map, but look at the support here. There are 3 Marines. Only 3 Marines for Goomba. Again, Creator did such a great job here just whittling away at the army. Just picking Goomba apart. Bunkers are in production. But it may not even matter. Liberator has arrived. So you have that Immortal. Takes a couple of hits. We're coming from behind. We focus on one. We get the second tank and the Liberator as well. And before the bunkers can finish, we're cleaning this up. GG gets called. Creator, he just surrounds, sandwiches the army, and will clean this up and take a 5-1 score here. Cleaning it up for Club NV. GG, well played. A solid series here from Creator. But shout out to Goomba, especially game 1. I feel like game 1, he was able to shine the most. Just because things were getting very chaotic and the Hellbats push was still killing probes across the map, and there was more of a back and forth. Here in game number 2, Creator was much more in control and was looking quite comfortable, chasing down the push and cleaning it up. Regardless, GG, well played. We are done here for the night. WTL Code A, day number 1 is in the books. We had the Starving Camels take a loss against Berserker Esports. It was a 4-2 score for Berserker. Likewise, Club NV take down Team Gosu 5-1. And now we can have a look at tomorrow's matches. Let's go. We have Twisted Fairy versus Hyperberg. That is joint teams. That is Twisted Minds and Little Fairy up against Hyper 1 and Freiburg Esports. Meanwhile, we also have Offside versus Platinum Esports as well. Platinum Esports is a sister team to the Platinum Heroes, which features many of those players. And they're going up against one of the favorites for Code A, Offside. Offside is huge. Offside has Rex, Firefly, and Uwu Thermal. They're a beast of a team. Can anyone stop them? I would say Club NV probably has the best chance, but we'll see. We'll see if they can pull it off. Again, some amazing matches coming up tomorrow. Speaking of, I believe ESL Open Cup Europe is underway. We will not be casting it, so I can hear my voice running out a little bit. I need to get some rest. It's how long have we been casting? Almost 9 hours. Almost 9 hours casting. We're done, papi. We're done. We are going to be done here for the night. And oh, sorry. There we go. We are going to be done here for the night. But thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. Hope everyone enjoyed themselves. It was a great broadcast. ESL Asia into WTL Code A was a lot of good fun. I will not be casting ESL EU. We're done, papi. I won't be casting ESL EU. It's just a little bit too much for me right now. ESL Americas is in what, like 8 hours time. I'm tempted. We usually do cast ESL Americas, but because I'm still under the weather, because I'm still sick and I've been coughing throughout the entire broadcast. I've been muting myself, but I've been coughing throughout the broadcast. I know you can even hear it in my voice a little bit. I might skip ESL Americas tomorrow. We'll see. Well, I'm tempted. I'll play it by ear. ESL Americas is in... It's in 5 hours? No shot. I mean, it is almost 4 a.m. True. So... in 5.5 hours time, it is ESL Americas. I would like to sleep for at least 8 hours. I would like to sleep a little bit. So yeah, we probably won't cast ESL Americas. A maybe. I'll put a maybe on that one. Put a maybe on ESL Americas. But tomorrow, in just under 24 hours, in 18 hours time, we're gonna be live with World Team League Day 2. Day number 2. It's gonna be amazing. It's going to be a lot of good fun. So look forward to it. Do look forward to it here on the CranKy Ducklings. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Ooh, it's been a long day here. It's been a long and grueling day. Exclamation mark socials in the chat. You can follow us on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. You can also support us on Patreon as well. We do have a Patreon that you can check out if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you for watching. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not so sure who we're going to be raiding. Let's quickly see here. I know that I think Steadfast is casting. Yeah, Steadfast, he's casting ESL Europe. Meanwhile, Mr. Sadsack is live as well. Where are we dropping? We'll give it to... I'm torn. I'm torn between Mr. Sadsack and Steadfast. Stick around, we're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll give another StarCraft streamer a raid. Give them some love. Give them some support. Otherwise, we'll see you guys tomorrow for day number 2 of World Team League Code A. See you then.